Chapter 20. Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 20. Margaret had often wondered at the disturbance that takes place in the world's waters, when love, who seems so tiny a pebble, slips in. Whom does love concern beyond the beloved and the lover? Yet his impact deluges 100 shores. No doubt the disturbance is really the spirit of the generations, welcoming the new generation, and chafing against the ultimate fate, who holds all the seas in the palm of her hand. But love cannot understand this. He cannot comprehend another's infinity. He is conscious only of his own flying sunbeam, falling rose, pebble that asks for one quiet plunge below the fretting interplay of space and time. He knows that he will survive at the end of things, and be gathered by fate as a jewel from the slime, and be handed with admiration round the assembly of the gods. Men did produce this, they will say, and saying they will give men immortality. But meanwhile, what agitations meanwhile? The foundations of property and propriety are laid bare. Twin rocks, family pride flounders to the surface, puffing and blowing, and refusing to be comforted. Theology, vaguely ascetic, gets up a nasty ground swell. Then the lawyers are aroused, cold brewed, and creep out of their holes. They do what they can. They tidy up property and propriety, reassure theology and family pride. Half-guineas are poured on the troubled waters. The lawyers creep back, and, if all has gone well, love joins one man and woman together in matrimony. Margaret had expected the disturbance, and was not irritated by it. For a sensitive woman she had steady nerves, and could bear with the incongruous and the grotesque, and besides, there was nothing excessive about her love affair. Good humour was the dominant note of her relations with Mr. Wilcox, or, as I must now call him, Henry. Henry did not encourage romance, and she was no girl to fidget for it. An acquaintance had become a lover, might become a husband, but would retain all that she had noted in the acquaintance, and love must confirm an old relation rather than reveal a new one. In this spirit she promised to marry him. He was in Swanage on the morrow, bearing the engagement ring. They greeted one another with a hearty cordiality that impressed Aunt Juley. Henry dined at the Bays, but he had engaged a bedroom in the principal hotel. He was one of those men who knew the principal hotel by instinct. After dinner he asked Margaret if she wouldn't care for a turn on the parade. She accepted, and could not repress a little tremor. It would be her first real love scene. But as she put on her hat, and she burst out laughing. Love was so unlike the articles served up in books. The joy, though genuine, was different. The mystery, an unexpected mystery. For one thing, Mr. Wilcox still seemed a stranger. For a time they talked about the ring. Then she said, "Do you remember the embankment at Chelsea? It can't be 10 days ago." "Yes," he said, laughing. "And you and your sister were head and ears deep in some quixotic scheme." "Ah, well." "A little thought then, certainly. Did you?" "I don't know about that. I shouldn't like to say." "Why was it earlier?" she cried. "Did you think of me this way earlier? How extraordinarily interesting, Henry. Tell me." But Henry had no intention of telling. Perhaps he could not have told, for his mental states became obscure as soon as he had passed through them. He misliked the very word "interesting," connoting it with wasted energy and even with morbidity. Hard facts were enough for him. "I didn't think of it," she pursued. "No, when you spoke to me in the drawing room, that was practically the first. It was all so different from what it's supposed to be. On the stage or in books, a proposal is, how shall I put it, a full-blown affair, a kind of bouquet. It loses its literal meaning. But in life a proposal really is a proposal. By the way, a suggestion, a seed," she concluded, and the thought flew away into the darkness. "I was thinking, if you didn't mind, that we ought to spend this evening in a business talk. There will be so much to settle." "I think so too. Tell me, in the first place, how did you get on with Tibby?" "With your brother?" "Yes, during cigarettes." "Oh, very well." "I am so glad," she answered, a little surprised. "What did you talk about? Me, presumably?" "About Greece, too." "Greece was a very good card, Henry. Tibby's only a boy still, and one has to pick and choose subjects a little. Well done." "I was telling him I have shares in a currant farm near Kalamata." "What a delightful thing to have shares in. Can't we go there for our honeymoon?" "What to do?" "To eat the currants. And isn't there marvellous scenery?" "Moderately, but it's not the kind of place one could possibly go to with a lady." "Why not?" "No hotels." "Some ladies do without hotels. Are you aware that Helen and I have walked alone over the Apennines, with our luggage on our backs?" "I wasn't aware. And, if I can manage it, you will never do such a thing again." She said more gravely, "You haven't found time for a talk with Helen yet, I suppose?" "No." "Do before you go. I am so anxious you two should be friends." "Your sister and I have always hit it off," he said negligently. "But we're drifting away from our business. Let me begin at the beginning. You know that Evie is going to marry Percy Cahill?" "Dolly's uncle?" "Exactly. The girl's madly in love with him. A very good sort of fellow. But he demands, and rightly, a suitable provision with her. And in the second place, you will naturally understand, there is Charles. Before leaving town, I wrote Charles a very careful letter. You see, he has an increasing family and increasing expenses, and the I. and W.A. is nothing particular just now, though capable of development." "Poor fellow!" murmured Margaret, looking out to sea, and not understanding. "Charles being the elder son, some day Charles will have Howard's end. But I am anxious, in my own happiness, not to be unjust to others." "Of course not," she began, and then gave a little cry. "You mean money? How stupid I am! Of course not." Oddly enough, he winced a little at the word. "Yes, money, since you put it so frankly. I am determined to be just to all, just to you, just to them. I am determined that my children shall have no case against me." "Be generous to them," she said sharply. "Bother justice." "I am determined, and have already written to Charles to that effect." "But how much have you got?" What? How much have you a year? I've 600. My income? Yes. We must begin with how much you have, before we can settle how much you can give Charles. Justice and even generosity depend on that. I must say you're a downright young woman, he observed, patting her arm and laughing a little. What a question to spring on a fellow! Don't you know your income, or don't you want to tell it me? I That's all right. Now she patted him. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I can do the sum just as well by proportion. Divide your income into 10 parts. How many parts would you give to Evie? How many to Charles? How many to Paul? The fact is, my dear, I hadn't any intention of bothering you with details. I only wanted to let you know that, well, that something must be done for the others. And you've understood me perfectly. So let's pass on to the next point. Yes, we've settled that, said Margaret, undisturbed by his strategic blunderings. Go ahead, give away all you can, bearing in mind I've a clear 600. What a mercy it is to have all this money about one. We've none too much, I assure you. You're marrying a poor man. Helen wouldn't agree with me here, she continued. Helen daren't slang the rich, being rich herself, but she would like to. There's an odd notion that I haven't yet got hold of, running about at the back of her brain, that poverty is somehow real. She dislikes all organisation, and probably confuses wealth with the technique of wealth. Sovereigns in a stocking wouldn't bother her. Cheques do. Helen is too relentless. One can't deal in a high-handed manner with the world. There's this other point, and then I must go back to my hotel and write some letters. What's to be done now about the house in Ducie Street? Keep it on, at least. It depends. When do you want to marry me? She raised her voice, as too often, and some youths, who was also taking the evening air, overheard her. Getting a bit hot, eh? Said one. Mr. Wilcox turned on them, and said sharply, I say. There was silence. Take care I don't report you to the police. They moved away quietly enough, but were only biding their time, and the rest of the conversation was punctuated by peals of ungovernable laughter. Lowering his voice and infusing a hint of reproof into it, he said, Evie will probably be married in September. We could scarcely think of anything before then. The earlier the nicer, Henry. Females are not supposed to say such things, but the earlier the nicer. How about September for us too? He asked, rather dryly. Right. Shall we go into Ducie Street ourselves in September, or shall we try to bounce Helen and Tibby into it? That's rather an idea. They are so unbusinesslike. We can make them do anything by judicious management. Look here, yes, we'll do that. And we ourselves could live at Howard's End or Shropshire. He blew out his cheeks. Heavens, how you women do fly round. My head's in a whirl. Point by point, Margaret. Howard's End's impossible. I let it to Hamer Bryce on a 3 years agreement last March. Don't you remember? Oniton. Well, that is much too far away to rely on entirely. You will be able to be down there entertaining a certain amount, but we must have a house within easy reach of town. Only Ducie Street has huge drawbacks. There's a mews behind. Margaret could not help laughing. It was the first she had heard of the mews behind Ducie Street. When she was a possible tenant, It had suppressed itself, not consciously, but automatically. The breezy Wilcox manner, though genuine, lacked the clearness of vision that is imperative for truth. When Henry lived in Ducie Street, he remembered the Mews. When he tried to let he forgot it, and if anyone had remarked that the Mews must be either there or not, he would have felt annoyed, and afterwards have found some opportunity of stigmatizing the speaker as academic. So does my grocer stigmatize me when I complain of the quality of his sultanas, and he answers in one breath that they are the best sultanas, and how can I expect the best sultanas at that price? It is a flaw inherent in the business mind, and Margaret may do well to be tender to it, considering all that the business mind has done for England. Yes, in summer especially, the Mews is a serious nuisance. The smoking room, too, is an abominable little den. The house opposite has been taken by operatic people. Ducie Street's going down. It's my private opinion. How sad! It's only a few years since they built those pretty houses. Shows things are moving. Good for trade. I hate this continual flux of London. It is an epitome of us at our worst, eternal formlessness. All the qualities, good, bad, and indifferent, streaming away, streaming forever. That's why I dread it so. I mistrust rivers, even in scenery. Now, the sea. High tide, yes. Hoy-toid, from the promenading youths. And these are the men to whom we give the vote, observed Mr. Wilcox, omitting to add that they were also the men to whom he gave work as clerks, work that scarcely encouraged them to grow into other men. However, they have their own lives and interests. Let's get on. He turned as he spoke, and prepared to see her back to the bays. The business was over. His hotel was in the opposite direction, and if he accompanied her, his letters would be late for the post. She implored him not to come, but he was obdurate. A nice beginning, if your aunt saw you slip in alone. But I always do go about alone, considering I've walked over the Apennines. It's common sense. You will make me so angry. I don't the least take it as a compliment. He laughed and lit a cigar. It isn't meant as a compliment, my dear. I just won't have you going about in the dark. Such people about too. It's dangerous. Can't I look after myself? I do wish. Come along, Margaret. No wheedling. A younger woman might have resented his masterly ways, but Margaret had too firm a grip of life to make a fuss. She was, in her own way, as masterly. If he was a fortress, she was a mountain peak, whom all might tread, but whom the snows made nightly virginal. Disdaining the heroic outfit, excitable in her methods, garrulous, episodical, shrill, she misled her lover much as she had misled her aunt. He mistook her fertility for weakness. He supposed her as clever as they make 'em, but no more, not realizing that she was penetrating to the depths of his soul, and approving of what she found there. And if insight were sufficient, if the inner life were the whole of life, their happiness has been assured. They walked ahead briskly. The parade and the road after it were well lighted, but it was darker in Aunt Juley's garden. As they were going up by the side paths, through some rhododendrons, Mr. Wilcox, who was in front, said, "Margaret," rather huskily, dropped his cigar, and took her in his arms. She was startled, and nearly screamed, but recovered herself at once, and kissed with genuine love the lips that were pressed against her own. It was their first kiss, and when it was over he saw her safely to the door and rang the bell for her, but disappeared into the night before the maid answered it. On looking back, the incident displeased her. It was so isolated. Nothing in their previous conversation had heralded it, and, worse still, no tenderness had ensued. If a man cannot lead up to passion he can at all events lead down from it, and she had hoped, after her complaisance, for some interchange of gentle words, but he had hurried away as if ashamed, and for an instant she was reminded of Helen and Paul. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 21. Charles had just been scolding his Dolly. She deserved the scolding, and had bent before it, but her head, though bloody, was unsubdued, and her chirrupings began to mingle with his retreating thunder. "You've woken the baby. I knew you would. Rum-ti-foo, rackety-tackety Tomkin. I'm not responsible for what Uncle Percy does, nor for anybody else or anything, so there. Who asked him while I was away? Who asked my sister down to meet him? Who sent them out in the motor day after day? Charles, that reminds me of some poem." "Does it indeed? We shall all be dancing to a very different music presently. Miss Schlegels has fairly got us on toast. I could simply scratch that woman's eyes out, and to say it's my fault is most unfair." "It's your fault, and 5 months ago you admitted it." "I didn't. You did." "Tootle tootle, playing on the puttle," exclaimed Dolly, suddenly devoting herself to the child. "It's all very well to turn the conversation, but father would never have dreamt of marrying as long as Evie was there to make him comfortable. But you must needs start matchmaking. Besides, Cahill's too old." "Of course, if you're going to be rude to Uncle Percy." "Miss Schlegels always meant to get hold of Howard's End, and, thanks to you, she's got it. I call the way you twist things round and make them hang together most unfair. You couldn't have been nastier if you'd caught me flirting. Could he? Diddums? We're in a bad hole, and must make the best of it. I shall answer the pater's letter civilly. He's evidently anxious to do the decent thing, but I do not intend to forget these Schlegels in a hurry, as long as they're on their best behaviour. Dolly, are you listening? We'll behave too. But if I find them giving themselves airs, or monopolizing my father, or at all ill-treating him, or worrying him with their artistic beastliness, I intend to put my foot down, yes, firmly. Taking my mother's place, heaven knows what poor old Paul will say when the news reaches him." The interlude closes. It has taken place in Charles's garden at Hilton. He and Dolly are sitting in deck chairs, and their motor is regarding them placidly from its garage across the lawn. A short-frocked edition of Charles also regards them placidly. A perambulator edition is squeaking. A third edition is expected shortly. Nature is turning out Wilcoxes in this peaceful abode, so that they may inherit the earth. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 22. Margaret greeted her lord with peculiar tenderness on the morrow. Mature as he was, she might yet be able to help him to the building of the rainbow bridge that should connect the prose in us with the passion. Without it we are meaningless fragments, half monks, half beasts, unconnected arches that have never joined into a man. With it, love is born, and alights on the highest curve, glowing against the grey, sober against the fire. Happy the man who sees from either aspect the glory of these outspread wings. The roads of his soul lie clear, and he and his friends shall find easy going. It was hard going in the roads of Mr. Wilcox's soul. From boyhood he had neglected them. I am not a fellow who bothers about my own inside. Outwardly he was cheerful, reliable, and brave, but within, all had reverted to chaos, ruled, so far as it was ruled at all, by an incomplete asceticism. Whether as boy, husband, or widower, he had always the sneaking belief that bodily passion is bad, a belief that is desirable only when held passionately. Religion had confirmed him. The words that were read aloud on Sunday to him and to other respectable men were the words that had once kindled the souls of St. Catherine and St. Francis into a white-hot hatred of the carnal. He could not be as the saints, and love the infinite with a seraphic ardour, but he could be a little ashamed of loving a wife. Amabat amare timabat. And it was here that Margaret hoped to help him. It did not seem so difficult. She need trouble him with no gift of her own. She would only point out the salvation that was latent in his own soul, and in the soul of every man. Only connect. That was the whole of her sermon. Only connect the prose and the passion, and both will be exalted, and human love will be seen at its height. Live in fragments no longer. Only connect, and the beast and the monk, robbed of the isolation that is life to either, will die. Nor was the message difficult to give. It need not take the form of a good talking. By quiet indications the bridge would be built, and span their lives with beauty. But she failed, for there was one quality in Henry for which she was never prepared, however much she reminded herself of it: his obtuseness. He simply did not notice things, and there was no more to be said. He never noticed that Helen and Frida were hostile, or that Tibby was not interested in currant plantations. He never noticed the lights and shades that exist in the greyest conversation, the finger-posts, the milestones, the collisions, the illimitable views. Once, on another occasion, she scolded him about it. He was puzzled, but replied with a laugh, "My motto is concentrate. I've no intention of frittering away my strength on that sort of thing." "It isn't frittering away the strength," she protested. "It's enlarging the space in which you may be strong." He answered, "You're a clever little woman, but my motto's concentrate." And this morning he concentrated with a vengeance. They met in the rhododendrons of yesterday. In the daylight the bushes were inconsiderable, and the path was bright in the morning sun. She was with Helen, who had been ominously quiet since the affair was settled. "Here we all are," she cried, and took him by one hand, retaining her sister's in the other. "Here we are. Good morning, Helen." Helen replied, "Good morning, Mr. Wilcox." "Henry, she has had such a nice letter from the queer cross boy. You remember him? He had a sad mustache, but the back of his head was young. "I've had a letter too. Not a nice one. I want to talk it over with you." For Leonard Bast was nothing to him now that she had given him her word. The triangle of sex was broken forever. "Thanks to your hint, he's clearing out of the Porphyrion." "Not a bad business, that Porphyrion," he said absently, as he took his own letter out of his pocket. "Not a bad!" she exclaimed, dropping his hand. "Surely on Chelsea Embankment. Here's our hostess. Good morning, Mrs. Munt. Fine rhododendrons. Good morning, Frau Liesek. We manage to grow flowers in England, don't we?" "Not a bad business." "No. My letter's about Howard's End. Bryce has been ordered abroad and wants to sublet it. I am far from sure that I shall give him permission. There was no clause in the agreement. In my opinion, subletting is a mistake. If you can find me another tenant, whom I consider suitable, I may cancel the agreement." "Morning, Schlegel. Don't you think that's better than subletting?" Helen had dropped her hand now, and he had steered her past the whole party to the seaward side of the house. Beneath them was the bourgeois little bay, which must have yearned all through the centuries for just such a watering place as Swanage to be built on its margin. The waves were colourless, and the Bournemouth steamer gave a further touch of insipidity, drawn up against the pier and hooting wildly for excursionists. Where there's a sublet I find that damage— Do excuse me, but about the Porphyrion? I don't feel easy. Might I just bother you, Henry?" Her manner was so serious that he stopped, and asked her a little sharply what she wanted. "You said on Chelsea Embankment, surely, that it was a bad concern, so we advised this clerk to clear out. He writes this morning that he's taken our advice, and now you say it's not a bad concern." "A clerk who clears out of any concern, good or bad, without securing a berth somewhere else first, is a fool, and I've no pity for him. He has not done that. He's going into a bank in Camden Town, he says. The salary's much lower, but he hopes to manage a branch of Dempster's bank. Is that all right?" "Dempster? My goodness me, yes." "More right than the Porphyrion?" Yes. Safe as houses. Safer." "Very many thanks. I'm sorry. If he sublets, I shan't have the same control. In theory, there should be no more damage done at Howard's End. In practice, there will be. Things may be done for which no money can compensate. For instance, I shouldn't want that fine wych elm spoilt. It hangs— Margaret, we must go and see the old place some time. It's pretty, in its way. We'll motor down and have lunch with Charles." "I should enjoy that," said Margaret, bravely. "What about next Wednesday?" "Wednesday? No, I couldn't well do that. Aunt Julia expects us to stop here for another week at least." "But you can give that up now." No," said Margaret, after a moment's thought. "Oh, that'll be all right. I'll speak to her." "This visit is a high solemnity. My aunt counts on it year after year. She turns the house upside down for us. She invites our special friends. She scarcely knows Frida, and we can't leave her on our hands. I missed one day, and she would be so hurt if I didn't stay the full 10. But I'll say a word to her. Don't you bother." "Henry, I won't go. Don't bully me." "You want to see the house, though?" "Very much. I've heard so much about it, one way or the other. Aren't there pig's teeth in the wych elm?" "Pig's teeth? And you chew the bark for toothache." "What a rum notion. Of course not." "Perhaps I have it confused with some other tree. There are still a great number of sacred trees in England, it seems." But he left her, to intercept Mrs. Munt, whose voice could be heard in the distance, to be intercepted himself by Helen. "Oh, Mr. Wilcox, about the Porphyrion," she began, and went scarlet all over her face. "It's all right," called Margaret, catching up. "Dempster's bank's better. But I think you told us the Porphyrion was bad, and would smash before Christmas." "Did I?" You're still outside the tariff ring, and had to take rotten policies. Lately it came in. Safe as houses now. In other words, Mr. Bast need never have left it. No, the fellow needn't. And needn't have started life elsewhere at a greatly reduced salary. He only says reduced, corrected Margaret, seeing trouble ahead. With a man so poor, every reduction must be great. I consider it a deplorable misfortune. Mr. Wilcox, intent on his business with Mrs. Munt, was going steadily on, but the last remark made him say, "What? What's that? Do you mean that I'm responsible? You're ridiculous, Helen. You seem to think—" He looked at his watch. "Let me explain the point to you. It is like this. You seem to assume, when a business concern is conducting a delicate negotiation, it ought to keep the public informed stage by stage. The Porphyrion, according to you, was bound to say, 'I am trying all I can to get into the tariff ring. I am not sure that I shall succeed, but it is the only thing that will save me from insolvency, and I am trying.' My dear Helen, is that your point? A man who had little money has less. That's mine. I am grieved for your clerk. But it is all in a day's work. It's part of the battle of life. A man who had little money, she repeated, has less, owing to us. Under these circumstances, I do not consider the battle of life a happy expression." "Oh, come, come," he protested pleasantly. "You're not to blame. No one's to blame. Is no one to blame for anything?" "I wouldn't say that, but you're taking it far too seriously. Who is this fellow?" "We have told you about the fellow twice already," said Helen. "You have even met the fellow. He is very poor, and his wife is an extravagant imbecile. He is capable of better things. We, the upper classes, thought we would help him from the height of our superior knowledge, and here's the result." He raised his finger. "Now, a word of advice. I require no more advice. A word of advice. Don't take up that sentimental attitude over the poor. See that she doesn't, Margaret. The poor are poor, and one's sorry for them, but there it is. As civilization moves forward, the shoe is bound to pinch in places, and it's absurd to pretend that anyone is responsible personally. Neither you, nor I, nor my informant, nor the man who informed him, nor the directors of the Porphyrion are to blame for this clerk's loss of salary. It's just the shoe pinching. No one can help it, and it might have easily been worse." Helen quivered with indignation. "By all means subscribe to charities. Subscribe to them largely, but don't get carried away by absurd schemes of social reform. I see a good deal behind the scenes, and you can take it from me that there is no social question, except for a few journalists who try to get a living out of the phrase. There are just rich and poor, as there always have been and always will be. Point me at a time when men have been equal. I didn't say, point me at a time when desire for equality has made them happier. No, you can't. There have always been rich and poor. I'm no fatalist, heaven forbid. But our civilization is molded by great impersonal forces." His voice grew complacent. It always did when he eliminated the personal. "And there will always be rich and poor. You can't deny it." And now it was a respectful voice. "And you can't deny that, in spite of all, the tendency of civilization has, on the whole, been upward." "Owing to God, I suppose," flashed Helen. He stared at her. "You grab the dollars, and God does the rest." It was no good instructing the girl if she was going to talk about God in that neurotic modern way. Fraternal to the last, he left her for the quieter company of Mrs. Munt. He thought, "She rather reminds me of Dolly." Helen looked out at the sea. "Don't even discuss political economy with Henry," advised her sister. "It'll only end in a cry." "But he must be one of those men who have reconciled science with religion," said Helen slowly. "I don't like those men. They are scientific themselves, and talk of the survival of the fittest, and cut down the salaries of their clerks, and stunt the independence of all who may menace their comfort. but yet they believe that somehow good, and it is always that sloppy somehow, will be the outcome, and that in some mystical way the Mr. Basts of the future will benefit, because the Mr. Basts of today are in pain. He is such a man in theory, but, oh, Helen, in theory! But, oh, Meg, what a theory! Why should you put things so bitterly, dearie? Because I'm an old maid, said Helen, biting her lip. I can't think why I go on like this, myself. She shook off her sister's hand and went into the house. Margaret, distressed at the day's beginning, followed the Bournemouth steamer with her eyes. She saw that Helen's nerves were exasperated by the unlucky Bast business beyond the bounds of politeness. There might at any minute be a real explosion, which even Henry would notice. Henry must be removed. Margaret, her aunt called. Magsie, it isn't true, surely, what Mr. Wilcox says, that you want to go away early next week? Not want, was Margaret's prompt reply. But there is so much to be settled, and I do want to see the Charleses. But going away without taking the Weymouth trip, or even the Lulworth, said Mrs. Munt, coming near. Without going once more up 9 Barrows Down? I'm afraid so. Mr. Wilcox rejoined her with, Good. I did the breaking of the ice. A wave of tenderness came over her. She put a hand on either shoulder, and looked deeply into his black, bright eyes. What was behind their competent stare? She knew, but was not disquieted. End of chapter 22. Recording by Chris Leslie Heinen in Iowa City, Iowa and Portland, Oregon. Reachable at chrisleslieheinen@gmail.com. Chapter 23 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 23. Margaret had no intention of letting things slide. And the evening before she left Swanage, she gave her sister a thorough scolding. She censured her, not for disapproving of the engagement, but for throwing over her disapproval a veil of mystery. Helen was equally frank. Yes, she said, with an air of one looking inwards, there is a mystery. I can't help it. It's not my fault. It's the way life has been made. Helen in those days was over-interested in the subconscious self. She exaggerated the Punch and Judy aspect of life, and spoke of mankind as puppets, whom an invisible showman twitches into love and war. Margaret pointed out that if she dwelt on this, she too would eliminate the personal. Helen was silent for a minute, and then burst into a queer speech, which cleared the air. Go on and marry him. I think you're splendid, and if anyone can pull it off, you will. Margaret denied that there was anything to pull off, but she continued, Yes, there is, and I wasn't up to it with Paul. I can only do what's easy. I can only entice and be enticed. I can't and won't attempt difficult relations. If I marry, it'll either be a man who's strong enough to boss me, or whom I'm strong enough to boss. So I shan't ever marry, for there aren't such men. And heaven help anyone whom I do marry, for I shall certainly run away from him before you can say Jack Robinson. There, because I'm uneducated. But you're different. You're a heroine. Oh, Helen, am I? Would it be as dreadful for poor Henry as all that? You mean to keep proportion, and that's heroic. It's Greek, and I don't see why it shouldn't succeed with you. Go on and fight with him, and help him. Don't ask me for help, or even for sympathy. Henceforth I'm going my own way. I mean to be thorough, because thoroughness is easy. I mean to dislike your husband, and to tell him so. I mean to make no concessions to Tibby. If Tibby wants to live with me, he must lump me. I mean to love you more than ever. Yes, I do. You and I have built up something real, because it is purely spiritual. There's no veil of mystery over us. Unreality and mystery begin as soon as one touches the body. The popular view is, as usual, exactly the wrong one. Our bothers are over tangible things, money, husbands, house hunting. But heaven will work of itself. Margaret was grateful for this expression of affection, and answered, Perhaps. All vistas close in the unseen. No one doubts it, but Helen closed them rather too quickly for her taste. At every turn of speech one was confronted with reality and the absolute. Perhaps Margaret grew too old for metaphysics, and perhaps Henry was weaning her from them. But she felt that there was something a little unbalanced in the mind that so readily shreds the visible. The businessman who assumes that this life is everything, and the mystic who asserts that it is nothing, fail, on this side and on that, to hit the truth. Yes, I see, dear. It's about halfway between, Aunt Julie had hazarded in earlier years. No, truth, being alive, was not halfway between anything. It was only to be found by continuous excursions into either realm, and though proportion is the final secret, to espouse it at the outset is to ensure sterility. Helen, agreeing here, disagreeing there, would have talked till midnight, but Margaret, who, with her packing to do, focused the conversation on Henry. She might abuse Henry behind his back, but please would she always be civil to him in company. I definitely dislike him, but I'll do what I can, promised Helen. Do what you can with my friends in return. This conversation made Margaret easier. Their inner life was so safe that they could bargain over externals in a way that would have been incredible to Aunt Julie, and impossible for Tibby or Charles. There are moments when the inner life actually pays, when years of self-scrutiny, conducted for no ulterior motive, are suddenly of practical use. Such moments are still rare in the West. That they come at all promises a fairer future. Margaret, though unable to understand her sister, was assured against estrangement, and returned to London with a more peaceful mind. The following morning, at 11 o'clock, she presented herself at the offices of the Imperial and West African Rubber Company. She was glad to go there, for Henry had implied his business rather than described it, and the formlessness and vagueness that one associates with Africa had hitherto brooded over the main sources of his wealth. Not that a visit to the office cleared things up. They were just the ordinary surface scum of ledgers and polished counters and brass bars that began and stopped for no possible reason, of electric light globes blossoming in triplets, of little rabbit hutches faced with glass or wire, of little rabbits. And even when she penetrated to the inner depths, she found only the ordinary table and Turkey carpet. And though the map over the fireplace did depict a helping of West Africa, it was a very ordinary map. Another map hung opposite, on which the whole continent appeared, looking like a whale marked out for blubber. And by its side was a door, shut, but Henry's voice came through it, dictating a strong letter. She might have been at the Porphyrion, or Dempster's Bank, or her own wine merchant's. Everything seems just alike in these days. But perhaps she was seeing the imperial side of the company, rather than its West African, and imperialism always had been one of her difficulties. 1 minute, called Mr. Wilcox, on receiving her name. He touched a bell, the effect of which was to produce Charles. Charles had written his father an adequate letter, more adequate than Evie's, through which a girlish indignation throbbed, and he greeted his future stepmother with propriety. "I hope that my wife, how do you do, will give you a decent lunch," was his opening. "I left instructions, but we live in a rough and ready way. Expects you back to tea, too, after you've had a look at Howard's End. I wonder what you'll think of the place. I wouldn't touch it with tongs myself. Do sit down. It's a measly little place." "I shall enjoy seeing it," said Margaret, feeling, for the first time, shy. "You'll see it at its worst. But Bryce decamped abroad last Monday without even arranging for a charwoman to clean up after him. I never saw such a disgraceful mess. It's unbelievable. He wasn't in the house a month. I've got more than a little bone to pick with Bryce, called Henry from the inner chamber. Why did he go so suddenly? Invalid type. Couldn't sleep. Poor fellow. Poor fiddlesticks, said Mr. Wilcox, joining them. He had the impudence to put up notice boards without as much as saying with your leave or by your leave. Charles flung them down. Yes, I flung them down, said Charles, modestly. I've sent a telegram after him, and a pretty sharp one, too. He, and he in person, is responsible for the upkeep of that house for the next 3 years. The keys are at the farm. We wouldn't have the keys. Quite right. Dolly would have taken them, but I was in, fortunately. What's Mr. Bryce like? Asked Margaret. But nobody cared. Mr. Bryce was the tenant, who had no right to sublet. To have defined him further was a waste of time. On his misdeeds they descanted profusely, until the girl who had been typing the strong letter came out with it. Mr. Wilcox added his signature. Now we'll be off, said he. A motor drive, a form of felicity detested by Margaret, awaited her. Charles saw them in, civil to the last, and in a moment the offices of the Imperial and West African Rubber Company faded away. But it was not an impressive drive. Perhaps the weather was to blame, being grey and banked high with weary clouds. Perhaps Hertfordshire is scarcely intended for motorists. Did not a gentleman once motor so quickly through Westmoreland that he missed it? And if Westmoreland can be missed, it will fare ill with a county whose delicate structure particularly needs the attentive eye. Hertfordshire is England at its quietest, with little emphasis of river and hill. It is England meditative. If Drayton were with us again to write a new edition of his incomparable poem, he would sing the nymphs of Hertfordshire as indeterminate of feature, with hair obfuscated by the London smoke. Their eyes would be sad and averted from their fate towards the northern flats, their leader not Isis or Sabrina, but the slowly flowing Lee. No glory of raiment would be theirs, no urgency of dance, but they would be real nymphs. The chauffeur could not travel as quickly as he had hoped, for the great north road was full of Easter traffic. But he went quite quick enough for Margaret, a poor-spirited creature, who had chickens and children on the brain. They're all right, said Mr. Wilcox. They'll learn, like the swallows in the telegraph wires. Yes, but while they're learning, their motors come to stay, he answered. One must get about. Oh, there's a pretty church. Oh, you aren't sharp enough. Well, look out. If the road worries you, ride outward at the scenery. She looked at the scenery. It heaved and merged like porridge. Presently it congealed. They had arrived. Charles's house on the left, on the right the swelling forms of the 6 hills. Their appearance in such a neighbourhood surprised her. They interrupted the stream of residences that was thickening up towards Hilton. Behind them she saw meadows and a wood, and beneath them she settled that soldiers of the best kind lay buried. She hated war and liked soldiers. It was one of her amiable inconsistencies. But here was Dolly, dressed up to the nines, standing at the door to greet them, and here were the first drops of the rain. They ran in gaily, and after a long wait in the dining-room sat down to the rough and ready lunch, every dish in which concealed or exuded cream. Mr. Bryce was the chief topic of conversation. Dolly described his visit with a key, while her father-in-law gave satisfaction by chaffing her and contradicting all she said. It was evidently the custom to laugh at Dolly. He chaffed Margaret too, and Margaret, roused from a grave meditation, was pleased, and chaffed him back. Dolly seemed surprised, and eyed her curiously. After lunch the 2 children came down. Margaret disliked babies, but hit it off better with the 2-year-old, and sent Dolly into fits of laughter by talking sense to him. Kiss them now, and come away, said Mr. Wilcox. She came, but refused to kiss them. It was such hard luck on the little things, she said, and though Dolly proffered Chorley-Worley and Porgly-Woggles in turn, she was obdurate. By this time it was raining steadily. The car came round with the hood up, and again she lost all sense of space. In a few minutes they stopped, and Crane opened the door of the car. "What's happened?" asked Margaret. "What do you suppose?" said Henry. The little porch was close up against her face. "Are we there already?" "We are." "Well, I never. And years ago it seemed so far away." Smiling, but somehow disillusioned, she jumped out, and her impetus carried her to the front door. He was about to open it when Henry said, "That's no good, it's locked. Who's got the key?" As he had himself forgotten to call for the key at the farm, no one replied. He also wanted to know who had left the front gate open, since a cow had strayed in from the road and was spoiling the croquet lawn. Then he said rather crossly, "Margaret, you wait in the dry. I'll go down for the key. It isn't 100 yards. Mayn't I come too?" "No, I shall be back before I'm gone." Then the car turned away, and it was as if a curtain had risen. For the second time that day she saw the appearance of the earth. There were the greengage trees that Helen had once described, there the tennis lawn, there the hedge that would be glorious with dog roses in June, but the vision now was of black and palest green. Down by the dell hole more vivid colours were awakening, and Lent lilies stood sentinel on its margin, or advanced in battalions over the grass. Tulips were a tray of jewels. She could not see the wych elm tree, but a branch of the celebrated vine, studded with velvet knobs, had covered the porch. She was struck by the fertility of the soil. She had seldom been in a garden where the flowers looked so well, and even the weeds she was idly plucking out of the porch were intensely green. Why had poor Mr. Bryce fled from all this beauty? For she had already decided that the place was beautiful. "Naughty cow! Go away!" cried Margaret to the cow, but without indignation. Harder came the rain, pouring out of a windless sky and spattering up from the notice boards of the house agents, which lay in a row on the lawn where Charles had hurled them. She must have interviewed Charles in another world, where one did have interviews. How Helen would revel in such a notion! Charles dead, all people dead, nothing alive but houses and gardens. The obvious dead, the intangible alive, and no connection at all between them. Margaret smiled. Would that her own fancies were as clear-cut. Would that she could deal as high-handedly with the world. Smiling and sighing, she laid her hand upon the door. It opened. The house was not locked up at all. She hesitated. Ought she to wait for Henry? He felt strongly about property, and might prefer to show her over himself. On the other hand, he had told her to keep in the dry, and the porch was beginning to drip. So she went in, and the draught from inside slammed the door behind. Desolation greeted her. Dirty fingerprints were on the hall windows, flue and rubbish on its unwashed boards. The civilization of luggage had been here for a month, and then decamped. Dining room and drawing room, right and left, were guessed only by their wallpapers. They were just rooms where one could shelter from the rain. Across the ceiling of each ran a great beam. The dining room and hall revealed theirs openly, but the drawing room's was matchboarded, because the facts of life must be concealed from ladies. Drawing room, dining room, and hall. How petty the names sounded. Here were simply 3 rooms where children could play and friends shelter from the rain. Yes, and they were beautiful. Then she opened one of the doors opposite. There were 2, and exchanged wallpapers for whitewash. It was the servants' part, though she scarcely recognized that. Just rooms again, where friends might shelter. The garden at the back was full of flowering cherries and plums. Farther on were hints of the meadow and a black cliff of pines. Yes, the meadow was beautiful. Penned in by the desolate weather, she recaptured the sense of space which the motor had tried to rob from her. She remembered again that 10 square miles are not 10 times as wonderful as 1 square mile, that 1,000 square miles are not practically the same as heaven. The phantom of bigness, which London encourages, was laid forever when she paced from the hall at Howard's End to its kitchen, and heard the rains run this way and that where the watershed of the roof divided them. Now Helen came to her mind. scrutinizing half Wessex from the ridge of the Purbeck Downs, and saying, "We will have to lose something." She was not so sure. For instance, she would double her kingdom by opening the door that concealed the stairs. Now she thought of the map of Africa, of empires, of her father, of the two supreme nations, streams of whose life warmed her blood, but, mingling, it cooled her brain. She paced back into the hall, and as she did so the house reverberated. "Is that you, Henry?" she called. There was no answer, but the house reverberated again. "Henry, have you got in?" But it was the heart of the house beating, faintly at first, then loudly, martially. It dominated the rain. It is the starved imagination, not the well-nourished, that is afraid. Margaret flung open the door to the stairs. A noise as of drums seemed to deafen her. A woman, an old woman, was descending, with figure erect, with face impassive, with lips that parted and said, dryly, "Oh, well, I took you for Ruth Wilcox." Margaret stammered, "I? Mrs. Wilcox, I? In fancy, of course, in fancy. You had her way of walking. Good day." And the old woman passed out into the rain. End of chapter 23. Recording by Chris Leslie Heinen in Portland, Oregon and Iowa City, Iowa. Reachable at chrisleslieheinen@gmail.com.
Chapter 24 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Krista McQuillan. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 24. "It gave her quite a turn," said Mr. Wilcox, when retelling the incident to Dolly at tea-time. "None of you girls have any nerves, really. Of course, a word from me put it all right, but silly old Miss Avery, she frightened you, didn't she, Margaret? There you stood, clutching a bunch of weeds. She might have said something, instead of coming down the stairs with that alarming bonnet on. I passed her as I came in, enough to make a car shy. I believe Miss Avery goes in for being a character. Some old maids do." He lit a cigarette. "It's their last resource. Heaven knows what she was doing in the place, but that's Bryce's business, not mine." "I wasn't as foolish as you suggest," said Margaret. "She only startled me, for the house had been silent so long." "Did you take her for a spook?" asked Dolly, for whom spooks and going to church summarized the unseen. "Not exactly." "She really did frighten you," said Henry, who was far from discouraging timidity in females. "Poor Margaret, and very naturally. Uneducated classes are so stupid." "Is Miss Avery uneducated classes?" Margaret asked, and found herself looking at the decoration scheme of Dolly's drawing rooms. "She's just one of the crew at the farm. People like that always assume things. She assumed you'd know who she was. She left all the Howard's End keys in the front lobby and assumed you'd see them as you came in, that you'd lock up the house when you'd done and would bring them on down to her. And there was her niece hunting for them down on the farm. Lack of education makes people very casual. Hilton was full of women like Miss Avery once." "I shouldn't have disliked it, perhaps." "Or Miss Avery gave me a wedding present," said Dolly. Which was illogical, but interesting. Through Dolly, Margaret was destined to learn a good deal. "But Charles said I must not try to mind, because she had known his grandmother." "As usual, you've got the story wrong, my good Dorothea." "I mean great-grandmother, the one who left Mrs. Wilcox the house. Weren't both of them and Miss Avery friends when Howard's End, too, was a farm?" Her father-in-law blew out a shaft of smoke. His attitude to his dead wife was curious. He would allude to her, and hear her discussed, but never mentioned her by name. Nor was he interested in the dim bucolic past. Dolly was, for the following reason. "Then hadn't Mrs. Wilcox a brother, or was it an uncle? Anyhow, he popped the question, and Miss Avery, she said no. Just imagine, if she'd said yes, she would have been Charles' aunt." "Oh, I say, that's rather good, Charlie's aunt. I must chaff him about that this evening." "And then the man went out and was killed. Yes, I'm certain I've got it right now. Tom Howard, he was the last of them." "I believe so. said Mr. Wilcox negligently. "I say, Howard's End, Howard's Ended!" cried Dolly. "I'm rather on the spot this evening, eh?" "I wish you'd ask whether Crane's ended." "Oh, Mr. Wilcox, how can you?" "Because if he's had enough tea, we ought to go. Dolly's a good little woman," he continued, "but a little of her goes a long way. I couldn't live near her if you paid me." Margaret smiled. Though presenting a firm front to outsiders, no Wilcox could live near or near the possessions of any other Wilcox. They had the colonial spirit, and were always making for some spot where the white man might carry his burden unobserved. Of course, Howard's End was impossible so long as the younger couple were established in Hilton. His objections to the house were plain as daylight now. Crane had had enough tea, and was sent to the garage, where their car had been trickling muddy water over Charles's. The downpour had surely penetrated the 6 Hills by now, bringing news of our restless civilization. "Curious mounds," said Henry, "but in with you now, another time." He had to be up in London by 7, if possible by 6:30. Once more she lost the sense of space. Once more trees, houses, people, animals, hills, merged and heaved into one dirtiness, and she was at Wickham Place. Her evening was pleasant. The sense of flux which had haunted her all the year had disappeared for a time. She forgot the luggage and the motor cars, the hurrying men who knew so much and connect so little. She recaptured the sense of space, which is the basis of all earthly beauty, and starting from Howard's End she attempted to realize England. She failed. Visions do not come when we try, though they may come through trying. But an unexpected love of the island awoke in her, connecting on this side with the joys of the flesh, and with that on the inconceivable. Helen and her father had known this love. Poor Leonard Bast was groping after it, but it had been hidden from Margaret till this afternoon. It had certainly come through the house and old Miss Avery. Through them. The notion of "through" persisted. Her mind trembled towards a conclusion which only the unwise have put into words. Then, veering back into warmth, it dwelt on ruddy bricks, flowering plum trees, and all the tangible joys of spring. Henry, after allaying her agitation, had taken her over his property, and had explained to her the use and dimensions of the various rooms. He had sketched the history of the little estate. "It is so unlucky," ran the monologue, "that the money wasn't put into it about 50 years ago. Then it had 4 or 5 times the land, 30 acres at least. One could have made something out of it then, a small park, or at all events shrubberies, and rebuilt the house further away from the road. What was the good of taking it in hand now? Nothing but the meadow left, and even that was heavily mortgaged when I first had to do with things. Yes, and the house too. Oh, it was no joke." She saw 2 women as he spoke, one old, the other young, watching their inheritance melt away. She saw them greet him as a deliverer. "Mismanagement did it. Besides, the days for small farms are over. It doesn't pay, except with intensive cultivation. Small holdings back to the land? Philanthropic bunkum. Take it as a rule that nothing pays on a small scale. Most of the land you see," they were standing at an upper window, the only one which faced west, "belongs to the people at the park. They made their pile over copper. Good chaps. Avery's farm? Seashees, what they call the Common, where you see that ruined oak. One after the other fell in, and so did this, as near as no matter. But Henry saved it, without fine feelings or deep insight, but he saved it, and she loved him for the deed. When I had more control, I did what I could. Sold off the 2.5 animals and the mangy pony and the superannuated tools. Pulled down the outhouses, drained, thinned out I don't know how many guelder roses and elder trees. And inside the house I turned the old kitchen into a hall, and made a kitchen behind where the dairy was. Garage and so came later, but one could tell it's still been an old farm. And yet it isn't the place that would fetch one of your artistic crew." No, it wasn't, and if he did not quite understand it, the artistic crew would still less. It was English, and the wych elm she saw from the window was an English tree. No report had prepared her for its particular glory. It was neither warrior nor lover nor god. In none of those roles do the English excel. It was a comrade, bending over the house, strength and adventure in its roots, but in its utmost fingers tenderness. And the girth, that a dozen men could not have spanned, became in the end evanescent, till pale bud clusters seemed to float in the air. It was a comrade. House and tree transcended any similes of sex. Margaret thought of them now, and was to think of them through many a windy night and London day, but to compare either to man, to woman, always dwarfed the vision. Yet they kept within limits of the human. Their message was not of eternity, but of hope on this side of the grave. As she stood in the one, gazing at the other, truer relationship had gleamed. Another touch, and the account of her day is finished. They entered the garden for a minute, and to Mr. Wilcox's surprise she was right. Teeth, pig's teeth, could be seen in the bark of the wych-elm tree, just the white tips of them showing. "Extraordinary!" he cried. "Who told you?" "I heard of it one winter in London," was her answer, for she too avoided mentioning Mrs. Wilcox by name. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Willits. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Foster. Chapter 25. Evie heard of her father's engagement when she was in for a tennis tournament, and her play went simply to pot. That she should marry and leave him had seemed natural enough. That he, left alone, should do the same was deceitful, and now Charles and Dolly said that it was all her fault. "But I never dreamed of such a thing," she grumbled. "Dad took me to call now and then, and made me ask her to Simpson's. Well, I'm altogether off, Dad." It was also an insult to their mother's memory. There they were agreed. And Evie had the idea of returning Mrs. Wilcox's lace and jewellery as a protest. Against what it would protest she was not clear, but being only 18, the idea of renunciation appealed to her the more as she did not care for jewellery or lace. Dolly then suggested that she and Uncle Percy should pretend to break off their engagement, and then perhaps Mr. Wilcox would quarrel with Miss Schlegel and break off his, or Paul might be cabled for. But at this point Charles told them not to talk nonsense. So Evie settled to marry as soon as possible. It was no good hanging about with these Schlegels eyeing her. The date of her wedding was consequently put forward from September to August, and in the intoxication of presents she recovered much of her good humour. Margaret found that she was expected to figure at this function, and to figure largely. It would be such an opportunity, said Henry, for her to get to know his set. Sir James Bidder would be there, and all the Carhills and the Fussells, and his sister-in-law, Mrs. Warrington Wilcox, had fortunately got back from her tour round the world. Henry she loved, but his set promised to be another matter. He had not the knack of surrounding himself with nice people. Indeed, for a man of ability and virtue, his choice had been singularly unfortunate. He had no guiding principle beyond a certain preference for mediocrity. He was content to settle one of the greatest things in life haphazard, and so, while his investments went right, his friends generally went wrong. She would be told, "Oh, so-and-so's a good sort, a thundering good sort," and find, on meeting him, that he was a brute or a bore. If Henry had shown real affection, she would have understood, for affection explains everything. But he seemed without sentiment. The thundering good sort might at any moment become a fellow for whom I never did have much use and have less now, and be shaken off cheerily into oblivion. Margaret had done the same as a schoolgirl. Now she never forgot anyone for whom she had once cared. She connected, though the connection might be bitter, and she hoped that some day Henry would do the same. Evie was not to be married from Ducie Street. She had a fancy for something rural, and besides, no one would be in London then, so she left her boxes for a few weeks at Oniton Grange, and her banns were duly published in the parish church, and for a couple of days the little town, dreaming between the ruddy hills, was roused by the clang of our civilization, and drew up by the roadside to let the motors pass. Oniton had been a discovery of Mr. Wilcox's, a discovery of which he was not altogether proud. It was up towards the Welsh border, and so difficult of access that he had concluded it must be something special. A ruined castle stood in the grounds, but having got there, what was one to do? The shooting was bad, the fishing indifferent, and womenfolk reported the scenery as nothing much. The place turned out to be in the wrong part of Shropshire, damn it, and though he never damned his own property aloud, he was only waiting to get it off his hands, and then to let fly. Evie's marriage was its last appearance in public. As soon as the tenant was found, it became a house for which he never had had much use, and had less now, and, like Howard's End, faded into limbo. But on Margaret, Oniton was destined to make a lasting impression. She regarded it as her future home, and was anxious to start straight with the clergy, etc., and, if possible, to see something of the local life. It was a market town, as tiny a one as England possesses, and had for ages served that lonely valley, and guarded our marches against the Celt. In spite of the occasion, in spite of the numbing hilarity that greeted her as soon as she got into the reserved saloon at Paddington, her senses were awake and watching, and though Oniton was to prove one of her innumerable false starts, she never forgot it, nor the things that happened there. The London party only numbered 8, the Fussells, father and son, 2 Anglo-Indian ladies named Mrs. Plinlimmon and Lady Edser, Mrs. Warrington Wilcox and her daughter, and lastly the little girl, very smart and quiet, who figures at so many weddings, and who kept a watchful eye on Margaret, the bride-elect. Dolly was absent, a domestic event detained her at Hilton. Paul had cabled a humorous message. Charles was to meet them with a trio of motors at Shrewsbury. Helen had refused her invitation. Tibby had never answered his. The management was excellent, as was to be expected with anything that Henry undertook. One was conscious of his sensible and generous brain in the background. They were his guests as soon as they reached the train. A special label for their luggage, a courier, a special lunch. They had only to look pleasant and, where possible, pretty. Margaret thought with dismay of her own nuptials, presumably under the management of Tibby. Mr. Theobald Schlegel and Miss Helen Schlegel request the pleasure of Mrs. Plinlimmon's company on the occasion of the marriage of their sister Margaret. The formula is incredible, but it must soon be printed and sent, and though Wickham Place need not compete with Oniton, it must feed its guests properly, and provide them with sufficient chairs. Her wedding would either be ramshackly or bourgeois. She hoped the latter. Such an affair as the present, staged with a deftness that was almost beautiful, lay beyond her powers and those of her friends. The low, rich purr of a Great Western Express is not the worst background for conversation, and the journey passed pleasantly enough. Nothing could have exceeded the kindness of the 2 men. They raised windows for some ladies, and lowered them for others. They rang the bell for the servant. They identified the colleges as the train slipped past Oxford. They caught books or bag purses in the act of tumbling onto the floor. Yet there was nothing finicky about their politeness. It had the public school touch, and, though sedulous, was virile. More battles than Waterloo had been won on our playing fields, and Margaret bowed to a charm of which she did not wholly approve, and said nothing when the Oxford colleges were identified wrongly. Male and female created he them. The journey to Shrewsbury confirmed this questionable statement, and the long glass saloon, that moved so easily and felt so comfortable, became a forcing house for the idea of sex. At Shrewsbury came fresh air. Margaret was all for sightseeing, and while the others were finishing their tea at the Raven, she annexed a motor and hurried over the astonishing city. Her chauffeur was not the faithful Crane, but an Italian who dearly loved making her late. Charles, watch in hand, though with a level brow, was standing in front of the hotel when they returned. It was perfectly all right, he told her. She was by no means the last. And then he dived into the coffee room, and she heard him say, "For God's sake, hurry the women up, we shall never be off," and Albert Fussell reply, "Not I, I've done my share," and Colonel Fussell opine that the ladies were getting themselves up to kill. Presently Myra, Mrs. Warrington's daughter, appeared, and as she was his cousin, Charles blew her up a little. She had been changing her smart travelling hat for a smart motor hat. Then Mrs. Warrington herself, leading the quiet child. The two Anglo-Indian ladies were always last. Maids, courier, heavy luggage, had already gone on by a branch line to a station nearer Oniton, but there were 5 hat boxes and 4 dressing bags to be packed, and 5 dust cloaks to be put on, and to be put off at the last moment, because Charles declared them not necessary. The men presiding over everything with unfailing good humour. By 5:30 the party was ready, and went out of Shrewsbury by the Welsh bridge. Shropshire had not the reticence of Hertfordshire. Though robbed of half its magic by swift movement, it still conveyed the sense of hills. They were nearing the buttresses that force the Severn Eastern and make it an English stream, and the sun, sinking over the sentinels of Wales, was straight in their eyes. Having picked up another guest, they turned southward, avoiding the greater mountains, but conscious of an occasional summit, rounded and mild, whose colouring differed in quality from that of the lower earth, and whose contours altered more slowly. Quiet mysteries were in progress behind those tossing horizons. The west, as ever, was retreating with some secret which may not be worth the discovery, but which no practical man will ever discover. They spoke of tariff reform. Mrs. Warrington was just back from the colonies. Like many other critics of empire, her mouth had been stopped with food, and she could only exclaim at the hospitality with which she had been received, and warn the mother country against trifling with young Titans. "They threaten to cut the painter," she cried, "and where shall we be then? Miss Schlegel, you'll undertake to keep Henry sound about tariff reform. It is our last hope." Margaret playfully confessed herself on the other side, and they began to quote from their respective handbooks, while the motor carried them deep into the hills. Curious these were, rather than impressive, for their outlines lacked beauty, and the pink fields on their summits suggested the handkerchiefs of a giant spread out to dry. An occasional outcrop of rock, an occasional wood, an occasional forest, treeless and brown, all hinted at wildness to follow, but the main colour was an agricultural green. The air grew cooler, they had surmounted the last gradient, and Oniton lay below them with its church, its radiating houses, its castle, its river-girt peninsula. Close to the castle was a grey mansion, unintellectual but kindly, stretching with its grounds across the peninsula's neck, the sort of mansion that was built all over England in the beginning of the last century, while architecture was still an expression of the national character. "That was the Grange," remarked Albert over his shoulder, and then he jammed the brake on, and the motor slowed down and stopped. "I'm sorry," said he, turning round. "Do you mind getting out? By the door on the right. Steady on." "What's happened?" asked Mrs. Warrington. Then the car behind them drew up, and the voice of Charles was heard saying, "Get out the women at once." There was a concourse of males, and Margaret and her companions were hustled out and received into the second car. What had happened? As it started off again, the door of a cottage opened, and a girl screamed wildly at them. "What is it?" the ladies cried. Charles drove them 100 yards without speaking. Then he said, "It's all right. Your car just touched a dog." "But stop!" cried Margaret, horrified. "It didn't hurt him." "Didn't really hurt him?" asked Myra. "No." "Do please stop," said Margaret, leaning forward. She was standing up in her car, the other occupants holding her knees to steady her. "I want to go back, please." Charles took no notice. "We've left Mr. Fussell behind," said another, "and Angelo and Crane." "Yes, but no woman." "I expect a little more of—" Mrs. Warrington scratched her palm. "Will be more to the point than one of us." "The insurance company sees to that," remarked Charles, "and Albert will do the talking." "I want to go back, though, I say," repeated Margaret, getting angry. Charles took no notice. The motor, loaded with refugees, continued to travel very slowly down the hill. "The men are there," chorused the others. "Men will see to it." "The men can't see to it. Oh, this is ridiculous. Charles, I ask you to stop." "Stopping's no good," drawled Charles. "Isn't it?" said Margaret, and jumped straight out of the car. She fell on her knees, cut her gloves, shook her hat over her ear. Cries of alarm followed her. "You've hurt yourself," exclaimed Charles, jumping after her. "Of course I've hurt myself," she retorted. "May I ask what—" "There's nothing to ask," said Margaret. "Your hand's bleeding." "I know. I'm in for a frightful row from the pater." "You should have thought of that sooner, Charles." Charles had never been in such a position before. It was a woman in revolt who was hobbling away from him, and the sight was too strange to leave any room for anger. He recovered himself when the others caught them up. Their sort he understood. He commanded them to go back. Albert Fussell was seen walking towards them. "It's all right," he called. "It wasn't a dog, it was a cat." "There," exclaimed Charles triumphantly, "it's only a rotten cat." "Got room in your car for a little 'un? I cut as soon as I saw it wasn't a dog. The chauffeurs are tackling the girl." But Margaret walked forward steadily. Why should the chauffeurs tackle the girl? Ladies sheltering behind men, men sheltering behind servants. The whole system's wrong, and she must challenge it. "Miss Schlegel, 'pon my word, you've hurt your hand." "I'm just going to see," said Margaret. "Don't you wait, Mr. Fussell." The second motor came round the corner. "It's all right, madam," said Crane in his turn. He had taken to calling her madam. "What's all right? The cat?" "Yes, madam. The girl will receive compensation for it." "She was a very rude girl," said Angelo from the third motor thoughtfully. "Wouldn't you have been rude?" The Italian spread out his hands, implying that he had not thought of rudeness, but would produce it if it pleased her. The situation became absurd. The gentlemen were again buzzing round Miss Schlegel with offers of assistance, and Lady Edser began to bind up her hand. She yielded, apologizing slightly, and was led back to the car, and soon the landscape resumed its motion. The lonely cottage disappeared, the castle swelled on its cushion of turf, and they had arrived. No doubt she had disgraced herself, but she felt their whole journey from London had been unreal. They had no part with the earth and its emotions. They were dust, and a stink, and cosmopolitan chatter, and the girl whose cat had been killed had lived more deeply than they. "Oh, Henry," she exclaimed, "I have been so naughty," for she had decided to take up this line. "We ran over a cat. Charles told me not to jump out, but I would, and look." She held out her bandaged hand. "Your poor Meg went such a flop." Mr. Wilcox looked bewildered. In evening dress, he was standing to welcome his guests in the hall. "Thinking it was a dog," added Mrs. Warrington. "Ah, a dog's a companion," said Colonel Fussell. "A dog'll remember you." "Have you hurt yourself, Margaret?" "Not to speak about, and it's my left hand." "Well, hurry up and change." She obeyed, as did the others. Mr. Wilcox then turned to his son. "Now, Charles, what's happened?" Charles was absolutely honest. He described what he believed to have happened. Albert had flattened out a cat, and Miss Schlegel had lost her nerve, as any woman might. She had been got safely into the other car, but when it was in motion had leapt out, again in spite of all that they could say. After walking a little on the road, she had calmed down and had said that she was sorry. His father accepted this explanation, and neither knew that Margaret had artfully prepared the way for it. It fitted in too well with their view of feminine nature. In the smoking room, after dinner, the Colonel put forward the view that Miss Schlegel had jumped it out of devilry. Well, he remembered as a young man, in the harbour of Gibraltar once, how a girl, a handsome girl too, had jumped overboard for a bet. He could see her now, and all the lads overboard after her. But Charles and Mr. Wilcox agreed it was much more probably nerves in Miss Schlegel's case. Charles was depressed. That woman had a tongue. She would bring worse disgrace on his father before she had done with them. He strolled out onto the castle mound to think the matter over. The evening was exquisite. On 3 sides of him a little river whispered, full of messages from the west. Above his head the ruins made patterns against the sky. He carefully reviewed their dealings with this family, until he fitted Helen and Margaret and Aunt Julie into an orderly conspiracy. Paternity had made him suspicious. He had 2 children to look after, and more coming, and day by day they seemed less likely to grow up rich men. It is all very well, he reflected, the pater saying that he will be just to all, but one can't be just indefinitely. Money isn't elastic. What's to happen if Evie has a family? And, come to that, so may the pater. There'll not be enough to go round, for there's none coming in, either through Dolly or Percy. It's damnable. He looked enviously at the Grange, whose windows poured light and laughter. First and last, this wedding would cost a pretty penny. 2 ladies were strolling up and down the garden terrace, and as the syllables imperialism were wafted to his ears, he guessed that one of them was his aunt. She might have helped him if she too had not had a family to provide for. Every one for himself, he repeated, a maxim which had cheered him in the past, but which rang grimly enough among the ruins of Oniton. He lacked his father's ability in business, and so had an ever higher regard for money. Unless he could inherit plenty, he feared to leave his children poor. As he sat thinking, one of the ladies left the terrace and walked into the meadow. He recognized her as Margaret by the white bandage that gleamed on her arm, and put out his cigar, lest the gleam should betray him. She climbed up the mound in zigzags, and at times stooped down, as if she were stroking the turf. It sounds absolutely incredible, but for a moment Charles thought that she was in love with him, and had come out to tempt him. Charles believed in temptresses, who are indeed the strong man's necessary complement, and having no sense of humour, he could not purge himself of the thought by a smile. Margaret, who was engaged to his father, and his sister's wedding guest, kept on her way without noticing him, and he admitted that he had wronged her on this point. But what was she doing? Why was she stumbling about amongst the rubble and catching her dress in brambles and burrs? As she edged round the keep, she must have got to leeward and smelt his cigar smoke, for she exclaimed, "Hello, who's that?" Charles made no answer. "Saxon or Celt," she continued, laughing in the darkness. "But it doesn't matter. Whichever you are, you will have to listen to me. I love this place. I love Shropshire. I hate London. I am glad that this will be my home. Ah, dear," she was now moving back towards the house, "what a comfort to have arrived." That woman means mischief, thought Charles, and compressed his lips. In a few minutes he followed her indoors, as the ground was getting damp. Mists were rising from the river, and presently it became invisible, though it whispered more loudly. There had been a heavy downpour in the Welsh hills. End of chapter 25. Recording by Philippa Willits.
Chapter 26 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Kristen McQuillan. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 26. Next morning a fine mist covered the peninsula. The weather promised well, and the outline of the castle mound grew clearer each moment that Margaret watched it. Presently she saw the keep, and the sun painted the rubble gold and charged the white sky with blue. The shadow of the house gathered itself together and fell over the garden. A cat looked up at her window and mewed. Lastly the river appeared, still holding the mists between its banks and its overhanging alders, and only visible as far as a hill which cut off its upper reaches. Margaret was fascinated by Onnington. She had said that she loved it, but it was rather its romantic tension that held her. The rounded druids of whom she'd caught glimpses in her drive, the rivers hurrying down from them to England, the carelessly modelled masses of the lower hills thrilled her with poetry. The house was insignificant, but the prospect from it would be an eternal joy, and she thought of all the friends that she would have to stop in it, and of the conversion of Henry himself to a rural life. Society, too, promised favourably. The rector of the parish had dined with them last night, and she had found that he was a friend of her father's, and so knew what to find in her. She liked him. He would introduce her to the town, while on the other side Sir James Bidder sat, repeating that she had only to give the word, and he would whip up the country families for 20 miles round. Whether Sir James, who was Garden Seeds, had promised what he could perform she doubted, but so long as Henry mistook them for the country families when they did call, she was content. Charles and Albert Fussell now crossed the lawn. They were going for a morning dip, and a servant followed them with their bathing dresses. She had meant to take a stroll herself before breakfast, but she saw that the day was still sacred to men, and amused herself by watching their contretemps. In the first place, the key of the bathing shed could not be found. Charles stood by the riverside with folded hands, tragical, while the servant shouted and was misunderstood by another servant in the garden. Then came a difficulty about a springboard, and soon 3 people were running backwards and forwards over the meadow with orders and counter-orders and recriminations and apologies. If Margaret wanted to jump from a motor car, she jumped. If Tibby thought paddling would benefit his ankles, he paddled. If a clerk desired adventure, he took a walk in the dark. But these athletes seemed paralyzed. They could not bathe without their appliances, though the morning sun was calling and the last mists were rising from the dimpling stream. Had they found the life of the body after all? Could not the men whom they despised as milksops beat them even on their own ground? She thought of the bathing arrangements as they should be in her day. No worrying of servants, no appliances. Beyond good sense. Her reflections were disturbed by the quiet child, who had come to speak to the cat, but was now watching her watch the men. She called, "Good morning, dear," a little sharply. Her voice spread consternation. Charles looked round, and though completely attired in indigo blue, vanished into the shed and was seen no more. "Miss Wilcox is up," the child whispered, and then became unintelligible. "What's that?" It sounded like "cut yoke, sack back." "I can't hear." "On the bed, tissue paper." Gathering that the wedding dress was on view and a visit would be seemly, she went to Evie's room. All was hilarity here. Evie, in a petticoat, was dancing with one of the Anglo-Indian ladies, while the other was adoring yards of white satin. They screamed, they laughed, they sang, and the dog barked. Margaret screamed a little too, but without conviction. She could not feel that a wedding was so funny. Perhaps something was missing in her equipment. Evie gasped, "Dolly, is it rotter not to be here? Oh, we would rag just then." Then Margaret went down to breakfast. Henry was already installed. He ate slowly and spoke little, and was, in Margaret's eyes, the only member of their party who dodged emotion successfully. She could not suppose him indifferent to either the loss of his daughter or the presence of his future wife. Yet he dwelt intact, only issuing orders occasionally, orders that promoted the comfort of his guests. He inquired after her hand. He set her to pour out the coffee, and Mrs. Warrington to pour out the tea. When Evie came down there was a moment's awkwardness, and both ladies rose to vacate their places. "Burton," called Henry, "serve tea and coffee from the sideboard." It wasn't genuine tact, but it was tact of a sort. The sort that is as useful as the genuine, and saves even more situations at board meetings. Henry treated a marriage like a funeral, item by item, never raising his eyes to the whole, and "Death wears thy sting, love wears thy victory," one would exclaim at the close. After breakfast she claimed a few words with him. It was always best to approach him formally. She asked for the interview because he was going on to shoot grouse tomorrow, and she was returning to Helen in town. "Certainly, dear," he said. "Of course I have the time. What do you want?" "Nothing." "I was afraid something had gone wrong." "No, I have nothing to say, but you may talk." Glancing at his watch, he talked of the nasty curve at the lich gate. She heard him with interest. Her surface could always respond to his without contempt, though all her deeper being might be yearning to help him. She had abandoned any plan of action. Love is the best, and the more she let herself love him, the more chance was there that he would set his soul in order. Such a moment as this, when they sat under fair weather by the walks of their future home, was so sweet to her that its sweetness would surely pierce to him. Each lift of his eyes, each parting of the thatched lip from the clean-shaven, must prelude the tenderness that kills the monk and the beast at a single blow. Disappointed 100 times, she still hoped. She loved him with too clear a vision to fear his cloudiness. Whether he droned trivialities as today, or sprang kisses on her in the twilight, she could pardon him, she could respond. "If there is this nasty curve," she suggested, "couldn't we walk to the church? Not, of course, you and Evie, but the rest of us might very well go on first, and that would mean fewer carriages." "One can't have ladies walking through the market square. The Fussells wouldn't like it. They were awfully particular at Charles's wedding. One of our party, was anxious to walk, and certainly the church was just round the corner, and I shouldn't have minded, but the Colonel made a great point of it." "You men shouldn't be so chivalrous," said Margaret thoughtfully. "Why not?" She knew why not, but said that she didn't know. He announced that, unless she had anything special to say, he must visit the wine cellar, and they went off together in search of Burton. Though clumsy and a little inconvenient, Oniton was a genuine country house. They clattered down flagged passages, looking into room after room, and scaring unknown maids from the performance of obscure duties. The wedding breakfast must be in readiness when they came back from church, and tea would be served in the garden. The sight of so many agitated and serious people made Margaret smile, but she reflected that they were paid to be serious, and enjoyed being agitated. Here were the lower wheels of the machine that was tossing Evie into nuptial glory. A little boy blocked their way with pigtails. His mind could not grasp their greatness, and he said, "By your leave, let me pass, please." Henry asked him where Burton was, but the servants were so new that they did not know one another's names. In the still-room sat the band, who had stipulated for champagne as part of their fee, and who were already drinking beer. Scents of Araby came from the kitchen, mingled with cries. Margaret knew what had happened there, for it happened at Wickham Place. One of the wedding dishes had boiled over, and the cook was throwing cedar shavings to hide the smell. At last they came upon the butler. Henry gave him the keys and handed Margaret down the cellar stairs. 2 doors were unlocked. She, who kept all her wine at the bottom of the linen cupboard, was astonished at the sight. "We shall never get through it," she cried, and the 2 men were suddenly drawn into brotherhood and exchanged smiles. She felt as if she had again jumped out of the car while it was moving. Certainly Oniton would take some digesting. It would be no small business to remain herself and yet to assimilate such an establishment. She must remain herself, for his sake as well as her own, since a shadowy wife degrades the husband whom she accompanies, and she must assimilate for reasons of common honesty, since she had no right to marry a man and make him uncomfortable. Her only ally was the power of home. The loss of Wickham Place had taught her more than its possession. Howard's End had repeated the lesson. She was determined to create new sanctities among these hills. After visiting the wine cellar, she dressed, and then came the wedding, which seemed a small affair when compared with the preparations for it. Everything went like 1 o'clock. Mr. Cahill materialized out of space, and was waiting for his bride at the church door. No one dropped the ring, or mispronounced the responses, or trod on Evie's train, or cried. In a few minutes the clergymen performed their duty, the register was signed, and they were back in their carriages, negotiating the dangerous curve by the lich gate. Margaret was convinced that they had not been married at all, and that the Norman Church had been intent all the time on other business. There were more documents to sign at the house, and the breakfast to eat, and then a few more people dropped in for the garden party. There had been a great many refusals. After all, it was not a very big affair, not as big as Margaret's would be. She noted the dishes and the strips of red carpet, that outwardly she might give Henry what was proper. But inwardly she hoped for something better than this blend of Sunday church and fox hunting. If only someone had been upset! But this wedding had gone off so particularly well. Quite like a Durbar, in the opinion of Lady Edser, and she thoroughly agreed with her. So the wasted day lumbered forward. The bride and bridegroom drove off, yelling with laughter, and for the second time the sun retreated towards the hills of Wales. Henry, who was more tired than he owned, came up to her in the castle meadow, and in tones of unusual softness said that he was pleased. Everything had gone off so well. She felt that he was praising her, too, and blushed. Certainly she had done all she could with his intractable friends, and had made a special point of kowtowing to the men. They were breaking camp this evening. Only the Warringtons and the quiet child would stay the night. The others were already moving towards the house to finish their packing. "I think it did go off well," she agreed. "Since I had to jump out of the motor, I'm thankful I lighted on my left hand. I'm so very glad about it, Henry dear. I only hope that the guests at ours may be half as comfortable. You must all remember we have no practical person among us except my aunt, and she is not used to entertainments on a large scale." "I know," he said gravely. "Under the circumstances, it would be better to put everything into the hands of Harrods or Whiteleys, or even to go to some hotel." "You desire a hotel?" "Yes, because, well, I mustn't interfere with you. No doubt you want to be married from your old home." "My old home is falling into pieces, Henry. I only want my new. Isn't it a perfect evening?" "The Alexandrina isn't bad." "The Alexandrina," she echoed, more occupied with the threads of smoke that were issuing from their chimneys, and ruling the sunlit slopes with parallels of grey. "It's off Curzon Street." "Is it? Let's be married from off Curzon Street." Then she turned westward, to gaze at the swirling gold. Just where the river rounded the hill, the sun caught it. Fairyland must lie above the bend, and its precious liquid was pouring towards them past Charles' bathing shed. She gazed so long that her eyes were dazzled, and when they moved back into the house, she could not recognize the faces of the people who were coming out of it. A parlour maid was preceding them. "Who are those people?" she asked. "They're callers," exclaimed Henry. "It's too late for callers." "Perhaps they're town people who wanted to see the wedding presents." "I'm not at home yet to townies." "Well, hide among the ruins, and if I can stop them, I will." He thanked her. Margaret went forward, smiling socially. She supposed that these were unpunctual guests, who would have to be content with vicarious civility, since Evie and Charles were gone, Henry tired, and the others in their rooms. She assumed the air of a hostess. But not for long, for one of the group was Helen in her oldest clothes, and dominated by that tense, wounding excitement that had made her a terror in their nursery days. "What is it?" she called. "Oh, what's wrong? Is Tibby ill?" Helen spoke to her two companions, who fell back. Then she bore furiously forward. "They're starving!" she shouted. "I found them starving!" "Who? Why have you come?" "The Basts." "Oh, Helen," moaned Margaret, "whatever have you done now?" "He's lost his place. He's been turned out of the bank. Yes, he's done for. We upper classes have ruined him, and I suppose you'll tell me that it's the battle of life. Starving. His wife is ill. Starving. She fainted in the train." "Helen, are you mad?" "Perhaps. Yes, if you like, I'm mad, but I've brought them. I'll stand injustice no longer. I'll show up the wretchedness that lies under this luxury, this talk of impersonal forces, this cant about God doing what we're all too slack to do ourselves." "Have you actually brought 2 starving people from London to Shropshire, Helen?" Helen was checked. She had not thought of this, and her hysteria abated. "There was a restaurant car on the train," she said. "Don't be absurd. They aren't starving, and you know it. Now, begin from the beginning. I won't have such theatrical nonsense." "How dare you? Yes, how dare you?" she repeated, as anger filled her. "Bursting into Evie's wedding in this heartless way. My goodness, but you've a perverted notion of philanthropy. Look," she indicated the house. "Servants, People out the windows. They think it's some sort of vulgar scandal, and I must explain. Oh no, it's only my sister screaming and 2 hangers-on of ours, who she's brought here for no conceivable reason." "Kindly take back that word hangers-on," said Helen, ominously calm. "Very well," conceded Margaret, who, for all her wrath, was determined to avoid a real quarrel. "I, too, am sorry about them, but it beats me why you've brought them here, or why you're here yourself." "It's our last chance of seeing Mr. Wilcox." Margaret moved towards the house at this. She was determined not to worry Henry. "He's going to Scotland. I know he is. I insist on seeing him." "Yes, tomorrow." "I knew it was our last chance." "How do you do, Mr. Bast?" said Margaret, trying to control her voice. "This is an odd business. What view do you take of it?" "There is Mrs. Bast, too," prompted Helen. Jackie also shook hands. She, like her husband, was shy, and furthermore ill, and furthermore so bestially stupid that she could not grasp what was happening. She only knew that the lady had swept down like a whirlwind last night, had paid the rent, redeemed the furniture, provided them with a dinner and breakfast, and ordered them to meet her at Paddington next morning. Leonard had feebly protested, and when morning came had suggested that they did not go, but she, half mesmerized, obeyed. The lady had told them to, and they must, and their bed-sitting-room had accordingly changed into Paddington, and Paddington into a railway carriage that shook and grew hot and grew cold, and vanished entirely, and reappeared amid torrents of expensive scent. "You've fainted," said the lady in an awestruck voice. "Perhaps the air will do you good." And perhaps it had, for here she was, feeling rather better among a lot of flowers. "I'm sure I don't want to intrude," began Leonard in answer to Margaret's question, "but you've been so kind to me in the past in warning me about the Porphyrion that I wondered whether we could get him back into the Porphyrion again," supplied Helen. "Meg, this has been a cheerful business, a bright evening's work, that was on the Chelsea Embankment." Margaret shook her head and returned to Mr. Bast. "I don't understand. You left the Porphyrion because we suggested it was a bad concern, didn't you?" "That's right." "And went into a bank instead." "I told you all that," said Helen. "And they reduced their staff after he'd been there a month, and now he's penniless, and I consider that we and our informant are directly to blame." "I hate all this," Leonard muttered. "I hope you do, Mr. Bast, but it's no good mincing matters. You've done yourself no good by coming here. If you intend to confront Mr. Wilcox, and to call him to account for a chance remark, you'll make a very great mistake." "I brought them. I did it all," cried Helen. "I can only advise you to go at once. My sister has put you in a false position, and it is kindest to tell you so. It's too late to get to town, but you'll find a comfortable hotel where Mrs. Bast can rest, and I hope you'll be my guests there." "That isn't what I want, Miss Schlegel," said Leonard. "You're very kind, and no doubt it's a false position, but you make me miserable. I seem no good at all." "It's work he wants," interpreted Helen. "Can't you see?" Then he said, "Jackie, let's go. We're more bothered than we're worth. We're costing these ladies pounds and pounds already to get work for us, and they never will. There's nothing we're good enough to do." "We would like to find you work," said Margaret rather conventionally. "We want to. I like my sister. You're only down in your luck. Go to the hotel. Have a good night's rest. And some day you shall pay me back the bill if you prefer it." But Leonard was near the abyss, and at such moments men see clearly. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said. "I shall never get work now. If rich people fail at one profession, they can try another. Not I. I had my groove, and I've got out of it. I could do one particular branch of insurance in one particular office well enough to command a salary, but that's all. Poetry's nothing, Miss Schlegel. One's thoughts about this and that are nothing. Your money, too, is nothing, if you'll understand me. I mean, if a man over 20 once loses his own particular job, it's all over with him. I have seen it happen to others. Their friends gave them money for a little, but in the end they fall over the edge. It's no good. It's the whole world pulling. There will always be rich and poor." He ceased. "Won't you have something to eat?" said Margaret. "I don't know what to do. It isn't my house, and though Mr. Wilcox would be glad to see you at any other time, as I say, I don't know what to do, but I undertake to do what I can for you. Helen, offer them something. Do try a sandwich, Mrs. Bast." They moved to a long table, behind which a servant was still standing. Iced cakes, sandwiches innumerable, coffee, claret cup, champagne remained almost intact. Their overfed guests could do no more. Leonard refused. Jackie thought that she could manage a little. Margaret left them whispering together and had a few more words with Helen. She said, "Helen, I like Mr. Bast. I agree he's worth helping. I agree that we are directly responsible." "No, indirectly, via Mr. Wilcox." "Let me tell you, once and for all, that if you take up that attitude I'll do nothing. No doubt you're right logically and are entitled to say a great many scathing things about Henry, only I won't have it. So choose." Helen looked at the sunset. "If you promise to take them quietly to the George, I will speak to Henry about them. In my own way, mind. There is to be none of this absurd screaming about justice. I have no use for justice. If it was only a question of money, we could do it ourselves. But he wants work, and that we can't give him. But possibly Henry can." "It's his duty to," grumbled Helen. "Nor am I concerned with duty. I'm concerned with the characters of various people whom we know, and how, things being as they are, things may be made a little better. Mr. Wilcox hates being asked favours. All business men do, but I am going to ask him at the risk of a rebuff because I want to make things a little better." "Very well, I promise. You take it very calmly." "Take them off to the George and I'll try. Poor creatures, but they look tired." As they parted, she added, "I haven't nearly done with you, though, Helen. You have been most self-indulgent. I can't get over it. You have less restraint rather than more as you grow older. Think it over and alter yourself, or we shan't have happy lives." She rejoined Henry. Fortunately, he had been sitting down. These physical matters were important. "Was it townies?" he asked, greeting her with a pleasant smile. "You'll never believe me," said Margaret, sitting down beside him. "It's all right now, but it was my sister." "Helen here?" he cried, preparing to rise. "But she refused the invitation. I thought she despised weddings." "Don't get up. She's not come to the wedding. I've bundled her off to the George." Inherently hospitable, he protested. "No, she has 2 of her protégées with her, and must keep with them." "Let 'em all come." "My dear Henry, did you see them?" "I did catch sight of a brown bunch of a woman, certainly." "The brown bunch was Helen. But did you catch sight of a sea green and salmon bunch?" "What, are they out bean feasting?" "No, business. They wanted to see me, and later on I want to talk to you about them." She was ashamed of her own diplomacy. In dealing with a Wilcox, how tempting it was to lapse from comradeship, and to give him the kind of woman that he desired. Henry took the hint at once, and said, "Why later on? Tell me now. No time like the present." "Shall I?" "If it isn't a long story." "Oh, no, not 5 minutes, but there's a sting at the end of it, for I want you to find the man some work in your office." "What are his qualifications?" "I don't know. He's a clerk." "How old?" 25, perhaps." "What's his name?" "Bast," said Margaret, and was about to remind him that they had met at Wickham Place, but stopped herself. It had not been a successful meeting. "Where was he before?" "Dempster's Bank." "Why did he leave?" he asked, still remembering nothing. "They reduced their staff." "All right, I'll see him." It was the reward of her tact and devotion through the day. Now she understood why some women prefer influence to rights. Mrs. Plinlimmon, when condemning suffragettes, had said, "The woman who can't influence her husband to vote the way she wants ought to be ashamed of herself." Margaret had winced, but she was influencing Henry now, and though pleased at her little victory, she knew that she had won it by the methods of the harem. "I should be glad if you took him," she said, "but I don't know whether he's qualified." "I'll do what I can, but Margaret, this mustn't be taken as a precedent." "No, of course, of course." "I can't fit in your protégés every day. Business would suffer." "I can promise you he's the last. He's rather a special case." "Protégés always are." She let it stand at that. He rose with a little extra touch of complacency and held out his hand to help her up. How wide the gulf between Henry as he was, and Henry as Helen thought he ought to be! And she herself, hovering as usual between the two, now accepting men as they are, now yearning with her sister for truth. Love and truth, their warfare seems eternal. Perhaps the whole visible world rests on it, and if they were one, life itself, like the spirits when Prospero was reconciled to his brother, might vanish into air. into thin air. "Your protégé has made us late," he said. "The Fussells will just be starting." On the whole, she sided with men as they are. Henry would save the Basts, as he had saved Howard's End, while Helen and her friends were discussing the ethics of salvation. His was a slapdash method, but the world had been built slapdash, and the beauty of mountain and river and sunset may be but the varnish with which the unskilled artificer hides his joins. Oniton, like herself, was imperfect. Its apple trees were stunted, its castle ruinous. It, too, had suffered in the border warfare between the Anglo-Saxon and the Celt, between things as they are and as they ought to be. Once more the west was retreating. Once again the orderly stars were dotting the eastern sky. There is certainly no rest for us on the earth. But there is happiness, and as Margaret descended the mound on her lover's arm, she felt that she was having her share. To her annoyance, Mrs. Bast was still in the garden. The husband and Helen had left her there to finish her meal while they went to engage rooms. Margaret found this woman repellent. She had felt, when shaking her hand, an overpowering shame. She remembered the motive of her call at Wickham Place, and smelt again the odours from the abyss, odours the more disturbing because they were involuntary. For there was no malice in Jacky. There she sat, a piece of cake in one hand, an empty champagne glass in the other, doing no harm to anybody. "She's overtired," Margaret whispered. "She's something else," said Henry. "This won't do. I can't have her in my garden in this state." "Is she—" Margaret hesitated to add drunk. Now that she was going to marry him, he had grown particular. He discountenanced risque conversations now. Henry went up to the woman. She raised her face, which gleamed in the twilight like a puff-ball. "Madam, you will be more comfortable at the hotel," he said sharply. Jacky replied, "If it isn't Hen!" "Ne crois pas que le mari lui ressemble," apologized Margaret. "Il est tout à fait différent." "Henry!" she repeated quite distinctly. Mr. Wilcox was much annoyed. "I can't congratulate you on your protégés," he remarked. "Hen, don't go. You do love me, dear, don't you?" "Bless us, what a person!" sighed Margaret, gathering up her skirts. Jacky pointed with her cake. "You're a nice boy, you are," she yawned. "There now, I love you." "Henry, I am awfully sorry." "And pray why?" he asked, and looked at her so sternly that she feared he was ill. He seemed more scandalized than the facts demanded. "To have brought this down on you." "Pray don't apologize." The voice continued. "Why does she call you Hen?" said Margaret innocently. "Has she ever seen you before?" "Seen Hen before?" said Jacky. "Who hasn't seen Hen? He's serving you like me, my dear. These boys, you wait. Still, we love 'em." "Are you now satisfied?" Henry asked. Margaret began to grow frightened. "I don't know what this is all about," she said. "Let's come in." But he thought she was acting. He thought he was trapped. He saw his whole life crumbling. "Don't you, indeed?" he said bitingly. "I do. Allow me to congratulate you on the success of your plan." "This is Helen's plan, not mine." "I now understand your interest in the Basts. Very well thought out. I am amused at your caution, Margaret. You are quite right. It was necessary. I am a man, and I've lived a man's past. I have the honour to release you from your engagement." Still she could not understand. She knew of life's seamy side as a theory. She could not grasp it as a fact. More words from Jacky were necessary. Words unequivocal, undenied. "So that—" burst from her, and she went indoors. She stopped herself from saying more. "So what?" asked Colonel Fussell, who was getting ready to start in the hall. "We were saying— Henry and I were just having the fiercest argument. My point being—" Seizing his fur coat from a footman, she offered to help him on. He protested, and there was a playful little scene. "No, let me do that," said Henry, following. "Thanks so much. You see, he's forgiven me," the Colonel said gallantly. "I don't expect there's much to forgive." He got into the car. The ladies followed him after an interval. Maids, courier, and heavier luggage had been sent on earlier by the branch line. Still chattering, still thanking their host and patronizing their future hostess, the guests were home away. Then Margaret continued. "So that woman has been your mistress?" "You put it with your usual delicacy," he replied. "When, please?" "Why?" "When, please?" 10 years ago." She left him without a word, for it was not her tragedy, it was Mrs. Wilcox's. End of chapter 26.
Chapter number 27 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Willits. Helen began to wonder why she had spent a matter of £8 in making some people ill and others angry. Now that the wave of excitement was ebbing, and had left her, Mr. Bast, and Mrs. Bast stranded for the night in a Shropshire hotel, she asked herself what forces had made the wave flow. At all events, no harm was done. Margaret would play the game properly now, and though Helen disapproved of her sister's methods, she knew that the Basts would benefit by them in the long run. "Mr. Wilcox is so illogical," she explained to Leonard, who had put his wife to bed, and was sitting with her in the empty coffee-room. "If we told him it was his duty to take you on, he might refuse to do it. The fact is, he isn't properly educated. I don't want to set you against him, but you'll find him a trial." "I can never thank you sufficiently, Miss Schlegel," was all that Leonard felt equal to. "I believe in personal responsibility, don't you? And in personal everything. I suppose I oughtn't to say that, but the Wilcoxes are on the wrong tack, surely. Or perhaps it isn't their fault. Perhaps the little thing that says 'I' is missing out of the middle of their heads, and then it's a waste of time to blame them. There's a nightmare of a theory that says a special race is being born, which will rule the rest of us in the future, just because it lacks the little thing that says 'I.' Had you heard that? I get no time for reading. Had you thought it, then, that there are two kinds of people, our kind, who live straight from the middle of their heads, and the other kind who can't, because their heads have no middle, they can't say 'I'. They aren't, in fact, and so they're supermen. Pierpont Morgan has never said 'I' in his life." Leonard roused himself. If his benefactress wanted intellectual conversation, she must have it. She was more important than his ruined past. "I never got on to Nietzsche," he said, "but I always understood that those supermen were rather like what you may call egoists." "Oh no, that's wrong," replied Helen. "No superman ever said 'I want,' because 'I want' must lead to the question 'Who am I?' and so to pity and to justice. He only says 'want.' Want Europe, if he's Napoleon. Want wives, if he's Bluebeard. Want Botticelli, if he's Pierpont Morgan. Never the 'I', and if you could pierce through him, you'd find panic and emptiness in the middle." Leonard was silent for a moment. Then he said, "May I take it, Miss Schlegel, that you and I are both the sort that say 'I'?" "Of course. And your sister too?" "Of course," repeated Helen, a little sharply. She was annoyed with Margaret, but did not want her discussed. All presentable people say 'I.' "But Mr. Wilcox, he is not, perhaps?" "I don't know that it is any good discussing Mr. Wilcox either." Quite so, he agreed. Helen asked herself why she had snubbed him. Once or twice during the day she had encouraged him to criticise, and then had pulled him up short. Was she afraid of him presuming? If so, it was disgusting of her. But he was thinking the snub quite natural. Everything she did was natural and incapable of causing offence. While the Miss Schlegels were together, he had felt them scarcely human, a sort of admonitory whirligig. But a Miss Schlegel alone was different. She was, in Helen's case, unmarried, in Margaret's about to be married, in neither case an echo of her sister. A light had fallen at last into this rich upper world, and he saw that it was full of men and women, some of whom were more friendly to him than others. Helen had become his Miss Schlegel, who scolded him and corresponded with him, and had swept down yesterday with grateful vehemence. Margaret, though not unkind, was severe and remote. He would not presume to help her, for instance. He had never liked her, and began to think that his original impression was true, and that her sister did not like her either. Helen was certainly lonely. She, who gave away so much, was receiving too little. Leonard was pleased to think that he could spare her vexation by holding his tongue and concealing what he knew about Mr. Wilcox. Jackie had announced her discovery when he fetched her from the lawn. After the first shock, he did not mind for himself, but now he had no illusions about his wife, and this was only one new stain on the face of a love that had never been pure. To keep perfection perfect, that should be his ideal, if the future gave him time to have ideals. Helen, and Margaret for Helen's sake, must not know. Helen disconcerted him by fuming the conversation to his wife. "Mrs. Bast, does she ever say I?" she asked, half mischievously, and then, "Is she very tired?" "It's better she stops in her room," said Leonard. "Shall I sit up with her?" "No, thank you, she does not need company." "Mr. Bast, what kind of woman is your wife?" Leonard blushed up to his eyes. "You ought to know my ways by now. Does that question offend you?" "No, oh no, Miss Schlegel, no. Because I love honesty. Don't pretend your marriage has been a happy one. You and she can have nothing in common." He did not deny it, but said shyly, "I suppose that's pretty obvious, but Jackie never meant to do anybody any harm. When things went wrong, or I heard things, I used to think it was her fault, but looking back it's more mine. I needn't have married her, but as I have, I must stick to her and keep her." "How long have you been married?" "Nearly 3 years." "What did your people say?" "They will not have anything to do with us. They had a sort of family council when they heard I was married, and cut us off altogether." Helen began to pace up and down the room. "My good boy, what a mess," she said gently. "Who are your people?" He could answer this. His parents, who were dead, had been in trade. His sisters had married commercial travellers. His brother was a lay reader. "And your grandparents?" Leonard told her a secret that he had held shameful up to now. "They were just nothing at all," he said. "Agricultural labourers and that sort." "So, from which part?" "Lincolnshire mostly. But my mother's father, he, oddly enough, came from these parts round here." "From this very Shropshire? Yes, that is odd. My mother's people were Lancashire. But why do your brother and your sisters object to Mrs. Bast?" "Oh, I don't know." "Excuse me, you do know. I am not a baby. I can bear anything you tell me, and the more you tell me, the more I shall be able to help. Have they heard anything against her?" He was silent. "I think I have guessed now," said Helen very gravely. "I don't think so, Miss Schlegel. I hope not. We must be honest, even over these things. I have guessed. I am frightfully, dreadfully sorry, but it does not make the least difference to me. I shall feel just the same to both of you. I blame, not your wife for these things, but men." Leonard left it at that, so long as she did not guess the man. She stood at the window and slowly pulled up the blinds. The hotel looked over a dark square. The mists had begun. When she turned back to him, her eyes were shining. "Don't you worry," he pleaded. "I can't bear that. We shall be all right if I get work. If I could only get work, something regular to do, then it wouldn't be so bad again. I don't trouble after books as I used. I can imagine that with regular work We should settle down again. It stops one thinking." "Settle down to what?" "Oh, just settle down." "And that's to be life," said Helen, with a catch in her throat. "How can you, with all the beautiful things to see and do, with music, with walking at night?" "Walking is well when a man's in work," he answered. "Oh, I did talk a lot of nonsense once, but there's nothing like a bailiff in the house to drive it out of you. When I saw him fingering my Ruskins and Stevensons, I seemed to see life straight real, and it isn't a pretty sight. My books are back again, thanks to you, but they'll never be the same to me again, and I shan't ever think Night in the Woods as wonderful." "Why not?" asked Helen, throwing up the window. "Because I see one must have money." "Well, you're wrong." "I wish I was wrong, but the clergyman, he has money of his own, or else he's paid. The poet or the musician, just the same. The tramp, he's no different. The tramp goes to the workhouse in the end, and is paid for with other people's money. Miss Schlegel, the real thing's money, and all the rest is a dream. You're still wrong. You've forgotten death." Leonard could not understand. "If we lived forever, what you say would be true. But we have to die. We have to leave life presently. Injustice and greed would be the real thing if we lived forever. As it is, we must hold on to other things, because death is coming. I love death. Not morbidly, but because he explains. He shows me the emptiness of money. Death and money are the eternal foes, not death and life. Never mind what lies behind death, Mr. Bast, but be sure that the poet and the musician and the tramp will be happier in it than the man who has never learnt to say, 'I am I.' I wonder. We are all in a mist. I know, but I can help you this far. Men like the Wilcoxes are deeper in the mist than any. Sane, sound Englishmen, building up empires, levelling all the world into what they call common sense. But mention death to them and they're offended, because death's really imperial, and he cries out against them forever. I'm as afraid of death as anyone, but not of the idea of death." "But what is the difference?" "Infinite difference," said Helen, more gravely than before. Leonard looked at her wondering, and had the sense of great things sweeping out of the shrouded night. But he could not receive them, because his heart was still full of little things. As the lost umbrella had spoilt the concert at Queen's Hall, so the lost situation was obscuring the diviner harmonies now. Death, life, and materialism were fine words, but would Mr. Wilcox take him on as a clerk? Talk as one would, Mr. Wilcox was king of this world, the Superman with his own morality, whose head remained in the clouds. "I must be stupid," he said apologetically. While to Helen the paradox became clearer and clearer. Death destroys a man. The idea of death saves him. Behind the coffins and the skeletons that stay the vulgar mind lies something so immense that all that is great in us responds to it. Men of the world may recoil from the charnel house that they will one day enter, but love knows better. Death is his foe, but his peer, and in their age-long struggle the thews of love have been strengthened, and his vision cleared, until there is no one who can stand against him. So never give in," continued the girl, and restated again and again the vague yet convincing plea that the invisible lodges against the visible. Her excitement grew as she tried to cut the rope that fastened Leonard to the earth. Woven of bitter experience, it resisted her. Presently the waitress entered and gave her a letter from Margaret. Another note, addressed to Leonard, was inside. They read them, listening to the murmurings of the river. End of chapter 27. Recording by Philippa Willits.
Chapter 28 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 28. For many hours Margaret did nothing. Then she controlled herself and wrote some letters. She was too bruised to speak to Henry. She could pity him and even determine to marry him, but as yet all lay too deep in her heart for speech. On the surface the sense of his degradation was too strong. She could not command voice or look, and the gentle words that she forced out through her pen seemed to proceed from some other person. "My dearest boy," she began, "this is not to part us. It is everything or nothing, and I mean it to be nothing. It happened long before we ever met, and even if it had happened since, I should be writing the same, I hope. I do understand." But she crossed out, "I do understand." It struck a false note. Henry could not bear to be understood. She also crossed out, "It is everything or nothing." Henry would resent so strong a grasp of the situation. She must not comment. Comment is unfeminine. "I think that'll about do," she thought. Then the sense of his degradation choked her. Was he worth all this bother? To have yielded to a woman of that sort was everything. Yes, it was, and she could not be his wife. She tried to translate his temptation into her own language, and her brain reeled. Men must be different, even to want to yield to such a temptation. Her belief in comradeship was stifled, and she saw life as from that glass saloon on the Great Western, which sheltered male and female alike from the fresh air. Are the sexes really races, each with its own code of morality, and their mutual love a mere device of nature to keep things going? Strip human intercourse of the properties, and it is reduced to this. Her judgment told her no. She knew that out of nature's device we have built a magic that will win us immortality. Far more mysterious than the call of sex to sex is the tenderness that we throw into that call. Far wider is the gulf between us and the farmyard than between the farmyard and the garbage that nourishes it. We are evolving in ways that science cannot measure, to ends that theology dares not contemplate. Men did produce one jewel, the gods will say, and saying will give us immortality. Margaret knew all this, but for the moment she could not feel it, and transformed the marriage of Evie and Mr. Cahill into a carnival of fools, and her own marriage. Too miserable to think of that, she tore up the letter, then wrote another. "Dear Mr. Bast, I have spoken to Mr. Wilcox about you, as I promised, and am sorry to say that he has no vacancy for you. Yours truly, M. J. Schlegel." She enclosed this in a note to Helen, over which she took less trouble than she might have done, but her head was aching, and she could not stop to pick up her words. "Dear Helen, give him this. The Basts are no good. Henry found the woman drunk on the lawn. I am having a room got ready for you here, and will you please come round at once on getting this? The Basts are not at all the type we should trouble about. I may go round to them myself in the morning, and do anything that is fair. M." In writing this, Margaret felt that she was being practical. Something might be arranged for the Basts later on, but they must be silenced for the moment. She hoped to avoid a conversation between the woman and Helen. She rang the bell for a servant, but no one answered it. Mr. Wilcox and the Warringtons were gone to bed, and the kitchen was abandoned to Saturnalia. Consequently, she went over to the George herself. She did not enter the hotel, for discussion would have been perilous, and saying that the letter was important, she gave it to the waitress. As she recrossed the square, where she saw Helen and Mr. Bast looking out the window of the coffee-room, and feared she was already too late. Her task was not yet over. She ought to tell Henry what she had done. This came easily, for she saw him in the hall. The night wind had been rattling the pictures against the wall, and the noise had disturbed him. "Who's there?" he called. "Quite the householder?" Margaret walked in and passed him. "I have asked Helen to sleep," she said. "She is best here, so don't lock the front door." "I thought someone had got in," said Henry. "At the same time I told the man that we could do nothing for him. I don't know about later, but now the Basts must clearly go." "Did you say that your sister is sleeping here, after all?" "Probably." "Is she to be shown up in your room?" "I have naturally nothing to say to her. I'm going to bed. Will you tell the servants about Helen? Could someone go to carry her bag?" He tapped a little gong which had been brought to summon the servants. "You must make more noise than that if you want them to hear." Henry opened a door, and down the corridor came shouts of laughter. "Far too much screaming there," he said, and strode towards it. Margaret went upstairs, uncertain whether to be glad that they had met, or sorry. They had behaved as if nothing had happened, and her deepest instincts told her that this was wrong. For his own sake some explanation was due. And yet, what could an explanation tell her? A date, a place, a few details which she could imagine all too clearly. Now that the first shock was over, she saw that there was every reason to premise a Mrs. Blast. Henry's inner life had long laid open to her, his intellectual confusion, his obtuseness to personal influence, his strong but furtive passions. Should she refuse him because his outer life corresponded? Perhaps. Perhaps if the dishonour had been done to her. But it was done long before her day. She struggled against the feeling. She told herself that Mrs. Wilcox's wrong was her own. But she was not a barren theorist. As she undressed, her anger, her regard for the dead, her desire for a scene, all grew weak. Henry must have it as he liked, for she loved him, and some day she would use her love to make him a better man. Pity was at the bottom of her actions all through this crisis. Pity, if one may generalize, is at the bottom of woman. When men like us, it is for our better qualities, and however tender their liking, we dare not be unworthy of it, or they will quietly let us go. But unworthiness stimulates woman. It brings out her deeper nature, for good or for evil. Here was the core of the question. Henry must be forgiven and made better by love. Nothing else mattered. Mrs. Wilcox, that unquiet yet kindly ghost, must be left to her own wrong. To her everything was in proportion now, and she too would pity the man who was blundering up and down their lives. Had Mrs. Wilcox known of his trespass? An interesting question, but Margaret fell asleep, tethered by affection and lulled by the murmurs of the river that descended all the night from Wales. She felt herself at one with her future home, colouring it and coloured by it, and awoke to see, for the second time, Oniton Castle conquering the morning mists. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 29. "Henry, dear," was her greeting. He had finished his breakfast and was beginning the Times. His sister-in-law was packing. She knelt by him and took the paper from him, feeling that it was unusually heavy and thick. Then, putting her face where it had been, she looked up in his eyes. "Henry, dear, look at me. No, I won't have you shirking. Look at me. There. That's all." "You're referring to last evening," he said huskily. "I have released you from your engagement. I could find excuses, but I won't. No, I won't. 1,000 times no. I'm not a bad lot, and must be left at that." Expelled from his old fortress, Mr. Wilcox was building a new one. He could no longer appear respectable to her, so he defended himself instead in a lurid past. It was not true repentance. "Leave it where you will, boy. It's not going to trouble us. I know what I'm talking about, and it will make no difference." "No difference?" he inquired. "No difference when you find out that I'm not the fellow you thought?" He was annoyed with Miss Schlegel here. He would have preferred her to be prostrated by the blow, or even to rage. Against the tide of his sin flowed the feeling that she was altogether womanly. Her eyes gazed too straight. They had read books that are suitable for men only, and though he had dreaded a scene, and though she had determined against one, there was a scene, all the same. It was something imperative, "I am unworthy of you," he began. "Had I been worthy, I should not have released you from your engagement. I know what I am talking about. I can't bear to talk of such things. We had better leave it." She kissed his hand. He jerked it from her, and, rising to his feet, went on. "You, with your sheltered life and refined pursuits, and friends and books, you and your sister, and women like you. I say, how can you guess the temptations that lie round a man?" "It is difficult for us," said Margaret. "But if we are worth marrying, we do guess." "Cut off from decent society and family ties, what do you suppose happens to thousands of young fellows overseas? Isolated, no one near. I know by bitter experience, and yet you say it makes no difference." "Not to me." He laughed bitterly. Margaret went to the sideboard and helped herself to one of the breakfast dishes. Being the last down, she turned out the spirit lamp that kept them warm. She was tender but grave. She knew that Henry was not so much confessing his soul as pointing out the gulf between the male and the female, and that she did not desire to hear him on this point. "Did Helen come?" she asked. He shook his head. "But that won't do at all. We don't want her gossiping with Mrs. Bast." "Good God, no!" he exclaimed, suddenly natural. Then he caught himself. "Let them gossip. My game's up. Though I thank you for your unselfishness, little as my thanks are worth." "Didn't she send me a message or anything?" "I heard of none." "Would you ring the bell, please?" "What to do?" "Why, to inquire." He swaggered up to it tragically and sounded appeal. Margaret poured herself out some coffee. The butler came and said that Miss Schlegel had slept at the George, so far as he had heard. Should he go round to the George? "I'll go, thank you," said Margaret, and dismissed him. "It's no good," said Henry. "Those things leak out. You cannot stop a story once it has started. I have known cases of other men. I despised them once. I thought that I'm different. I shall never be tempted. Oh, Margaret!" He came and sat down near her, improvising emotion. She could not bear to listen to him. "We fellows come to grief once in our time. Will you believe that? There are moments when the strongest man, 'Let him who standeth take heed lest he fall.' That's true, isn't it? If you knew all, you would excuse me. I was far from good influences, far even from England. I was very, very lonely, and longed for a woman's voice. That's enough. I have told you too much already for you to forgive me now." "Yes, that's enough, dear." "I have," he lowered his voice, "I have been through hell." Gravely she considered this claim. Had he? Had he suffered tortures of remorse, or had it been, "There, that's over. Now for respectable life again"? The latter, if she read him rightly. A man who's been through hell does not boast of his virility. He is humble and hides it, if, indeed, it still exists. Only in legend does the sinner come forth penitent, but terrible to conquer pure woman by his resistless power. Henry was anxious to be terrible, but he had not got it in him. He was a good average Englishman who had slipped. The really culpable point, his faithlessness to Mrs. Wilcox, never seemed to strike him. She longed to mention Mrs. Wilcox. And bit by bit the story was told her. It was a very simple story. 10 years ago was the time. A garrison town, and Cyprus the place. Now and then he asked her whether she could possibly forgive him, and she answered, "I have already forgiven you, Henry." She chose her words carefully, and so saved him from panic. She played the girl until he could rebuild his fortress and hide his soul from the world. When the butler came to clear away, Henry was in a very different mood, asked the fellow what he was in such a hurry for, complained of the noise last night in the servants' hall. Margaret looked intently at the butler. He, as a handsome young man, was faintly attractive to her as a woman, an attraction so faint as scarcely to be perceptible. Yet the skies would have fallen in if she had mentioned it to Henry. On her return from the George, the building operations were complete, and the old Henry fronted her, competent, cynical, and kind. He had made a clean breast, had been forgiven, and the great thing now was to forget his failure and to send it the way of other unsuccessful investments. Jackie rejoined Howard's End and Ducie Street, and the vermilion motor car, and the Argentine hard dollars, and all the things that people for whom he had never had much use and had less now. Their memory hampered him. He could scarcely attend to Margaret, who brought back disquieting news from the George. Helen and her clients had gone. "Well, then let them go. The man and his wife, I mean. For the more we see of your sister, the better." "But they have gone separately. Helen very early, the Basts just before I arrived. They have left no message. They have answered neither of my notes. I don't like to think what it all means." "What did you say in the notes?" "I told you last night." Yes. Dear, would you like one turn in the garden?" Margaret took his arm. The beautiful weather soothed her, but the wheels of Evie's wedding were still at work, tossing the guests outwards as deftly as they had drawn them in, and she could not be with him long. It had been arranged that they should motor to Shrewsbury, whence they would go north, and she back to London with the Warringtons. For a fraction of time she was happy, then her brain recommenced. "I'm afraid there's been gossiping of some kind at the George. Helen would not have left unless she had heard something. I mismanaged that. It is wretched. I ought to have parted her from that woman at once." "Margaret?" he exclaimed, losing her arm impressively. Yes, Henry." "I am far from a saint, in fact the reverse. But you have taken me for better or for worse. Bygones must be bygones. You have promised to forgive me. Margaret, a promise is a promise. Never mention that woman again." "Except for some practical reason, never." "Practical? You practical?" "Yes, I'm practical," she murmured, stooping over the mowing machine and playing with the grass, which trickled through her fingers like sand. He had silenced her, but her fears made him uneasy. Not for the first time he was threatened with blackmail. He was rich and supposed to be moral. The Basts knew that he was not, and might find it profitable to hint as much. "At all events, you mustn't worry," he said. "This is a man's business." He thought intently. "On no account mention it to anybody." Margaret flushed at advice so elementary, but he was really paving the way for a lie. If necessary, he would deny that he had ever known Mrs. Bast, and prosecute her for libel. Perhaps he never had known her. Here was Margaret, who behaved as if she had not. There the house. Round them were half a dozen gardeners clearing up after his daughter's wedding. All was so solid and spruce that the past flew up out of sight like a spring blind, leaving only the last 5 minutes unrolled. Glancing at these, he saw that the car would be round during the next 5, and plunged into action. Gongs were tapped, orders issued. Margaret was sent to dress, and the housemaids to swoop up the long trickle of grass that she had left across the hall. As is man to the universe, so was the mind of Mr. Wilcox to the minds of some men. A concentrated light upon a tiny spot, a little 10 minutes moving self-contained through its appointed years. No pagan he, who lives for the now, and may be wiser than all philosophers. He lived for the 5 minutes that have passed, and the 5 to come. He had the business mind. How did he stand now, as his motor slipped out of the Oniton and breasted the great round hills? Margaret had heard a certain rumour, but was all right. She had forgiven him, God bless her, and he felt manlier for it. Charles and Evie had not heard it, and never must hear. No more must Paul. Over his children he felt great tenderness, which he did not try to track to a cause. Mrs. Wilcox was too far back in his life. He did not connect her with the sudden aching love that he felt for Evie. Poor little Evie, he trusted that Cahill would make her a decent husband. And Margaret, how did she stand? She had several minor worries. Clearly her sister had heard something. She dreaded meeting her in town, and she was anxious about Leonard, for whom they were certainly responsible. Nor ought Mrs. Bast to starve. But the main situation had not altered. She still loved Henry. His actions, not his disposition, had disappointed her, and she could bear that. She loved her future home. Standing up in the car, just where she had leapt from it 2 days before, she gazed back with deep emotion upon Oniton. Besides the Grange and the castle keep, she could now pick out the church and the black and white gables of the George. There was the bridge, and the river nibbling its green peninsula. She could even see the bathing shed. But while she was looking for Charles's new springboard, the forehead of the hill rose up and hid the whole scene. She never saw it again. Day and night the river flows down into England. Day after day the sun retreats into the Welsh mountains, and the tower chimes, "See the conquering hero." But the Wilcoxes have no part in the place, nor in any place. It is not their names that recur in the parish register. It is not their ghosts that sigh among the alders at evening. They have swept into the valley and swept out of it, leaving a little dust and a little money behind. End chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 30. Tibby was now approaching his last year at Oxford. He had moved out of college and was contemplating the universe, or such portions of it as concerned him, from his comfortable lodgings in Longwall. He was not concerned with much. When a young man is untroubled by passions and sincerely indifferent to public opinion, his outlook is necessarily limited. Tibby neither wished to strengthen the position of the rich, nor to improve that of the poor, and so was well content to watch the elms nodding behind the mildly embattled parapets of Magdalen. There are worse lives. Though selfish, he was never cruel. Though affected in manner, he never posed. Like Margaret, he disdained the heroic equipment, and it was only after many visits that men discovered Schlegels to possess a character and a brain. He had done well in mods, much to the surprise of those who attended lectures and took proper exercise, and was now glancing disdainfully at Chinese, in case he should some day consent to qualify as a student interpreter. To him, thus employed, Helen entered. A telegram had preceded her. He noticed in a distant way that his sister had altered. As a rule, he found her too pronounced, and had never come across this look of appeal, pathetic yet dignified, the look of a sailor who has lost everything at sea. "I have come from Oniton," she began. "There has been a great deal of trouble there." "Who's for lunch?" said Tibby, picking up the claret, which was warming in the hearth. Helen sat down submissively at the table. "Why such an early start?" he asked. "Sunrise or something, when I could get away." "So I surmise. Why?" "I don't know what's to be done, Tibby. I am very much upset at a piece of news that concerns Meg, and do not want to face her, and I am not going back to Wickham Place. I stopped here to tell you this." The landlady came in with the cutlets. Tibby put a marker in the leaves of his Chinese grammar, and helped them. Oxford, the Oxford of the vacation, dreamed and rustled outside, and indoors the little fire was coated with grey where the sunshine touched it. Helen continued her odd story. "Give Meg my love, and say that I want to be alone. I mean to go to Munich, or else Bonn." "Such a message is easily given," said her brother. "As regards Wickham Place and my share of the furniture, you and she are to do exactly as you like. My own feeling is that everything may just as well be sold. What does one want with dusty economic books which have made the world no better, or with mother's hideous chiffoniers? I have also another commission for you. I want you to deliver a letter." She got up. "I haven't written it yet. Why shouldn't I post it, though?" She sat down again. "My head is rather wretched. I hope that none of your friends are likely to come in." Tibby locked the door. His friends often found it in this condition. Then he asked whether anything had gone wrong at Evie's wedding. "Not there," said Helen, and burst into tears. He had known her hysterical. It was one of her aspects with which he had no concern, and yet these tears touched him as something unusual. They were near the things that did concern him, such as music. He laid down his knife and looked at her curiously. Then, as she continued to sob, he went on with his lunch. The time came for the second course, and she was still crying. Apple Charlotte was to follow, which spoils by waiting. "Do you mind Mrs. Martlet coming in?" he asked, "or shall I take it from her at the door?" "Could I bathe my eyes, Tibby?" He took her to his bedroom and introduced the pudding in her absence. Having helped himself, he put it down to warm in the hearth. His hand stretched towards the grammar, and soon he was turning over the pages, raising his eyebrows scornfully, perhaps at human nature, perhaps at Chinese. To him thus employed, Helen returned. She had pulled herself together, but the grave appeal had not vanished from her eyes. "Now for the explanation," she said. "Why didn't I begin with it? I have found out something about Mr. Wilcox. He has behaved very wrongly indeed, and ruined 2 people's lives. It all came on me very suddenly last night. I am very much upset, and I do not know what to do. Mrs. Bast—" "Oh, those people!" Helen seemed silenced. "Shall I lock the door again?" "No, thanks, Tibbikins. You're being very good to me. I want to tell you the story before I go abroad. You must do exactly what you like. Treat it as part of the furniture. Meg cannot have heard it yet, I think, but I cannot face her and tell her that the man she is going to marry has misconducted himself. I don't even know whether she ought to be told. Knowing as she does that I dislike him, she will suspect me, and think that I want to ruin her match. I simply don't know what to make of such a thing. I trust your judgment. What would you do?" "I gather he has had a mistress," said Tibby. Helen flushed with shame and anger. "And ruined 2 people's lives, and goes about saying that personal actions count for nothing, and there always will be rich and poor. He met her when he was trying to get rich out of Cyprus. I don't wish to make him worse than he is, and no doubt she was ready enough to meet him. But there it is. They met. He goes his way and she goes hers. What do you suppose is the end of such women?" He conceded that it was bad business. "They end in 2 ways. Either they sink till the lunatic asylums and the workhouses are full of them, and cause Mr. Wilcox to write letters to the papers complaining of our national degeneracy, or else they entrap a boy into marriage before it is too late. I can't blame her. But this isn't all," she continued, after a long pause, during which the landlady served them with coffee. "I come now to the business that took us to Oniton. We went all 3. Acting on Mr. Wilcox's advice, the man throws up a secure situation and takes an insecure one, from which he is dismissed. There are certain excuses, but in the main Mr. Wilcox is to blame, as Meg herself admitted. It is only common justice that he should employ the man himself, but he meets the woman, and like the cur that he is, he refuses and tries to get rid of them. He makes Meg write. 2 notes came from her late that evening, one for me, one for Leonard, dismissing him with barely a reason. I couldn't understand. Then it comes out that Mrs. Bast had spoken to Mr. Wilcox on the lawn while we left her to get rooms, and was still speaking about him when Leonard came back to her. This Leonard knew all along. He thought it natural he should be ruined twice. Natural! Could you have contained yourself?" "It is certainly a very bad business," said Tibby. His reply seemed to calm his sister. "I was afraid that I saw it out of proportion. But you are right outside it, and you must know. In a day or 2, or perhaps a week, take whatever steps you think fit. I leave it in your hands." She concluded her charge. "The facts as they touch Meg are all before you," she added, and Tibby sighed and felt it rather hard that, because of his open mind, he should be empanelled to serve as a juror. He had never been interested in human beings, for which one must blame him, but he had had rather too much of them at Wickham Place. just as some people cease to attend when books are mentioned, so Tibby's attention wandered when personal relations came under discussion. Ought Margaret to know what Helen knew the best to know? Similar questions had vexed him from infancy, and at Oxford he had learned to say that the importance of human beings has been vastly overrated by specialists. The epigram, with its faint whiff of the 80s, meant nothing, but he might have let it off now if his sister had not been ceaselessly beautiful. "You see, Helen, have a cigarette. I don't see what I'm to do." "Then there's nothing to be done. I dare say you are right. Let them marry. There remains the question of compensation." "Do you want me to adjudicate that too? Had you not better consult an expert?" "This part is in confidence," said Ellen. "It has nothing to do with Meg, and do not mention it to her. The compensation, I do not see who is to pay it if I don't, and I have already decided on the minimum sum. As soon as possible I am placing it in your account, and when I am in Germany you will pay it over for me. I shall never forget your kindness, Tibbikins, if you do this." "What is the sum?" 5,000. "Good God alive!" said Tibby, and went crimson. "Now what is the good of driblets? To go through life having done one thing, to have raised one person from the abyss, not these puny gifts of shillings and blankets making the grey more grey. No doubt people will think me extraordinary." "I don't care a damn what people think," cried he, heated to unusual manliness of diction. "But it's half what you have." "Not nearly half." She spread out her hands over her soiled skirt. "I have far too much, and we settled at Chelsea last spring that 300 a year is necessary to set a man on his feet. What I give will bring in 150 between two. It isn't enough." He could not recover. He was not angry or even shocked, and he saw that Helen would still have plenty to live on, but it amazed him to think what haycocks people can make of their lives. His delicate intonations would not work, and he could only blurt out that the 5,000 pounds would mean a great deal of bother for him personally. "I didn't expect you to understand me." "I understand nobody. But you'll do it?" "Apparently." "I leave you 2 commissions, then. The first concerns Mr. Wilcox, and you are to use your discretion. The second concerns the money, and is to be mentioned to no one, and carried out literally. You will send 100 pounds on account tomorrow." He walked with her to the station, passing through those streets whose serried beauty never bewildered him and never fatigued. The lovely creature raised domes and spires into the cloudless blue, and only the ganglion of vulgarity round Carfax showed how evanescent was the phantom, how faint its claim to represent England. Helen, rehearsing her commission, noticed nothing. The Basts were in her brain, and she retold the crisis in a meditative way, which might have made other men curious. She was seeing whether it would hold. He asked her once why she had taken the Basts right into the heart of Evie's wedding. She stopped, like a frightened animal, and said, "Does that seem to you so odd?" Her eyes, the hand laid on the mouth, quite haunted him, until they were absorbed into the figure of St. Mary the Virgin, before whom he paused for a moment on the walk home. It is convenient to follow him in the discharge of his duties. Margaret summoned him the next day. She was terrified at Helen's flight, and he had to say that she had called in at Oxford. Then she said, "Did she seem worried at any rumour about Henry?" He answered, "Yes." "I knew it was that," she exclaimed. "I'll write to her." Tibby was relieved. He then sent the cheque to the address that Helen gave him, and stated that later on he was instructed to forward 5,000 pounds. An answer came back, very civil and quiet in tone, such an answer as Tibby himself would have given. The cheque was returned, the legacy refused, the writer being in no need of money. Tibby forwarded this to Helen, adding in the fullness of his heart that Leonard Bast seemed somewhat a monumental person after all. Helen's reply was frantic. He was to take no notice. He was to go down at once and say that she commanded acceptance. He went. A scurf of books and china ornaments awaited them. The Basts had been evicted for not paying their rent, and had wandered, no one knew whither. Helen had begun bungling with her money by this time, and had even sold out her shares in the Nottingham and Derby Railway. For some weeks she did nothing. Then she reinvested, and, owing to the good advice of her stockbrokers, became rather richer than she had been before. End of chapter 30. Recording by Gemma Blythe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 31. Houses have their own ways of dying, falling as variously as the generations of men, some with a tragic roar, some quietly, but to an afterlife in the city of ghosts, while from others, and thus was the death of Wickham Place, the spirit slips before the body perishes. It had decayed in the spring, disintegrating the girls more than they knew, and causing either to accost unfamiliar regions. By September it was a corpse, void of emotion, and scarcely hallowed by the memories of 30 years of happiness. Through its round-top doorway passed furniture and pictures and books, until the last room was gutted, and the last fan had rumbled away. It stood for a week or two longer, open-eyed, as if astonished at its own emptiness. Then it fell. Navvies came, and spilt it back into the grey. With their muscles and their beery good temper, they were not the worst of undertakers for a house which had always been human, and had not mistaken culture for an end. The furniture, with a few exceptions, went down into Herefordshire, Mr. Wilcox having most kindly offered Howard's End as a warehouse. Mr. Bryce had died abroad, an unsatisfactory affair, and as there seemed little guarantee that the rent would be paid regularly, he cancelled the agreement and resumed possession himself. Until he relet the house, the Schlegels were welcome to stack their furniture in the garage and lower rooms. Margaret demurred, but Tibby accepted the offer gladly. It saved him from coming to any decision about the future. The plate and the more valuable pictures found a safer home in London, but the bulk of the things went country ways and were entrusted to the guardianship of Miss Avery. Shortly before the move, our hero and heroine were married. They have weathered the storm, and may reasonably expect peace. To have no illusions, and yet to love, what stronger surety can a woman find? She had seen her husband's past as well as his heart. She knew her own heart, with a thoroughness that commonplace people believe impossible. The heart of Mrs. Wilcox was alone hidden, and perhaps it is superstitious to speculate on the feelings of the dead. They were married quietly, really quietly, for as the day approached she refused to go through another Oniton. Her brother gave her away. Her aunt, who was out of health, presided over a few colourless refreshments. The Wilcoxes were represented by Charles, who witnessed the marriage settlement, and by Mr. Cahill. Paul did send a cablegram. In a few minutes, and without the aid of music, the clergyman made them man and wife, and soon the glass shade had fallen that cuts off married couples from the world. She, a monogamist, regretted the cessation of some of life's innocent odours. He, whose instincts were polygamous, felt morally braced by the change, and less liable to the temptations that had assailed him in the past. They spent their honeymoon near Innsbruck. Henry knew of a reliable hotel there, and Margaret hoped for a meeting with her sister. In this she was disappointed. As they came south, Helen retreated over the Brennet, and wrote an unsatisfactory postcard from the shores of the Lake of Garda, saying that her plans were uncertain, and had better be ignored. Evidently she disliked meeting Henry. 2 months are surely enough to accustom an outsider to a situation which a wife has accepted in 2 days, and Margaret had again to regret her sister's lack of self-control. In a long letter she pointed out the need of charity in sexual matters. So little is known about them. It is hard enough for those who are personally touched to judge. Then how futile must be the verdict of society. I don't say there is no standard, for that would destroy morality. only that there can be no standard until our impulses are classified and better understood. Helen thanked her for her kind letter. Rather a curious reply. She moved south again, and spoke of wintering in Naples. Mr. Wilcox was not sorry that the meeting failed. Helen left him time to grow skin over his wound. There were still moments when it pained him. Had he only known that Margaret was awaiting him, Margaret was so lively and intelligent, and yet so submissive, he would have kept himself worthier of her, incapable of grouping the past. He confused the episode of Jackie with another episode that had taken place in the days of his bachelorhood. The two made one crop of wild oats, for which he was heartily sorry, and he could not see that those oats are of a darker stock, which are rooted in another's dishonour. Unchastity and infidelity were as confused to him as to the Middle Ages, his only moral teacher. Ruth, poor old Ruth, did not enter into his calculations at all, for poor old Ruth had never found him out. His affection for his present wife grew steadily. Her cleverness gave him no trouble, and indeed he liked to see her reading poetry or something about social questions. It distinguished her from the wives of other men. He had only to call, and she clapped the book up and was ready to do what he wished. Then they would argue so jollily, and once or twice she had him in quite a tight corner, but as soon as he grew really serious, she gave in. Man is for war, woman for the recreation of the warrior, but he does not dislike it if she makes a show of fight. She cannot win in a real battle, having no muscles, only nerves. Nerves make her jump out of a moving motor car, or refuse to be married fashionably. The warrior may well allow her to triumph on such occasions. They move not the imperishable plinth of things that touch his peace. Margaret had a bad attack of these nerves during the honeymoon. He told her, casually as was his habit, that Oniton Grange was let. She showed her annoyance, and asked, rather crossly, why she had not been consulted. "I didn't want to bother you," he replied. "Besides, I have only heard for certain this morning." "Where are we to live?" said Margaret, trying to laugh. "I love the place extraordinarily. Don't you believe in having a permanent home, Henry?" He assured her that she misunderstood him. It is home life that distinguishes us from the foreigner. But he did not believe in a damp house. This is news. I never heard till this minute that Oniton was damp. "My dear girl," he flung out his hand, "have you eyes? Have you a skin? How could it be anything but damp in such a situation? In the first place, the Grange is on clay, and built where the castle moat must have been. Then there's that detestable little river, steaming all night like a kettle. Feel the cellar walls. Look up under the eaves. Ask Sir James or anyone. Those Shropshire valleys are notorious. The only possible place for a house in Shropshire is on a hill. But for my part, I think the country is too far from London, and the scenery nothing special." Margaret could not resist saying, "Why did you go there, then?" Because—" He drew his head back, and grew rather angry. "Why have we come to the Tyrol, if it comes to that? One might go on asking such questions indefinitely." One might, but he was only gaining time for a plausible answer. Out it came, and he believed it as soon as it was spoken. "The truth is, I took Oniton on account of Evie. Don't let it go any further." "Certainly not. I shouldn't like her to know that she nearly let me in for a very bad bargain. No sooner did I sign the agreement than she got engaged. Poor little girl. She was so keen on it all, and wouldn't even wait to make proper inquiries about the shooting. Afraid it would get snapped up, just like all of your sex? Well, no harm's done. She has had her country wedding, and I've got rid of my house to some fellows who are starting a preparatory school. Where shall we live then, Henry? I should enjoy living somewhere." "I have not yet decided. What about Norfolk?" Margaret was silent. Marriage had not saved her from the sense of flux. London was but a foretaste of this nomadic civilization which is altering human nature so profoundly, and throws upon personal relations a stress greater than they have ever borne before. Under cosmopolitanism if it comes, we shall receive no help from the earth. Trees and meadows and mountains will only be a spectacle, and the binding force that they once exercised on character must be entrusted to love alone. May love be equal to the task. It is now what?" continued Henry. "Nearly October. Let us camp for the winter at Juicy Street, and look out for something in the spring. If possible, something permanent. I can't be as young as I was, for these alterations don't suit me. But, my dear, which would you rather have, alterations or rheumatism?" "I see your point," said Margaret, getting up. "If Oniton is really damp, it is impossible, and must be inhabited by little boys. Only in the spring let us look before we leap. I will take warning by Evie, and not hurry you. Remember that you have a free hand this time. These endless moves must be bad for the furniture, and are certainly expensive. What a practical little woman it is! What's it been reading? Theo, how much? Theosophy. So Juicy House was her first fate, a pleasant enough fate. The house, being only a little larger than Wickham Place, trained her for the immense establishment that was promised in the spring. They were frequently away, but at home life ran fairly regularly. In the morning Henry went to the business, and his sandwich, a relic this of some prehistoric craving, was always cut by her own hand. He did not rely upon the sandwich for lunch, but liked to have it by him in case he grew hungry at 11. When he was gone, there was the house to look after, and the servants to humanize, and several kettles of Helen's to keep on the boil. Her conscience pricked her a little about the Basts. She was not sorry to have lost sight of them. No doubt Leonard was worth helping, but being Henry's wife, she preferred to help someone else. As for theatres and discussion societies, they attracted her less and less. She began to miss new movements, and to spend her spare time rereading or thinking, rather to the concern of her Chelsea friends. They attributed the change to her marriage, and perhaps some deep instinct did warn her not to travel further from her husband than was inevitable. Yet the main cause lay deeper still. She had outgrown stimulants, and was passing from words to things. It was doubtless a pity not to keep up with Wedekind or John, but some closing of the gates is inevitable after 30, if the mind itself is to become a creative power. End of chapter 31. Recording by Gemma Blythe.
Chapter 32 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by E. M. Forster. Chapter 32. She was looking at plans one day in the following spring. They had finally decided to go down into Sussex and build, when Mrs. Charles Wilcox was announced. "Have you heard the news?" Dolly cried, as soon as she entered the room. "Charles is so he is sure you know about it, or rather that you don't know." "Why, Dolly," said Margaret, placidly kissing her, "here's a surprise. How are the boys and the baby?" Boys and the baby are well, and in describing a great row that there had been at Hilton Tennis Club, Dolly forgot her news. The wrong people had tried to get in. The rector, as representing the older inhabitants, had said Charles had said. The tax collector had said Charles had regretted not saying, and she closed the description with, "But lucky you, with 4 courts of your own at Midhurst." "It will be very jolly," replied Margaret. "Are those the plans? Does it matter me seeing them?" "Of course not. Charles has never seen the plans. They have only just arrived. Here is the ground floor. No, that's rather difficult. Try the elevation." "We are to have a good many gables and a picturesque skyline." "What makes it smell so funny?" said Dolly, after a moment's inspection. She was incapable of understanding plans or maps. "I suppose the paper. And which way up is it?" "Just the ordinary way up. That's the skyline, and the part that smells strongest is the sky." "Well, ask me another. Margaret, oh, what was I going to say? How's Helen?" "Quite well." "Is she never coming back to England? Everyone thinks it's awfully odd she doesn't." "So it is," said Margaret, trying to conceal her vexation. She was getting rather sore on this point. "Helen is odd, awfully. She has now been away 8 months." "But hasn't she any address?" "A poste restante, somewhere in Bavaria, is her address. Do write her a line. I will look it up for you." "No, don't bother. That's 8 months she has been away, surely." "Exactly. She left just after Evie's wedding. It would be 8 months." "Just when baby was born, then?" "Just so." Dolly sighed, and stared enviously round the drawing room. She was beginning to lose her brightness and good looks. The Charles were not well off, for Mr. Wilcox, having brought up his children with expensive tastes, believed in letting them shift for themselves. After all, he had not treated them generously. Yet another baby was expected, she told Margaret, and they would have to give up the motor. Margaret sympathised, but in a formal fashion, and Dolly little imagined that the stepmother was urging Mr. Wilcox to make them a more liberal allowance. She sighed again, and at last the particular grievance was remembered. "Oh yes," she cried, "that is it. Miss Avery has been unpacking your packing cases." "Why has she done that? How unnecessary!" "Ask another. I suppose you ordered her to." "I gave no such orders." "Perhaps she was airing the things. She did undertake to light an occasional fire." "It was far more than an air," said Dolly solemnly. "The floor sounds covered with books. Charles sent me to know what is to be done, for he feels certain you don't know." "Books!" cried Margaret, moved by the holy word. "Dolly, are you serious? Has she been touching our books?" "Hasn't she, though? What used to be the halls full of them? Charles thought for a certain you knew of it." "I am very much obliged to you, Dolly. What can have come over Miss Avery?" "I must go down about it at once. Some of the books are my brother's, and are quite valuable. She had no right to open any of the cases." "I say, she's dotty. She was the one that never got married, you know. Oh, I say, perhaps she thinks your books are wedding presents to herself. Old maids are taken that way sometimes. Miss Avery hates us all like poison ever since her frightful dust-up with Evie." "I hadn't heard of that," said Margaret. A visit from Dolly had its compensations. "Didn't you know she gave Evie a present last August, and Evie returned it? And then, oh, goloshes, you never read such a letter as Miss Avery wrote." "But it was all wrong of Evie to return it. It wasn't like her to do such a heartless thing." "But the present was so expensive." "Why does that make any difference, Dolly?" "Still, when it costs over £5, I didn't see it, but it was a lovely enamel pendant from a Bond Street shop. You can't very well accept that kind of thing from a farm woman, now can you?" "You accepted a present from Miss Avery when you were married." "Oh, mine was old earthenware stuff, not worth a halfpenny. Evie's was quite different. You'd have to ask any one to the wedding who gave you a pendant like that. Uncle Percy and Albert and father and Charles all said it was quite impossible, and when four men agree, what is a girl to do? Evie didn't want to upset the old thing, so thought a sort of joking letter best, and returned the pendant straight to the shop to save Mrs. Avery trouble." "But Miss Avery said—" Dolly's eyes grew round. "It was a perfectly awful letter. Charles said it was the letter of a madman. In the end she had the pendant back again from the shop and threw it into the duck pond." "Did she give any reasons?" "We think she meant to be invited to Oniton, and so climb into society." "She's rather old for that," said Margaret pensively. "May not she have given the present to Evie in remembrance of her mother?" "That's a notion. Give every one their due, eh? Well, I suppose I ought to be toddling. Come along, Mr. Muff. You want a new coat, but I don't know who'll give it to you, I'm sure," and addressing her apparel with mournful humour, Dolly moved from the room. Margaret followed her to ask whether Henry knew about Miss Avery's rudeness. "Oh, yes. I wonder, then, why he let me ask her to look after the house." "But she's only a farm woman," said Dolly, and her explanation proved correct. Henry only censored the lower classes when it suited him. He bore with Miss Avery as with Crane, because he could get good value out of them. "I have patience with a man who knows his job," he would say, really having patience with the job and not the man. Paradoxical as it may sound, he had something of the artist about him. He would pass over an insult to his daughter sooner than lose a good charwoman for his wife. Margaret judged it better to settle the little trouble herself. Parties were evidently ruffled. With Henry's permission, she wrote a pleasant note to Miss Avery, asking her to leave the cases untouched. Then, at the first convenient opportunity, she went down herself, intending to repack her belongings and store them properly in the local warehouse. The plan had been amateurish and a failure. Timmy promised to accompany her, but at the last moment begged to be excused, so for the second time in her life she entered the house alone. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by E.M. Forster. Chapter 33. The day of her visit was exquisite, and the last of unclouded happiness that she was to have for many months. Her anxiety about Helen's extraordinary absence was still dormant, and as for a possible brush with Miss Avery that only gave zest to the expedition, she had also eluded Dolly's invitation to luncheon. Walking straight up from the station, she crossed the village green and entered the long chestnut avenue that connects it with the church. The church itself stood in the village once, but it there attracted so many worshippers that the devil, in a pet, snatched it from its foundations and poised it on an inconvenient knoll 3/4 of a mile away. If this story is true, the chestnut avenue must have been planted by the angels. No more tempting approach could be imagined for the lukewarm Christian, and if he still finds the walk too long, the devil is defeated all the same, science having built Holy Trinity, a chapel of ease, near the Charles, and roofed it with tin. Up the avenue Margaret strolled slowly, stopping to watch the sky that gleamed through the upper branches of the chestnuts, or to finger the little horseshoes on the lower branches. Why has not England a great mythology? Our folklore has never advanced beyond daintiness, and the greater melodies about our countryside have all issued through the pipes of Greece. Deep and true as the native imagination can be, it seems to have failed here. It has stopped from the witches and the fairies. It cannot vivify one fraction of a summer field, or give names to half a dozen stars. England still waits for the supreme moment of her literature, for the great poet who shall voice her, or better still, for the thousand little poets whose voices shall pass into our common talk. At the church the scenery changed. The chestnut avenue opened into a road, smooth but narrow, which led into the untouched country. She followed it for over a mile. Its little hesitations pleased her. Having no urgent destiny, it strolled downhill or up as it wished, taking no trouble about their gradients, or about the view, which nevertheless expanded. The great estates that throttle the south of Herefordshire were less obtrusive here, and the appearance of the land was neither aristocratic nor suburban. To define it was difficult, but Margaret knew that it was not. It was not snobbish. Though its contours were slight, there was a touch of freedom in their sweep to which Surrey will never attain, and the distant brow of the Chilterns towered like a mountain. Left to itself, was Margaret's opinion, this country would vote Liberal. The comradeship not passionate, that is our highest gift as a nation, was promised by it, as by the low brick farm where she called for the key. But the inside of the farm was disappointing. A most finished young person received her. "Yes, Mrs. Wilcox." "No, Mrs. Wilcox." "Oh, yes, Mrs. Wilcox. Auntie received your letter quite duly. Auntie has gone up to your little place at the present moment. Shall I send the servant to direct you?" Followed by, "Of course, Auntie does not generally look after your place. She only does it to oblige a neighbour as something exceptional. It gives her something to do. She spends quite a lot of her time there. My husband says to me sometimes, 'Where's Auntie?' I say, 'Need you ask? She's at Howard's End.' Yes, Mrs. Wilcox. Mrs. Wilcox, could I prevail upon you to accept a piece of cake? Not if I cut it for you." Margaret refused the cake, but unfortunately this acquired her gentility in the eyes of Miss Avery's niece. "I cannot let you go on alone. Now, don't. You really mustn't. I will direct you myself if it comes to that. I must get my hat. Now roguishly, Mrs. Wilcox, don't you move while I am gone." Stunned, Margaret did not move from the best parlour, over which the touch of art nouveau had fallen. But the other rooms looked in keeping, though they conveyed the peculiar sadness of a rural interior. Here had lived an elder race, to which we look back with disquietude. The country which we visit at week-ends was really a home to it, and the graver sides of life, the deaths, the partings, the yearnings for love, have their deepest expression in the heart of the fields. All was not sadness. The sun was shining without. The thrush sang his two syllables on the budding guelder rose. Some children were playing uproariously in heaps of golden straw. It was the presence of sadness at all that surprised Margaret, and ended by giving her a feeling of completeness. In these English farms, if anywhere, one might see life steadily and see it whole, group in one vision its transitoriness and its eternal youth. Connect without bitterness until all men are brothers. But her thoughts were interrupted by the return of Miss Avery's niece, and were so tranquillising that she suffered the interruption gladly. It was quicker to go out by the back door, and, after due explanations, they went out by it. The niece was now mortified by innumerable chickens, who rushed up to her feet for food, and by a shameless and maternal sow. She did not know what animals were coming to, but her gentility withered at the touch of the sweet air. The wind was rising, scattering the straw and ruffling the tails of the ducks as they floated in families over Evie's pendant. One of those delicious gales of spring, in which leaves stiff in bud seemed to rustle, swept over the land and then fell silent. Georgia, sang the thrush. Cuckoo came furtively from the cliff of pine trees. Georgia, pretty Georgia, and the other birds joined in with nonsense. The hedge was a half-painted picture which would be finished in a few days. Celandines grew on its banks, lords and ladies and primroses in the defended hollows. The wild rose bushes, still bearing their withered hips, showed also the promise of blossom. Spring had come, clad in no classical garb, yet fairer than all springs, fairer even than she who walks through the myrtles of Tuscany with the graces before her and the zephyr behind. The two women walked up the lane full of outward civility, but Margaret was thinking how difficult it was to be earnest about furniture on such a day, and the niece was thinking about hats. Thus engaged, they reached Howard's End. Petulant cries of "Auntie" severed the air. There was no reply, and the front door was locked. "Are you sure that Miss Avery is up here?" asked Margaret. "Oh yes, Mrs. Wilcox, quite sure. She is here daily." Margaret tried to look in through the dining-room window, but the curtain inside was drawn tightly. So with the drawing-room and the hall. The appearance of these curtains was familiar, yet she did not remember them being there on her other visit. Her impression was that Mr. Bryce had taken everything away. They tried the back. Here again they received no answer, and could see nothing. The kitchen window was fitted with a blind, while the pantry and scullery had pieces of wood propped up against them, which looked ominously like the lids of packing-cases. Margaret thought of her books, and she lifted up her voice also. At the first cry she succeeded. "Well, well," replied someone inside the house. "If it isn't Mrs. Wilcox come at last. Have you got the key, Auntie?" "Madge, go away," said Miss Avery, still invisible. "Auntie, it's Mrs. Wilcox." Margaret supported her. "Your niece and I have come together." "Madge, go away. This is no moment for your hat." The poor woman went red. "Auntie gets more eccentric lately," she said nervously. "Miss Avery," called Margaret, "I have come about the furniture. Could you kindly let me in?" "Yes, Mrs. Wilcox," said the voice, "of course." But after that came silence. They called again without response. They walked round the house disconsolately. "I hope Miss Avery is not ill," hazarded Margaret. "Well, if you'll excuse me," said Madge, "perhaps I ought to be leaving you now. The servants need seeing to at the farm. Auntie is so odd at times." Gathering up her elegancies, she retired defeated, and, as if her departure had loosed a spring, the front door opened at once. Miss Avery said, "Well, come right in, Mrs. Wilcox," quite pleasantly and calmly. "Thank you so much," began Margaret, but broke off at the sight of an umbrella stand. It was her own. "Come right into the hall first," said Miss Avery. She drew the curtain, and Margaret uttered a cry of despair, for an appalling thing had happened. The hall was fitted up with the contents of the library from Wickham Place. The carpet had been laid, the big work table drawn up near the window, the bookcases filled the wall opposite the fireplace, and her father's sword, this is what bewildered her particularly, had been drawn from its scabbard and hung naked amongst the sober volumes. Miss Avery must have worked for days. "I'm afraid this isn't what we meant," she began. "Mr. Wilcox and I never intended the cases to be touched. For instance, these books are my brother's. We are storing them for him and for my sister, who is abroad. When you kindly undertook to look after things, we never expected you to do so much." "The house has been empty long enough," said the old woman. Margaret refused to argue. "I dare say we didn't explain," she said civilly. "It has been a mistake, and very likely our mistake." "Mrs. Wilcox, it has been mistake upon mistake for 50 years. The house is Mrs. Wilcox's, and she would not desire it to stand empty any longer." "To help the poor decaying brain," Margaret said. "Yes, Mrs. Wilcox's house, the mother of Mr. Charles." "Mistake upon mistake," said Miss Avery. "Mistake upon mistake." "Well, I don't know," said Margaret, sitting down in one of her own chairs. "I really don't know what's to be done." She could not help laughing. The other said, "Yes, it should be a merry house enough." "I don't know, I dare say. Well, thank you very much, Miss Avery. Yes, that's all right. Delightful. There is still the parlour." She went through the door opposite and drew a curtain. Light flooded the drawing room and the drawing room furniture from Wickham Place, and the dining room. More curtains were drawn, more windows were flung open to the spring. "Then through here," Miss Avery continued, passing and repassing through the hall. Her voice was lost, but Margaret heard her pulling up the kitchen blind. "I've not finished here yet," she announced, returning. "There's still a deal to do. The farm lads will carry your great wardrobes upstairs, for there is no need to go into expense at Hilton." "It is all a mistake," repeated Margaret, feeling that she must put her foot down. "A misunderstanding. Mr. Wilcox and I are not going to live at Howard's End." "Oh, indeed, on account of his hay fever?" "We have settled to build a new home for ourselves in Sussex, and part of this furniture, my part, will go down there presently." She looked at Miss Avery intently, trying to understand the kink in her brain. Here was no maundering old woman. Her wrinkles were shrewd and humorous. She looked capable of scathing wit, and also of high but unostentatious nobility. "You think that you won't come back to live here, Mrs. Wilcox, but you will." "That remains to be seen," said Margaret, smiling. "We have no intention of doing so for the present. We happen to need a much larger house. Circumstances oblige us to give big parties." "Of course, some day. One never knows, does one?" Miss Avery retorted. "Some day! Tut, tut! Don't talk about some day. You are living here now." "Am I?" "You are living here, and have been for the last 10 minutes, if you ask me." It was a senseless remark, but with a queer feeling of disloyalty Margaret rose from her chair. She felt that Henry had been obscurely censored. They went into the dining room, where the sunlight poured in upon her mother's chiffonier, and upstairs, where many an old god peeped from a new niche. The furniture fitted extraordinarily well. In the central room over the hall, the room that Helen had slept in 4 years ago, Miss Avery had placed Tibby's old bassinet. "The nursery," she said. Margaret turned away without speaking. At last everything was seen. The kitchen and lobby were still stacked with furniture and straw, but, as far as she could make out, nothing had been broken or scratched. A pathetic display of ingenuity. Then they took a friendly stroll in the garden. It had gone wild since her last visit. The gravel sweep was weedy, and grass had sprung up at the very jaws of the garage, and Evie's rockery was only bumps. Perhaps Evie was responsible for Miss Avery's oddness, but Margaret suspected that the cause lay deeper, and that the girl's silly letter had but loosed the irritation of years. "It's a beautiful meadow," she remarked. It was one of those open-air drawing-rooms that have been formed, hundreds of years ago, out of the smaller fields. So the boundary hedge zigzagged down the hill at right angles, and at the bottom there was a little green annex, a sort of powder closet for the cows. "Yes, the maid's well enough," said Miss Avery, "for those that is, who don't suffer from sneezing," and she cackled maliciously. "I've seen Charlie Wilcox go out to my lads in haytime. Oh, they ought to do this, they mustn't do that. He'd learn them to be lads." And just then the tickling took him. "He has it from his father, with other things. There's not one Wilcox that can stand up against a field in June. I laughed fit to burst while he was courting Ruth." "My brother gets hay fever too," said Margaret. "This house lies too much on the land for them." Naturally, they were glad enough to slip in at first, but Wilcoxes are better than nothing, as I see you've found. Margaret laughed. "They keep a place going, don't they?" "Yes, it is just that. They keep England going, it is my opinion." But Miss Avery upset her by replying, "Ah, they breed like rabbits. Well, well, it's a funny world, but he who made it knows what he wants in it, I suppose. If Mrs. Charlie is expecting her fourth, it isn't for us to repine." "They breed and they also work," said Margaret, conscious of some invitation to disloyalty, which was echoed by the very breeze and by the songs of the birds. "It certainly is a funny world, but so long as men like my husband and his sons govern it, I think it'll never be a bad one, never really bad." "No, better'n nothing," said Miss Avery, and turned to the wych elm. On their way back to the farm, she spoke of her old friend much more clearly than before. In the house Margaret had wondered whether she quite distinguished the first wife from the second. Now she said, "I never saw much of Ruth after her grandmother died, but we stayed civil. It was a very civil family. Old Mrs. Howard never spoke against anybody, nor let anyone be turned away without food. Then it was never 'Trespassers will be prosecuted in their land,' but would people please not come in? Mrs. Howard was never created to run a farm." "Had they no men to help them?" Margaret asked. Miss Avery replied, "Things went on until there were no men." "Until Mr. Wilcox came along," corrected Margaret, anxious that her husband should receive his dues. "I suppose so, but Ruth should have married a no disrespect to you to say this, for I take it you were intended to get Wilcox anyway, whether she got him first or no." "Whom should she have married?" "A soldier," exclaimed the old woman. "Some real soldier." Margaret was silent. It was a criticism of Henry's character far more trenchant than any of her own. She felt dissatisfied. "But that's all over," she went on. "A better time is coming now, though you've kept me long enough waiting. In a couple of weeks I'll see your lights shining through the hedge of an evening. Have you ordered in coals?" "We are not coming," said Margaret firmly. She respected Miss Avery too much to humour her. "No, not coming, never coming. It has all been a mistake. The furniture must be repacked at once, and I am very sorry, but I am making other arrangements, and must ask you to give me the keys." "Certainly, Mrs. Wilcox," said Miss Avery, and she resigned her duties with a smile. Relieved at this conclusion, and having sent her compliments to Madge, Margaret walked back to the station. She had intended to go to the furniture warehouse and give directions for removal, but the muddle had turned out more extensive than she expected, so she decided to consult Henry. It was as well that she did this. He was strongly against employing the local man whom he had previously recommended, and advised her to store in London after all. But before this could be done an unexpected trouble fell upon her. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Foster. Chapter 34. It was not unexpected entirely. Aunt Juley's health had been bad all the winter. She had had a long series of colds and coughs, and had been too busy to get rid of them. She had scarcely promised her niece to really take my tiresome chest in hand, when she caught a chill and developed acute pneumonia. Margaret and Tibby went down to Swanage. Helen was telegraphed for, and that spring party that after all gathered in that hospitable house had all the pathos of fair memories. On a perfect day, when the sky seemed blue porcelain, and the waves of the discreet little bay beat gentlest of tattoos upon the sand, Margaret hurried up through the rhododendrons, confronted again by the senselessness of death. One death may explain itself, but it throws no light upon another. The groping inquiry must begin anew. Preachers or scientists may generalize, but we know no generality is possible about those whom we love. Not one heaven awaits them, not even one oblivion. Aunt Juley, incapable of tragedy, slipped out of life with odd little laughs and apologies for having stopped in it so long. She was very weak. She could not rise to the occasion, or realize the great mystery which all agree must await her. It only seemed to her that she was quite done up, more done up than ever before, that she saw and heard and felt less every moment, and that unless something changed she would soon feel nothing. Her spare strength she devoted to plans. Could not Margaret take some steamer expeditions? Were mackerel cooked as Tibby liked them? She worried herself about Helen's absence, and also that she could be the cause of Helen's return. The nurses seemed to think such interest quite natural, and perhaps hers was an average approach to the great gate. But Margaret saw death stripped of any false romance. Whatever the idea of death may contain, the process can be trivial and hideous. Important, Margaret dear, take the Lulworth when Helen comes. Helen won't be able to stop, Aunt Juley. She has telegraphed that she can only get away just to see you. She must go back to Germany as soon as you are well. How very odd of Helen. Mr. Wilcox. Yes, dear? Can he spare you? Henry wished her to come, and had been very kind. Yet again Margaret said so. Mrs. Munt did not die. Quite outside her will, a more dignified power took hold of her and checked her on the downward slope. She returned, without emotion, as fidgety as ever. On the 4th day she was out of danger. Margaret, important, it went on. I should like you to have some companion to take walks with. Do try Miss Conder. I have been a little walk with Miss Conder. But she is not really interesting. If only you had Helen. I have Tibby, Aunt Juley. No, but he has to do his Chinese. Some real companion is what you need. Really, Helen is odd. Helen is odd, very, agreed Margaret. Not content with going abroad. Why does she want to go back there at once? No doubt she will change her mind when she sees us. She has not the least balance. That was the stock criticism about Helen, but Margaret's voice trembled as she made it. By now she was deeply pained at her sister's behavior. It may be unbalanced to fly out of England, but to stop away 8 months argues that the heart is awry as well as the head. A sick bed could recall Helen, but she was deaf to more human calls. After a glimpse at her aunt, she would retire into her nebulous life behind some poste restante. She scarcely existed. Her letters had become dull and infrequent. She had no wants and no curiosity, and it was all put down to poor Henry's account. Henry, long pardoned by his wife, was still too infamous to be greeted by his sister-in-law. It was morbid, and to her alarm Margaret fancied that she could trace the growth of morbidity back in Helen's life for nearly 4 years. The flight from Oniton, the unbalanced patronage of the Basts, the explosion of grief up on the Downs, all connected with Paul, an insignificant boy whose lips had kissed hers for a fraction of time. Margaret and Mrs. Wilcox had feared that they might kiss again. Foolishly, the real danger was reaction. Reaction against the Wilcoxes had eaten into her life until she was scarcely sane. At 25 she had an idée fixe. What hope was there for her as an old woman? The more Margaret thought about it, the more alarmed she became. For many months she had put the subject away, but it was too big to be slighted now. There was almost a taint of madness. Were all Helen's actions to be governed by a tiny mishap, such as may happen to any young man or woman? Can human nature be constructed on lines so insignificant? The blundering little encounter at Howard's End was vital. It propagated itself wherever graver intercourse lay barren. It was stronger than sisterly intimacy, stronger than reason or books. In one of her moods, Helen had confessed that she still enjoyed it in a certain sense. Paul had faded, but the magic of his caress endured. And where there is enjoyment of the past, there may also be reaction, propagation at both ends. Well, it is odd and sad that our minds should be such seed-beds, and we without power to choose the seed. But man is an odd, sad creature as yet, intent on pilfering the earth, and heedless of the growths within himself. He cannot be bored about psychology. He leaves it to the specialist, which is as if he should leave his dinner to be eaten by a steam engine. He cannot be bothered to digest his own soul. Margaret and Helen have been more patient, and it is suggested that Margaret has succeeded, so far as success is yet possible. She does understand herself. She has some rudimentary control over her own growth. Whether Helen has succeeded, one cannot say. The day that Mrs. Munt rallied, Helen's letter arrived. She had posted it at Munich, and would be in London herself on the morrow. It was a disquieting letter, though the opening was affectionate and sane. Dearest Meg, give Helen's love to Aunt Julie. Tell her that I love and have loved her ever since I can remember. I shall be in London Thursday. My address will be care of the bankers. I have not yet settled on a hotel, so write or wire to me there and give me detailed news. If Aunt Julie's is much better, or if for a terrible reason it would be no good my coming down to Swanage, you must not think it odd if I do not come. I have all sorts of plans in my head. I am living abroad at present, and want to get back as quickly as possible. Will you please tell me where our furniture is? I should like to take out 1 or 2 books. The rest are for you. Forgive me, dearest Meg. This must read like rather a tiresome letter, but all letters are from your loving Helen. It was a tiresome letter, for it tempted Margaret to tell a lie. If she wrote that Aunt Julie was still in danger, her sister would come. Unhealthiness is contagious. We cannot be in contact with those who are in a morbid state without ourselves deteriorating. To act for the best might do Helen good, but would do herself harm, and at the risk of disaster she kept her colours flying a little longer. She replied that their aunt was much better and awaited developments. Tibby approved of her reply. Mellowing rapidly, he was a pleasanter companion than before. Oxford had done much for him. He had lost his peevishness, and could hide his indifference to people and his interest in food. But he had not grown more human. The years between 18 and 22, so magical for most, were leading him gently from boyhood to middle age. He had never known young manliness, that quality which warms the heart till death, and gives Mr. Wilcox an imperishable charm. He was frigid, through no fault of his own, and without cruelty. He thought Helen wrong, and Margaret right, but the family trouble was for him what a scene behind footlights is for most people. He had only one suggestion to make, and that was characteristic. Why don't you tell Mr. Wilcox? About Helen? Perhaps he has come across that sort of thing. He would do all he could, but— Oh, you know best, but he is practical. It was the student's belief in experts. Margaret demurred for 1 or 2 reasons. Presently Helen's answer came. She sent a telegram requesting the address of the furniture, as she would now return at once. Margaret replied, "Certainly not. Meet me at the banker's at 4." She and Tibby went up to London. Helen was not at the banker's, and they were refused her address. Helen had passed into chaos. Margaret put an arm round her brother. He was all that she had left, and never had he seemed more unsubstantial. "Tibby, love, what next?" He replied, "It is extraordinary." "Dear, your judgment's often clearer than mine. Have you any notion what's at the back?" "None, unless it's something mental." "Oh, that," said Margaret. "Quite impossible." But the suggestion had been uttered, and in a few minutes she took it up herself. Nothing else explained, and London agreed with Tibby. The mask fell off the city, and she saw it for what it really is, a caricature of infinity. The familiar barriers, the streets along which she moved, the houses between which she had made her little journeys for so many years, became negligible suddenly. Helen seemed one with grimy trees and the traffic and the slowly flowing slabs of mud. She had accomplished a hideous act of renunciation and returned to the One. Margaret's own faith held firm. She knew the human soul would be merged, if it be merged at all, with the stars and the sea. Yet she felt that her sister had been going amiss for many years. It was symbolic the catastrophe should come now, on a London afternoon, while rain fell slowly. Henry was the only hope. Henry was definite. He might know of some paths in the chaos that were hidden from them, and she determined to take Tibby's advice and lay the whole matter in his hands. They must call at his office. He could not well make it worse. She went for a few moments into St. Paul's, whose dome stands out of the welter so bravely, as if preaching the gospel of form. But within, St. Paul's is as its surroundings, echoes and whispers, inaudible songs, invisible mosaics, wet footmarks crossing and recrossing the floor. Si monumentum requiris, circumspice. It points us back to London. There was no hope of Helen here. Henry was unsatisfactory at first. That she had expected. He was overjoyed to see her back from Swanage, and slow to admit the growth of a new trouble. When they told him of their search, he only chaffed Tibby and the Schlegels generally, and declared that it was just like Helen to lead her relatives a dance. "That is what we all say," replied Margaret. "But why should it be just like Helen? Why should she be allowed to be so queer, and to grow queerer?" "Don't ask me. I'm a plain man of business. I live and let live. My advice to you both is, don't worry. Margaret, you've got black marks again under your eyes. You know that's strictly forbidden. First your aunt, then your sister. No, we aren't going to have it. Are we, Theobald?" He rang the bell. "I'll give you some tea, and then you go straight to Duchy Street. I can't have my girl looking as old as her husband." "All the same, you have not quite seen our point," said Tibby. Mr. Wilcox, who was in good spirits, retorted, "I don't suppose I ever shall." He leant back, laughing at the gifted but ridiculous family, while the fire flickered over the map of Africa. Margaret motioned to her brother to go on. Rather diffident, he obeyed her. "Margaret's point is this," he said. "Our sister may be mad." Charles, who was working in the inner room, looked round. "Come in, Charles," Margaret said kindly. "Could you help us at all? We are again in trouble." "I'm afraid I cannot. What are the facts? We are all mad more or less, you know, in these days." "The facts are as follows," replied Tibby, who had at times a pedantic lucidity. "The facts are that she has been in England for 3 days and will not see us. She has forbidden the bankers to give us her address. She refuses to answer questions. Margaret finds her letters colourless. There are other facts, but these are the most striking." "She has never behaved like this before, then?" asked Henry. "Of course not," said his wife with a frown. "Well, my dear, how am I to know?" A senseless spasm of annoyance came over her. "You know quite well that Helen never sins against affection," she said. "You must have noticed that much in her, surely." "Oh yes, she and I have always hit it off together." "No, Henry, can't you see? I don't mean that." She recovered herself, but not before Charles had observed her. Stupid and attentive, he was watching the scene. "I was meaning that when she was eccentric in the past, one could trace it back to the heart in the long run. She behaved oddly because she cared for someone or wanted to help them. There's no possible excuse for her now. She is grieving us deeply, and that is why I am sure that she is not well. Mad is too terrible a word, but she is not well. I shall never believe it. I shouldn't discuss my sister with you if I thought she was well. Trouble you about her, I mean." Henry began to grow serious. Ill health was to him something perfectly definite. Generally well himself, he could not realize that we sink to it by slow gradations. The sick had no rights, they were outside the pale, one could lie to them remorselessly. When his first wife was seized, he had promised to take her down to Hertfordshire, but meanwhile arranged with a nursing home instead. Helen, too, was ill, and the plan that he sketched out for her capture, clever and well-meaning as it was, drew its ethics from the wolf pack. "You want to get hold of her?" he said. "That's the problem, isn't it? She has got to see a doctor." "For all I know, she has seen one already." "Yes, yes, don't interrupt." He rose to his feet and thought intently. The genial, tentative host disappeared, and they saw instead the man who had carved money out of Greece and Africa, and bought forests from the natives for a few bottles of gin. "I've got it," he said at last. "It's perfectly easy. Leave it to me. We'll send her down to Howard's End." "How will you do that?" "After her books. Tell her that she must unpack them herself. Then you can meet her there." "But, Henry, that's just what she won't let me do. It's part of her, whatever it is, never to see me." "Of course you won't tell her you're going. When she is there looking at the cases, you'll just stroll in. If nothing is wrong with her, so much the better. But there'll be the motor round the corner, and we can run her up to a specialist in no time." Margaret shook her head. "It's quite impossible." "Why?" "It doesn't seem impossible to me," said Tibby. "It is surely a very Tibby plan." "It is impossible because—" She looked at her husband sadly. "It's not the particular language that Helen and I talk, if you see my meaning. It would do splendidly for other people, whom I don't blame." "But Helen doesn't talk," said Tibby. "That's our whole difficulty. She won't talk your particular language, and on that account you think she's ill." "No, Henry, it's sweet of you, but I couldn't." "I see," he said. "You have scruples." "I suppose so." "And sooner than go against them you would have your sister suffer. You could have got her down to Swanage by a word, but you had scruples. And scruples are all very well. I am as scrupulous as any man alive, I hope. But when it is a case like this, when there is a question of madness—" "I deny it's madness." "You said just now—" "It's madness when I say it, but not when you say it." Henry shrugged his shoulders. "Margaret, Margaret!" he groaned. "No education can teach a woman logic. Now, my dear, my time is valuable. Do you want me to help you or not?" "Not in that way." "Answer my question. Plain question, plain answer. Do—" Charles surprised them by interrupting. "Pater, we may as well keep Howard's End out of it," he said. "Why, Charles?" Charles could give no reason, but Margaret felt as if, over tremendous distance, a salutation had passed between them. "The whole house is at 6s and 7s," he said crossly. "We don't want any more mess." "Who's we?" asked his father. "My boy, pray, who's we?" "I am sure I beg your pardon," said Charles. "I appear always to be intruding." By now Margaret wished she had never mentioned her trouble to her husband. Retreat was impossible. He was determined to push the matter to a satisfactory conclusion, and Helen faded as he talked. Her fair flying hair and eager eyes counted for nothing, for she was ill, without rights, and any of her friends might hunt her. Sick at heart, Margaret joined in the chase. She wrote her sister a lying letter, at her husband's dictation. She said the furniture was all at Howard's End, but could be seen on Monday next at 3 p.m., when a charwoman would be in attendance. It was a cold letter, and the more plausible for that. Helen would think she was offended, and on Monday next she and Henry were to lunch with Dolly, and then ambush themselves in the garden. After they had gone, Mr. Wilcox said to his son, "I can't have this sort of behaviour, my boy. Margaret's too sweet-natured to mind, but I mind for her." Charles made no answer. "Is anything wrong with you, Charles, this afternoon?" "No, pater, but you may be taking on a bigger business than you reckon." "How?" "Don't ask me." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Foster. Chapter 35. One speaks of the moods of spring, but the days that are her true children have only one mood. They are all full of the rising and dropping of winds and the whistling of birds. New flowers may come out, the green embroidery of the hedges increase, but the same heaven broods overhead, soft, thick, and blue. The same figures, seen and unseen, are wandering by coppice and meadow. The morning that Margaret had spent with Miss Avery, and the afternoon she set out to entrap Helen, were the scales of a single balance. Time might never have moved, rain never have fallen, and man alone, with his schemes and ailments, was troubling nature until he saw her through a veil of tears. She protested no more. Whether Henry was right or wrong, he was most kind, and she knew of no other standard by which to judge him. She must trust him absolutely. As soon as he had taken up a business, his obtuseness vanished. He profited by the slightest indications, and the capture of Helen promised to be staged as deftly as the marriage of Evie. They went down in the morning as arranged, and he discovered that their victim was actually in Hilton. On his arrival he called at all the livery stables in the village, and had a few minutes' serious conversation with the proprietors. What he said Margaret did not know, perhaps not the truth, but news arrived after lunch that a lady had come by the London train, and had taken a fly to Howard's End. "She was bound to drive," said Henry. "There will be her books." "I cannot make it out," said Margaret for the 100th time. "Finish your coffee, dear. We must be off." "Yes, Margaret, you know you must take plenty," said Dolly. Margaret tried, but suddenly lifted her hand to her eyes. Dolly stole glances at her father-in-law which he did not answer. In the silence the motor came round to the door. "You're not fit for it," he said anxiously. "Let me go alone. I know exactly what to do." "Oh yes, I am fit," said Margaret, uncovering her face. "Only most frightfully worried. I cannot feel that Helen is really alive. Her letters and telegrams seem to have come from someone else. Her voice isn't in them. I don't believe your driver really saw her at the station. I wish I'd never mentioned it. I know that Charles is vexed. Yes, he is." She seized Dolly's hand and kissed it. "There, Dolly will forgive me. There. Now we'll be off." Henry had been looking at her closely. He did not like this breakdown. "Don't you want to tidy yourself?" he asked. "Have I time?" "Yes, plenty." She went to the lavatory by the front door, and as soon as the bolt slipped, Mr. Wilcox said quietly, "Dolly, I am going without her." Dolly's eyes lit up with vulgar excitement. She followed him on tiptoe out to the car. "Tell her I thought it best." "Yes, Mr. Wilcox, I see." "Say anything you like, all right?" The car started well, and with ordinary luck would have got away. But Porgly Woggles, who was playing in the garden, chose this moment to sit down in the middle of the path. Crane, in trying to pass him, ran one wheel over the bed of wallflowers. Dolly screamed. Margaret, hearing the noise, rushed out hatless, and was in time to jump on the footboard. She said not a single word. He was only treating her as she had treated Helen, and her rage at his dishonesty only helped to indicate what Helen would feel against them. She thought, "I deserve it. I am punished for lowering my colors." And she accepted his apologies with a calmness that astonished him. "I still consider you are not fit for it," he kept saying. "Perhaps I was not at lunch, but the whole thing is spread clearly before me now." "I was meaning to act for the best." "Just lend me your scarf, will you? This wind takes one's hair so." "Certainly, dear girl. Are you all right now?" "Look, my hands have stopped trembling." "And have quite forgiven me? Then listen. Her cab should already have arrived at Howard's End. We are a little late, but no matter. Our first move will be to send it down to wait at the farm, as, if possible, one doesn't want a scene before servants. A certain gentleman," he pointed at Crane's back, "won't drive in, but will wait a little short of the front gate, behind the laurels. Have you still the keys of the house?" "Yes." "Well, they aren't wanted. Do you remember how the house stands?" "Yes." "If we don't find her in the porch, we can stroll round into the garden. Our object—" Here they stopped to pick up the doctor. "I was just saying to my wife, Mansbridge, that our main object is not to frighten Miss Schlegel. The house, as you know, is my property, so it should seem quite natural for us to be there. The trouble is evidently nervous. Wouldn't you say so, Margaret?" The doctor, a very young man, began to ask questions about Helen. Was she normal? Was there anything congenital or hereditary? Had anything occurred that was likely to alienate her from her family? "Nothing," answered Margaret, wondering what would have happened if she had added, "though she did resent my husband's immorality." "She always was highly strung," pursued Henry, leaning back in the car as it shot past the church. "A tendency to spiritualism and those things, though nothing serious. Musical, literary, artistic, but I should say normal. A very charming girl." Margaret's anger and terror increased every moment. How dare these men label her sister? What horrors lay ahead? What impertinences that shelter under the name of science? The pack was turning on Helen, to deny her human rights, and it seemed to Margaret that all Schlegels were threatened with her. Were they normal? What a question to ask! And it is always those who know nothing about human nature, who are bored by psychology and shocked by physiology, who ask it. However piteous her sister's state, she knew that she must be on her side. They would be mad together if the world chose to consider them so. It was now 5 minutes past 3. The car slowed down by the farm, in the yard of which Miss Avery was standing. Henry asked her whether a cab had gone past. She nodded, and the next moment they caught sight of it at the end of the lane. The car ran silently like a beast of prey. So unsuspicious was Helen that she was sitting on the porch with her back to the road. She had come. Only her head and shoulders were visible. She sat framed in the vine, and one of her hands played with the buds. The wind ruffled her hair, the sun glorified it. She was as she had always been. Margaret was seated next to the door. Before her husband could prevent it, she slipped out. She ran to the garden gate, which was shut, passed through it, and deliberately pushed it in his face. The noise alarmed Helen. Margaret saw her rise with an unfamiliar movement, and rushing into the porch, learnt the simple explanation of all her fears. Her sister was with child. "Is the truant all right?" called Henry. She had time to whisper, "Oh, my darling!" The keys of the house were in her hand. She unlocked Howard's End and thrust Helen into it. "Yes, all right," she said, and stood with her back to the door. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by E. M. Forster. Chapter 36. "Margaret, you look upset," said Henry. Mainsbridge had followed. Crane was at the gate, and the flyman had stood up on the box. Margaret shook her head at them. She could not speak any more. She remained clutching the keys, as if all their future depended on them. Henry was asking more questions. She shook her head again. His words had no sense. She heard him wonder why she had let Helen in. "You might have given me a knock with the gate," was another of his remarks. Presently she heard herself speaking. She, or someone for her, said, "Go away." Henry came nearer. He repeated, "Margaret, you look upset again." "My dear, give me the keys. What are you doing with Helen?" "Oh, dearest, do go away, and I will manage it all." "Manage what?" He stretched out his hand for the keys. She might have obeyed if it had not been for the doctor. "Stop that at least," she said piteously. The doctor had turned back, and was questioning the driver of Helen's cab. A new feeling came over her. She was fighting for women against men. She did not care about rights, but if men came into Howard's End, it should be over her body. "Come, this is an odd beginning," said her husband. The doctor came forward now, and whispered 2 words to Mr. Wilcox. The scandal was out. Sincerely horrified, Henry stood gazing at the earth. "I cannot help it," said Margaret. "Do wait. It's not my fault. Please, all 4 of you, to go away now." Now the flyman was whispering to Crane. "We are relying on you to help us, Mrs. Wilcox," said the young doctor. "Could you go in and persuade your sister to come out?" "On what grounds?" said Margaret, suddenly looking him straight in the eyes. Thinking it professional to prevaricate, he murmured something about a nervous breakdown. "I beg your pardon, but it is nothing of the sort. You are not qualified to attend my sister, Mr. Mainbridge. If we require your services, we will let you know." "I can diagnose the case more bluntly if you wish," he retorted. "You could, but you have not. You are, therefore, not qualified to attend my sister." "Come, come, Margaret," said Henry, never raising his eyes. "This is a terrible business, an appalling business. It's doctor's orders. Open the door." "Forgive me, but I will not." "I don't agree." Margaret was silent. "This business is as broad as it's long," contributed the doctor. "We had better all work together. You need us, Mrs. Wilcox, and we need you." "Quite so," said Henry. "I do not need you in the least," said Margaret. The two men looked at each other anxiously. "No more does my sister, who is still many weeks from her confinement." "Margaret, Margaret!" "Well, Henry, send your doctor away." "What possible use is he now?" Mr. Wilcox ran his eye over the house. He had a vague feeling that he must stand firm and support the doctor. He himself might need support, for there was trouble ahead. "It all turns on affection now," said Margaret. "Affection, don't you see?" Resuming her usual methods, she wrote the word on the house with her finger. "Surely you see. I like Helen very much. You not so much. Mr. Mansbridge doesn't know her. That's all. And affection, when reciprocated, gives rights. Put that down in your notebook, Mr. Mansbridge. It's a useful formula." Henry told her to be calm. "You don't know what you want yourselves," said Margaret, folding her arms. "For one sensible remark I will let you in, but you cannot make it. You would trouble my sister for no reason. I will not permit it. I'll stand here all the day sooner." "Mansbridge," said Henry in a low voice. "Perhaps not now." The pack was breaking up. At a sign from his master, Crane also went back into the car. "Now, Henry, you," she said gently. None of her bitterness had been directed at him. "Go away now, dear. I shall want your advice later, no doubt. Forgive me if I have been cross, but, seriously, you must go." He was too stupid to leave her. Now it was Mr. Mansbridge who called in a low voice to him. "I shall soon find you down at Dolly's," she called, as the gate at last clanged between them. The fly moved out of the way. The motor backed, turned a little, backed again, and turned in the narrow road. A string of farm carts came up in the middle, but she waited through all, for there was no hurry. When all was over and the car had started, she opened the door. "Oh, my darling," she said, "my darling, forgive me." Helen was standing in the hall. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by E.M. Forster. Chapter 37. Margaret bolted the door on the inside. Then she would have kissed her sister, but Helen, in a dignified voice that came strangely from her, said, "Convenient. You did not tell me that the books were unpacked. I have found nearly everything that I want." "I told you nothing that was true." "It has been a great surprise, certainly. Has Aunt Juley been ill?" "Helen, you wouldn't think I'd invent that." "I suppose not," said Helen, turning away, and crying a very little. "But one loses faith in everything after this. We thought it was illness, but even then I haven't behaved worthily." Helen selected another book. "I ought not to have consulted anyone. What would our father have thought of me?" She did not think of questioning her sister, nor of rebuking her. Both might be necessary in the future, but she had first to purge a greater crime than any that Helen could have committed, that want of confidence that is the work of the devil. "Yes, I am annoyed," replied Helen. "My wishes should have been respected. I would have gone through this meeting if it was necessary, but after Aunt Juley recovered it was not necessary, planning my life as I now have to do. "Come away from those books," called Margaret. "Helen, do talk to me." "I was just saying that I have stopped living haphazard. One can't go through a great deal of," she missed out the noun, "without planning one's action in advance. I am going to have a child in June, and in the first place conversations, discussions, excitement are not good for me. I will go through them if necessary, but only then. In the second place, I have no right to trouble people. I cannot fit in with England as I know it. I have done something that the English never pardon. It would not be right for them to pardon it, so I must live where I am not known." "But why didn't you tell me, dearest?" "Yes," replied Helen judiciously, "I might have, but decided to wait." "I believe you would never have told me." "Oh yes, I should. We have taken a flat in Munich." Margaret glanced out of window. "By we, I mean myself and Monica. But for her, I am and have been and always wish to be alone." "I have not heard of Monica." "You wouldn't have. She's an Italian by birth, at least. She makes her living by journalism. I met her originally on Garda. Monica is much the best person to see me through." "You are very fond of her, then?" "She has been extraordinarily sensible with me." Margaret guessed at Monica's type. Italiano Inglesiato, they had named it. The crude feminist of the South, whom one respects but avoids, and Helen had turned to it in her need. "You must not think that we shall never meet," said Helen, with a measured kindness. "I shall always have a room for you when you can be spared, and the longer you can be with me the better." "But you haven't understood yet, Meg, and, of course, it is very difficult for you. This is a shock to you. It isn't to me, who have been thinking over our futures for many months, and they won't be changed by a slight contretemps such as this. I cannot live in England." "Helen, you've not forgiven me for my treachery. You couldn't talk like this to me if you had." "Oh, Meg dear, why do we talk at all?" She dropped a book, and sighed wearily. Then, recovering herself, she said, "Tell me, how is it that all the books are down here?" "Series of mistakes, and a great deal of the furniture has been unpacked." "All." "Who lives here, then?" "No one." "I suppose you are letting it, though?" "The house is dead," said Margaret, with a frown. "Why worry on about it?" "But I am interested. You talk as if I had lost all my interest in life." "I am still Helen, I hope. Now this hasn't the feeling of a dead house. The hall seems more alive even than in the old days, when it held the Wilcoxes' own things." "Interested, are you? Very well, I must tell you, I suppose. My husband lent it on condition but by a mistake all our things were unpacked, and Miss Avery, instead of—" She stopped. "Look here, I can't go on like this. I warn you I won't. Helen, why should you be so miserably unkind to me, simply because you hate Henry?" "I don't hate him now," said Helen. "I have stopped being a schoolgirl. And, Meg, once again, I'm not being unkind, but as for fitting in with your English life, no. Put it out of your head at once. Imagine a visit from me at Ducie Street. It's unthinkable." Margaret could not contradict her. It was appalling to see her quietly moving forward with her plans, not bitter or excitable, neither asserting innocence nor confessing guilt, merely desiring freedom and the company of those who would not blame her. She had been through how much? Margaret did not know, but it was enough to part her from old habits as well as old friends. "Tell me about yourself," said Helen, who had chosen her books and was lingering over the furniture. "There's nothing to tell." "But your marriage has been happy, Meg." "Yes, but I don't feel inclined to talk." "You feel as I do." "Not that, but I can't." "No more can I. It is a nuisance, but no good trying." Something had come between them. Perhaps it was society, which henceforth would exclude Helen. Perhaps it was a third life, already potent as a spirit. They could find no meeting place. Both suffered acutely, and were not comforted by the knowledge that affection survived. "Look here, Meg, is the coast clear?" "You mean that you want to go away from me?" "I suppose so, dear old lady. It isn't any use. I knew we should have nothing to say. Give my love to Aunt Juley and Tibby, and take more yourself than I can say. Promise to come and see me in Munich later." "Certainly, dearest." "For that is all we can do." It seemed so. Most ghastly of all was Helen's common sense. Monica had been extraordinarily good for her. "I am glad to have seen you and the things." She looked at the bookcase lovingly, as if she was saying farewell to the past. Margaret unbolted the door. She remarked, "The car has gone, and here's your cab." She led the way to it, glancing at the leaves and the sky. The spring had never seemed more beautiful. The driver, who was leaning on the gate, called out, "Please, lady, a message," and handed her Henry's visiting card through the bars. "How did this come?" she asked. Crane had returned with it almost at once. She read the card with annoyance. It was covered with instructions in domestic French. When she and her sister had talked, she was to come back for the night to Dolly's. "Il faut demeure sur ses sujets," while Helen was to be found "une comfortable chambre à l'hôtel." The final sentence displeased her greatly, until she remembered that the Charles had only one spare room, and so could not invite a third guest. Henry would have done what he could, she interpreted. Helen had not followed her into the garden. The door once open, she lost her inclination to fly. She remained in the hall, going from bookcase to table. She grew more like the old Helen, irresponsible and charming. "This is Mr. Wilcox's house?" she inquired. "Surely you remember Howard's End?" "Remember? I, who remember everything! But it looks to be ours now." "Miss Avery was extraordinary," said Margaret, her own spirits lightening a little. Again she was invaded by a slight feeling of disloyalty. But it brought her relief, and she yielded to it. She loved Mrs. Wilcox, and would rather furnish her house with our things than think of it empty. In consequence, here are all the library books. "Not all the books. She hasn't unpacked the art books, in which she may show her sense. And we never used to have the sword here." "The sword looks well, though." "Magnificent." "Yes, doesn't it? Where's the piano, Meg?" "I warehoused that in London." "Why?" "Nothing. Curious, too, that the carpet fits." "The carpet's a mistake," announced Helen. "I know that we had it in London, but this floor ought to be bare. It is far too beautiful. You still have a mania for under-furnishing. Would you care to come into the dining room before you start? There's no carpet there." They went in, and each minute their talk became more natural. "Oh, what a place for Mother's chiffonier!" cried Helen. "Look at the chairs, though." "Oh, look at them. Wickham Place faced north, didn't it?" "Northwest. Anyhow, it is 30 years since any of those chairs have felt the sun. Feel! Their little backs are quite warm. But why has Miss Avery made them set to partners? I shall just over here, Meg. Put it so that any one sitting will see the lawn." Margaret moved a chair. Helen sat down in it. "Yes, the window's too high. Try a drawing-room chair." "No, I don't like the drawing-room so much. The beam has been match-boarded. It would have been so beautiful otherwise." "Helen, what a memory you have for some things. You're perfectly right. It's a room that men have spoiled through trying to make it nice for women. Men don't know what we want, and never will." "I don't agree. In 2,000 years they'll know." "But the chairs show up wonderfully. Look where Tibby spilt the soup." "Coffee? It was coffee, surely." Helen shook her head. "Impossible. Tibby was far too young to be given coffee at that time." "Was father alive?" "Yes." "Then you're right, and it must have been soup. I was thinking of much later. That unsuccessful visit of Aunt Juley's, when she didn't realize that Tibby had grown up. It was coffee then, for he threw it down on purpose. There was some rhyme, tea, coffee, coffee, tea, that she said to him every morning at breakfast." "Wait a minute. How did it go?" "I know. No, I don't. What a detestable boy Tibby was. But the rhyme was simply awful. No decent person could have put up with it." "Ah, that greengage tree!" cried Helen, as if the garden was also part of their childhood. "Why do I connect it with dumbbells? And there come the chickens. The grass wants cutting. I love yellow hammers." Margaret interrupted her. "I have got it," she announced. "Tea, tea, coffee, tea, or chocolate. That every morning for 3 weeks. No wonder Tibby was wild." "Tibby is moderately a dear now," said Helen. "There, I knew you'd say that in the end. Of course he's a dear." A bell rang. "Listen, what's that?" Helen said. "Perhaps the Wilcoxes are beginning the siege." "What nonsense! Listen." And the triviality faded from their faces, though it left something behind, the knowledge that they never could be parted because their love was rooted in common things. Explanations and appeals had failed. They had tried for a common meeting ground, and had only made each other unhappy. And all the time their salvation was lying round them, the past sanctifying the present with wild heart throb declaring that there would after all be a future, with laughter and the voices of children. Helen, still smiling, came up to her sister. She said, "It is always Meg." They looked into each other's eyes. The inner life had paid. Solemnly the clapper tolled. No one was in the front. Margaret went to the kitchen, and struggled between packing cases to the window. Their visitor was only a little boy with a tin can, and triviality returned. "Little boy, what do you want?" "Please, I am the milk." "Did Miss Avery send you?" said Margaret, rather sharply. "Yes, please." "Then take it back and say we require no milk," while she called to Helen. No, it's not the siege, but possibly an attempt to provision us against one." "But I like milk," cried Helen. "Why send it away?" "Do you? Oh, very well. But we've nothing to put it in, and he wants the can." "Please, I'm to call in the morning for the can," said the boy. "The house will be locked up then." "In the morning would I bring eggs too?" "Are you the boy who I saw playing in the stacks last week?" The child hung his head. "Well, run away and do it again." "Nice little boy," whispered Helen. "I say, what's your name? Mine's Helen." "Tom." That was Helen all over. The Wilcoxes, too, would ask a child its name, but they never told their names in return. "Tom, this one here is Margaret, and at home we've another called Tibby." "Mine are lop-eared," replied Tom, supposing Tibby to be a rabbit. "You're a very good and rather a clever little boy. Mind you come again. Isn't he charming?" "Undoubtedly," said Margaret. "He is probably the son of Madge, and Madge is dreadful. But this place has wonderful powers." "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Because I probably agree with you. It kills what is dreadful and makes what is beautiful live." "I do agree," said Helen, as she sipped the milk. "But you said that the house was dead not half an hour ago." "Meaning that I was dead. I felt it." "Yes, the house has a surer life than we, even if it was empty, and, as it is, I can't get over that for 30 years the sun has never shone full on our furniture. After all, Wickham Place was a grave. Meg, I've a startling idea." "What is it?" "Drink some milk to steady you." Margaret obeyed. "No, I won't tell you yet," said Helen, "because you may laugh or be angry. Let's go upstairs first and give the rooms an airing." They opened window after window, till the inside too was rustling to the spring. Curtains blew, picture frames tapped cheerfully. Helen uttered cries of excitement as she found this bed obviously in its right place, that in its wrong one. She was angry with Miss Avery for not having moved the wardrobes up. Then one would see really she admired the view. She was the Helen who had written the memorable letters 4 years ago. As they leant out, looking westward, she said, "About my idea. Couldn't you and I camp out in this house for the night?" "I don't think we could well do that," said Margaret. "Here are beds, tables, towels." "I know, but the house isn't supposed to be slept in, and Henry's suggestion was—" "I require no suggestions. I shall not alter anything in my plans, but it would give me so much pleasure to have one night here with you. It will be something to look back on. Oh, Meg, lovey, do let's." "But, Helen, my pet," said Margaret, "we can't without getting Henry's leave." "Of course he would give it, but you said yourself that you couldn't visit at Ducie Street now, and this is equally intimate." "Ducie Street is his house. This is ours. Our furniture, our sort of people coming to the door. Do let us camp out just one night, and Tom shall feed us on eggs and milk. Why not? It's a moon." Margaret hesitated. "I feel Charles wouldn't like it," she said at last. "Even our furniture annoyed him, and I was going to clear it out when Aunt Juley's illness prevented me. I sympathize with Charles. He feels it's his mother's house. He loves it in rather an untaking way. Henry I could answer for, not Charles." "I know he won't like it," said Helen, "but I am going to pass out of their lives. What difference will it make in the long run if they say, and she even spent the night at Howard's End? How do you know you'll pass out of their lives? We have thought that twice before. Because my plans, which you change in a moment. Then because my life is great and theirs are little, said Helen, taking fire. I know of things they can't know of, and so do you. We know that there's poetry. We know that there's death. They can only take them on hearsay. We know this is our house, because it feels ours. Oh, they may take the little deeds and the door keys, but for this one night we are at home. It would be lovely to have you once more alone, said Margaret. It may be a chance in 1,000. Yes, and we could talk. She dropped her voice. It won't be a very glorious story, but under that wych elm, honestly, I see little happiness ahead. Cannot I have this one night with you? I needn't say how much it would mean to me. Then let us. It is no good hesitating. Shall I drive down to Hilton now and get leave? Oh, we don't want leave. But Margaret was a loyal wife. In spite of imagination and poetry, perhaps on account of them, she could sympathise with the technical attitude that Henry would adopt. If possible, she would be technical too. A night's lodging, and they demanded no more, need not involve the discussion of general principles. Charles may say no, grumbled Helen. We shan't consult him. Go if you like. I should have stopped without leave. It was the touch of selfishness which was not enough to mar Helen's character, and even added to its beauty. She would have stopped without leave, and escaped to Germany the next morning. Margaret kissed her. Expect me back before dark. I am looking forward to it so much. It is like you to have thought of such a beautiful thing. Not a thing, only an ending, said Helen rather sadly, and the sense of tragedy closed in on Margaret again as soon as she left the house. She was afraid of Miss Avery. It is disquieting to fulfil a prophecy, however superficially. She was glad to see no watching figure as she drove past the farm, but only little Tom, turning somersaults in the straw. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by E. M. Forster. Chapter 38. The tragedy began quietly enough, and like many other talk, by the man's deft assertion of his superiority. Henry heard her arguing with the driver, stepped out and settled the fellow, who was inclined to be rude, and then led the way to some chairs on the lawn. Dolly, who had not been told, ran out with offers of tea. He refused them, and ordered her to wheel baby's perambulator away, as they desired to be alone. But the Diddums can't listen. He isn't 9 months old, she pleaded. That's not what I was saying, retorted her father-in-law. Baby was wheeled out of earshot, and did not hear about the crisis till later years. It was now the turn of Margaret. Is it what we feared? He asked. It is. Dear girl, he began, there is a troublesome business ahead of us, and nothing but the most absolute honesty and plain speech will see us through. Margaret bent her head. I am obliged to question you on subjects we both prefer to leave untouched. As you know, I am not one of your Bernard Shaws who consider nothing sacred. To speak as I must will pain me, but there are occasions. We are husband and wife, not children. I am a man of the world, and you are a most exceptional woman." All Margaret's senses forsook her. She blushed, and looked past him at the 6 hills, covered with spring herbage. Noting her colour, he grew still more kind. "I see that you feel as I felt when, my poor little wife. Oh, be brave. Just 1 or 2 questions. I have done with you. Was your sister wearing a wedding ring?" Margaret stammered a no. There was an appalling silence. "Henry, I really came to ask a favour about Howard's End. One point at a time. I am now obliged to ask for the name of her seducer." She rose to her feet, and held the chair between them. Her colour had ebbed, and she was grey. It did not displease him that she should receive his question thus. "Take your time," he counselled her. "Remember that this is far worse for me than for you." She swayed. He feared she was going to faint. Then speech came, and she said slowly, "Seducer? No, I do not know her seducer's name." "Would she not tell you?" "I never even asked her who seduced her," said Margaret, dwelling on the hateful word thoughtfully. "That is singular." Then he changed his mind. "Natural, perhaps, dear girl, that you shouldn't ask. But until his name is known, nothing can be done. Sit down. How terrible it is to see you so upset. I knew you weren't fit for it. I wish I hadn't taken you." Margaret answered, "I like to stand, if you don't mind, for it gives me a pleasant view of the 6 hills." "As you like." "Have you anything else to ask me, Henry?" "Next you must tell me whether you have gathered anything. I have often noticed your insight, dear. I only wish my own was as good. You may have guessed something, even though your sister said nothing. The slightest hint would help us." "Who is we?" "I thought it best to ring up Charles." "That was unnecessary," said Margaret, growing warmer. "This news will give Charles disproportionate pain. He has at once gone to call on your brother." "That too was unnecessary." "Let me explain, dear, how the matter stands. You don't think that I and my son are other than gentlemen? It is in Helen's interests that we are acting. It is still not too late to save her name." Then Margaret hit out for the first time. "Are we to make her seducer marry her?" she asked. "If possible, yes." "But, Henry, suppose he turned out to be married already? One has heard of such cases." "In that case he must pay heavily for his misconduct, and be thrashed within an inch of his life." So her first blow missed. She was thankful of it. What had tempted her to imperil both of their lives? Henry's obtuseness had saved her as well as himself. Exhausted with anger, she sat down again, blinking at him as he told her as much as he thought fit. At last she said, "May I ask you my question now?" "Certainly, my dear." "Tomorrow Helen goes to Munich. Well, possibly she is right." "Henry, let a lady finish." "Tomorrow she goes. Tonight, with your permission, she would like to sleep at Howard's End." It was the crisis of his life. Again she would have recalled the words as soon as they were uttered. She had not led up to them with sufficient care. She longed to warn him that they were far more important than he supposed. She saw him weighing them, as if they were a business proposition. "Why Howard's End?" he said at last. "Would she not be more comfortable, as I suggested, at the hotel?" Margaret hastened to give him reasons. "It is an odd request, but you know what Helen is and what women in her state are." He frowned, and moved irritably. "She has the idea that one night in your house would give her pleasure and do her good." "I think she's right. Being one of those imaginative girls, the presence of all our books and furniture soothes her. This is a fact. It is the end of her girlhood. Her last words to me were, 'A beautiful ending.' She values the old furniture for sentimental reasons, in fact." "Exactly. You have quite understood. It is her last hope of being with it." "I don't agree there, my dear. Helen will have her share of goods wherever she goes, possibly more than her share, for you are so fond of her that you'd give her anything of yours that she fancies, wouldn't you? And I'd raise no objection. I could understand it if it was her old home, because a home, or a house," he changed the word. Designedly he had thought of telling point, because a house in which one has once lived becomes in a sort of way sacred. I don't know why. Associations and so on. Now Helen has no associations with Howard's End, though I and Charles and Evie have. I do not see why she wants to stay the night there. She will only catch cold." "Leave it that you don't see," cried Margaret. "Call it fancy, but realize that fancy is a scientific fact. Helen is fanciful, and wants to." Then he surprised her, a rare occurrence. He shot an unexpected bolt. "If she wants to sleep one night, she may want to sleep two. We shall never get her out of the house, perhaps." "Well," said Margaret, "with the precipice in sight, and suppose we don't get her out of the house, would it matter? She would do no one any harm." Again the irritated gesture. "No, Henry," she panted, receding. "I didn't mean that. We will only trouble Howard's End for this one night. I take her to London to-morrow." "Do you intend to sleep in a damp house too?" "She cannot be left alone." "That's quite impossible. Madness! You must be here to meet Charles." "I have already told you that your message to Charles was unnecessary, and I have no desire to meet him." "Margaret, my Margaret!" "What has this business to do with Charles? If it concerns me little, it concerns you less, and Charles not at all." "As the future owner of Howard's End," said Mr. Wilcox, arching his fingers, "I should say that it did concern Charles." "In what way? Will Helen's condition depreciate the property?" "My dear, you are forgetting yourself." "I think you yourself recommended plain speaking." They looked at each other in amazement. The precipice was at their feet now. "Helen commands my sympathy," said Henry. "As your husband, I shall do all for her that I can, and I have no doubt that she will prove more sinned against than sinning. But I cannot treat her as if nothing has happened. I should be false to my position in society if I did." She controlled herself for the last time. "No, let us go back to Helen's request," she said. "It is unreasonable, but the request of an unhappy girl. To-morrow she will go to Germany, and trouble society no longer. To-night she asks to sleep in your empty house, a house which you do not care about, and which you have not occupied for over a year. May she? Will you give my sister leave? Will you forgive her, as you hope to be forgiven, and as you have actually been forgiven? Forgive her for one night only. That will be enough." as I have actually been forgiven? Never mind for the moment what I mean by that, said Margaret. Answer my question. Perhaps some hint of her meaning did dawn on him. If so, he blotted it out. Straight from his fortress he answered, I seem rather unaccommodating, but I have some experience of life, and know how one thing leads to another. I am afraid that your sister had better sleep at the hotel. I have my children and the memory of my dear wife to consider. I am sorry, but see that she leaves my house at once. You mentioned Mrs. Wilcox. I beg your pardon. A rare occurrence. In reply, may I mention Mrs. Baste? You have not been yourself all day, said Henry, and rose from his seat with face unmoved. Margaret rushed at him and seized both his hands. She was transfigured. Not any more of this, she cried. You shall see the connection if it kills you, Henry. You have had a mistress. I forgave you. My sister has a lover. You drive her from the house. Do you see the connection? Stupid, hypocritical, cruel, oh, contemptible. A man who insults his wife when she's alive and cants with her memory when she's dead. A man who ruins a woman for his pleasure and casts her off to ruin other men, and gives bad financial advice and then says he is not responsible. These men are you. You cannot recognize them because you cannot connect. I have had enough of your unweeded kindness. I've spoiled you long enough. All your life you have been spoiled. Mrs. Wilcox spoiled you. No one has ever told what you are, muddled, criminally muddled. Men like you use repentance as a blind, so don't repent. Only say to yourself, what Helen has done, I've done. The two cases are different, Henry stammered. His real retort was not quite ready. His brain was still in a whirl, and he wanted a little longer. In what way different? You have betrayed Mrs. Wilcox, Helen only herself. You remain in society, Helen can't. You have had only pleasure, she may die. You have the insolence to talk to me of differences, Henry. Oh, the usefulness of it! Henry's retort came. I perceive you are attempting blackmail. It is scarcely a pretty weapon for a wife to use against her husband. My rule through life has never been to pay the least attention to threats, and I can only repeat what I said before. I do not give you and your sister leave to sleep at Howard's End. Margaret loosened his hands. He went into the house, wiping first one and then the other on his handkerchief. For a little she stood looking at the 6 hills, tombs of warriors, breasts of the spring. Then she passed out into what was now the evening. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 39. Charles and Tibby met at Ducie Street, where the latter was staying. Their interview was short and absurd. They had nothing in common but the English language, and tried by its help to express what neither of them understood. Charles saw in Helen the family foe. He had singled her out as the most dangerous of the Schlegels, and, angry as he was, looked forward to telling his wife how right he had been. His mind was made up at once. The girl must be got out of the way before she disgraced them farther. If occasion offered, she might be married to a villain, or possibly to a fool, but this was a concession to morality. it formed no part of his main scheme. Honest and hearty was Charles's dislike, and the past spread itself out very clearly before him. Hatred is a skilful compositor. As if they were heads in a notebook, he ran through all the incidences of the Schlegels campaign, the attempt to compromise his brother, his mother's legacy, his father's marriage, and the introduction of the furniture, the unpacking of the same. He had not yet heard of the request to sleep at Howard's End. That was to be their masterstroke, and the opportunity for his. But he already felt that Howard's End was the objective, and, though he disliked the house, was determined to defend it. Tibby, on the other hand, had no opinions. He stood above the conventions. His sister had a right to do what she thought right. It is not difficult to stand above the conventions when we leave no hostages among them. Men can always be more unconventional than women, and a bachelor of independent means need encounter no difficulties at all. Unlike Charles, Tibby had money enough. His ancestors had earned it for him, and if he shocked the people in one set of lodgings, he had only to move into another. This was the leisure without sympathy, an attitude as fatal as the strenuous. A little cold culture may be raised on it, but no art. His sisters had seen the family danger, and had never forgotten to discount the gold islets that raised them from the sea. Tibby gave all the praise to himself, and so despised the struggling and the submerged. Hence the absurdity of the interview. The gulf between them was economic as well as spiritual. But several facts passed. Charles pressed for them with an impertinence that the undergraduate could not withstand. On what date had Helen gone abroad? To whom? Charles was anxious to fasten the scandal on Germany. Then, changing his tactics, he said roughly, "I suppose you realize that you are your sister's protector?" "In what sense?" "If a man played about with my sister, I'd send a bullet through him. But perhaps you don't mind." "I mind very much," protested Tibby. "Who do you suspect, then? Speak out, men. One always suspects someone." "No one. I don't think so." Involuntarily he blushed. He had remembered the scene in his Oxford rooms. "You are hiding something," said Charles. As interviews go, he got the best of this one. "When you last saw her, did she mention anyone's name? Yes or no?" He thundered so that Tibby started. "In my rooms she mentioned some friends called the Basts." "Who are the Basts?" "People, friends of hers at Evie's wedding." "I don't remember." "But by great Scott, I do. My aunt told me about some tag-rag. Was she full of them when you saw her? Is there a man? Did she speak of the man? Or, look here, have you had any dealings with him?" Tibby was silent. Without intending it, he had betrayed his sister's confidence. He was not enough interested in human life to see where things will lead to. He had a strong regard for honesty, and his word, once given, had always been kept up to now. He was deeply vexed, not only for the harm he had done Helen, but for the flaw he had discovered in his own equipment. "I see, you are in his confidence. They met at your rooms. Oh, what a family, what a family! God help the poor pater." And Tibby found himself alone. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 40. Leonard. He would figure at length in the newspaper report, but that evening he did not count for much. The foot of the tree was in shadow, since the moon was still hidden behind the house, but above, to right, to left, down the long meadow, the moonlight was streaming. Leonard seemed not a man, but a cause. Perhaps it was Helen's way of falling in love, a curious way to Margaret, whose agony and whose contempt of Henry were yet imprinted with his image. Helen forgot people. They were husks that had enclosed her emotion. She could pity or sacrifice herself, or have instincts. But had she ever loved in the noblest way, where man and woman, having lost themselves in sex, desire to lose sex itself in comradeship? Margaret wondered, but said no word of blame. This was Helen's evening. Troubles enough lay ahead of her, the loss of friends and of social advantages, the agony, the supreme agony of motherhood, which is even yet not a matter of common knowledge. For the present let the moon shine brightly, and the breezes of the spring blow gently, dying away from the gale of the day, and let the earth, who brings increase, bring peace. Not even to herself dare she blame Helen. She could not assess her trespass by any moral code. It was everything or nothing. Morality can tell us that murder is worse than stealing, and group most sins in an order all must approve, but it cannot group Helen. The surer its pronouncements on this point, the surer may we be that morality is not speaking. Christ was evasive when they questioned him. It is those that cannot connect who hasten to cast the first stone. This was Helen's evening, won at what cost, and not to be marred by the sorrows of others. Of her own tragedy, Margaret never uttered a word. "One isolates," said Helen slowly. "I isolated Mr. Wilcox from the other forces that were pulling Leonard downhill. Consequently, I was full of pity and almost of revenge. For weeks I had blamed Mr. Wilcox only. And so, when your letters came—" "I need never have written them," sighed Margaret. "They never shielded Henry. How hopeless it is to tidy away the past, even for others." "I did not know that it was your own idea to dismiss the Basts." "Looking back, that was wrong of me." "Looking back, darling, I know that it was right. It is right to save the man whom one loves. I am less enthusiastic about justice now, but we both thought you wrote at his dictation. It seemed the last touch of his callousness, being very much wrought up by this time, and Mrs. Bast was upstairs. I had not seen her, and had not talked for a long time to Leonard. I had snubbed him for no reason, and that should have warned me I was in danger. So when the notes came, I wanted us to go to you for an explanation. He said that he guessed the explanation. He knew of it, and you mustn't know. I pressed him to tell me. He said no one must know. It was something to do with his wife. Right up to the end we were Mr. Bass and Miss Schlegel. I was going to tell him that he must be frank with me when I saw his eyes and guessed that Mr. Wilcox had ruined him in 2 ways, not 1. I drew him to me. I made him tell me. I felt very lonely myself. He is not to blame. He would have gone on worshipping me. I want never to see him again, though it sounds appalling. I wanted to give him money and feel finished. Oh, Meg, the little that is known about these things." She laid her face against the tree. "The little, too, that is known about growth. Both times it was loneliness, and the night and panic afterwards. Did Leonard grow out of Paul?" Margaret did not speak for a moment, so tired was she that her attention had actually wandered to the teeth. The teeth that had been thrust into the tree bark to medicate it. From where she sat she could see them gleam. She had been trying to count them. "Leonard is a better growth than madness," she said. "I was afraid that you would react against Paul until you went over the verge." "I did react until I found poor Leonard. I'm steady now. I shan't ever like your Henry, dearest Meg, or even speak kindly about him, but all that blinding hate is over. I shall never rave against Wilcoxes any more. I understand how you married him, and you will now be very happy." Margaret did not reply. "Yes," repeated Helen, her voice growing more tender. "I do at last understand." "Except Mrs. Wilcox, dearest. No one understands our little movements." "Because in death I agree." "Not quite. I feel that you and I and Henry are only fragments of that woman's mind. She knows everything. She is everything. She is the house and the tree that leans over it. People have their own deaths as well as their own lives, and And even if there is nothing beyond death, we shall differ in our nothingness. I cannot believe that knowledge such as hers will perish with knowledge such as mine. She knew about realities. She knew when people were in love, though she was not in the room. I don't doubt that she knew when Henry deceived her. "Good night, Mrs. Wilcox," called a voice. "Oh, good night, Miss Avery." "Why should Miss Avery work for us?" Helen murmured. Why, indeed? Miss Avery crossed the lawn and merged into the hedge that divided it from the farm. An old gap which Mr. Wilcox had filled up had reappeared, and her track through the dew followed the path that he had turfed over when he improved the garden and made it possible for games. "This is not quite our house yet," said Helen. "When Miss Avery called, I felt we were only a couple of tourists." "We shall be that everywhere and forever." "But affectionate tourists." "But tourists who pretend each hotel is their home." "I can't pretend very long," said Helen. "Sitting under this tree one forgets. But I know that tomorrow I shall see the moon rise out of Germany. Not all your goodness can alter the facts of the case, unless you will come with me." Margaret thought for a moment. In the past year she had grown so fond of England that to leave it was a real grief. Yet what detained her? No doubt Henry would pardon her outburst and go on blustering and muddling into a ripe old age. But what was the good? She had just as soon vanish from her mind. "Are you sure in asking me, Helen? Should I get on with your Monica?" "You would not, but I'm serious in asking you." "Still, no more plans now, and no more reminiscences." They were silent for a while. It was Helen's evening. The present flowed by them like a stream. The tree rustled. It had made music before they were born, and would continue after their deaths. But its song was of the moment. The moment had passed. The tree rustled again. Their senses were sharpened, and they seemed to apprehend life. Life passed. The tree rustled again. "Sleep now," said Margaret. The peace of the country was entering into her. It has no commerce with memory, and little with hope. Least of all is it concerned with the hopes of the next 5 minutes. It is the peace of the present which passes understanding. Its murmur came now and now once more as they trod the gravel, and now as the moonlight fell upon their father's sword. They passed upstairs, kissed, and amidst the endless iterations fell asleep. The house had enshadowed the tree at first, but as the moon rose higher, the two disentangled and were clear for a few moments at midnight. Margaret awoke and looked into the garden. How incomprehensible that Leonard Bast should have won her this night of peace. Was he also part of Mrs. Wilcox's mind? End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 41. Far different was Leonard's development. The months after Oniton, whatever minor troubles they might bring him, were all overshadowed by remorse. When Helen looked back, she could philosophize, or she could look into the future and plan for her child. But the father saw nothing beyond his own sin. Weeks afterwards, in the midst of other occupations, he would suddenly cry out, "Brute, you brute, I couldn't have," and be rent into two people who held dialogues. Or brown rain would descend, blotting out faces and the sky. Even Jackie noticed the change in him. Most terrible were his sufferings when he awoke from sleep. Sometimes he was happy at first, but grew conscious of a burden hanging to him and weighing down his thoughts when they would move. Or little irons scorched his body, or swords stabbed him. He would sit at the edge of his bed, holding his heart and moaning, "Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" Nothing brought ease. He could put distance between him and the trespass, but it grew in his soul. Remorse is not among the eternal verities. The Greeks were right to dethrone her. Her action is too capricious, as though the Erinyes selected for punishment only certain men and certain sins. And of all means to regeneration, remorse is surely the most wasteful. It cuts away healthy tissues with the poisoned. It is a knife that probes far deeper than the evil. Leonard was driven straight through its torments and emerged pure, but enfeebled. A better man who would never lose control of himself again, but also a smaller man who had less to control. Nor did purity mean peace. The use of the knife can become a habit as hard to shake off as passion itself, and Leonard continued to start with a cry out of dreams. He built up a situation that was far enough from the truth. It never occurred to him that Helen was to blame. He forgot the intensity of their talk, the charm that had been lent him by sincerity, the magic of Oniton under darkness, and of the whispering river. Helen loved the absolute. Leonard had been ruined absolutely, and had appeared to her as a man apart, isolated from the world. A real man who cared for adventure and beauty, who desired to live decently and pay his way, who could have travelled more gloriously through life than the juggernaut car that was crushing him. Memories of Evie's wedding had warped her, the starched servants, the yards of uneaten food, the rustle of overdressed women, motor cars oozing grease on the gravel, rubbish on a pretentious band. She had tasted the lees of this on her arrival. In the darkness after failure they intoxicated her. She and the victim seemed alone in the world of unreality, and she loved him absolutely, perhaps for half an hour. In the morning she was gone. The note that she left, tender and hysterical in tone, and intended to be most kind, hurt her lover terribly. It was as if some work of art had been broken by him, some picture in the National Gallery slashed out of its frame. When he recalled her talents and her social position, he felt that the first passer-by had a right to shoot him down. He was afraid of the waitress and the porters at the railway station. He was afraid at first of his wife, though later he was to regard her with a strange new tenderness and to think, "There is nothing to choose between us, after all." The expedition to Shropshire crippled the Basts, after all. Helen in her flight forgot to settle the hotel bill and took their return tickets away with her. They had to pawn Jackie's bangles to get home, and the smash came a few days afterwards. It is true that Helen offered him £5,000, but such a sum meant nothing to him. He could not see that the girl was desperately righting herself and trying to save something out of the disaster, if it was only £5,000. But he had to live somehow. He returned to his family and degraded himself to a professional beggar. There was nothing else for him to do. "A letter from Leonard," thought Blanche, his sister, "and after all this time." She hid it so that her husband should not see it, and when he had gone to his work, read it with some emotion, and sent the prodigal a little money out of her dress allowance. "A letter from Leonard," said the other sister, Laura, a few days later. She showed it to her husband. He wrote a cruel, insolent reply, but sent more money than Blanche, so Leonard soon wrote to him again. And during the winter the system was developed. Leonard realized that they need never starve, because it would be too painful for his relatives. Society is based on the family, and the clever wastrel can exploit this indefinitely. Without a generous thought on either side, pounds and pounds passed. The donors disliked Leonard, and he grew to hate them intensely. When Laura censured his immoral marriage, he thought bitterly, "She minds that. What would she say if she knew the truth?" When Blanche's husband offered him work, he found some pretext for avoiding it. He had wanted to work keenly at Oniton, but too much anxiety had shattered him. He was joining the unemployable. When his brother, the lay reader, did not reply to a letter, he wrote again, saying that he and Jackie would come down to his village on foot. He did not intend this as blackmail. Still, the brother sent a postal order, and it became part of the system. And so passed his winter and his spring. In the horror there are two bright spots. He never confused the past. He remained alive, and blessed are those who live, if it is only to a sense of sinfulness. The anodyne of muddledom, by which most men blur and blend their mistakes, never passed Leonard's lips. And if I drink oblivion of the day, so shorten I the stature of my soul. It is a hard saying, and a hard man wrote it, but it lies at the foot of all character. And the other bright spot was his tenderness for Jacky. He pitied her with nobility now, not the contemptuous pity of a man who sticks to a woman through thick and thin. He tried to be less irritable. He wondered what her hungry eyes desired. Nothing that she could express, or that he or any man could give her. Would she ever receive the justice that is mercy, the justice for by-products that the world is too busy to bestow? She was fond of flowers, generous with money, and not revengeful. If she had borne him a child, he might have cared for her. Unmarried, Leonard would never have begged. He would have flickered out and died. But the whole of life is mixed. He had to provide for Jacky, and went down dirty paths that she might have a few feathers and dishes of food that suited her. One day he caught sight of Margaret and her brother. He was at St. Paul's. He had entered the cathedral partly to avoid the rain and partly to see the picture that had educated him in former years. But the light was bad, the picture ill-placed, and time and judgment were inside him now. Death alone still charmed him with her lap of poppies, on which all men shall sleep. He took one glance and turned aimlessly away toward a chair. Then down the nave he saw Miss Schlegel and her brother. They stood in the far-away passages, and their faces were extremely grave. He was perfectly certain that they were in trouble about their sister. Once outside, and he fled immediately, he wished that he had spoken to them. What was his life? What were a few angry words, or even imprisonment? He had done wrong, that was the true terror. Whatever they might know, he would tell them everything he knew. He re-entered St. Paul's, but they had moved in his absence, and had gone to lay their difficulties before Mr. Wilcox and Charles. The sight of Margaret turned remorse into new channels. He desired to confess, and though the desire is proof of a weakened nature, which is about to lose the essence of human intercourse, it did not take an ignoble form. He did not suppose that confession would bring him happiness. It was rather that he yearned to get clear of the tangle. So does the suicide yearn. The impulses are akin, and the crime of suicide lies rather in its disregard for the feelings of those whom we leave behind. Confession need harm no one. It can satisfy that test, and though it was un-English and ignored by our Anglican cathedral, Leonard had a right to decide upon it. Moreover, he trusted Margaret. He wanted her hardness now. That cold, intellectual nature of hers would be just, if unkind. He would do whatever she told him, even if he had to see Helen. That was the supreme punishment she would exact. And perhaps she would tell him how Helen was. That was the supreme reward. He knew nothing about Margaret, not even whether she was married to Mr. Wilcox, and tracking her out took several days. That evening he toiled through the wet to Wickham Place, where the new flats were now appearing. Was he also the cause of their move? Were they expelled from society on his account? Thence to a public library, but could find no satisfactory Schlegel in the directory. On the morrow he searched again. He hung about outside Mr. Wilcox's office at lunch-time, and as the clerks came out, said, "Excuse me, sir, but is your boss married?" Most of them stared. Some said, "What's it to you?" But one, who had not yet acquired reticence, told him what he wished. Leonard could not learn the private address. That necessitated more trouble with directories and tubes. Ducie Street was not discovered until Monday, the day that Margaret and her husband went down on their hunting expedition to Howard's End. He called at about 4 o'clock. The weather had changed, and the sun shone gaily on the ornamental steps, black and white marble and triangles. Leonard lowered his eyes to them after ringing the bell. He felt in curious health. Doors seemed to be opening and shutting inside his body, and he had been obliged to sleep sitting up in bed, with his back propped against the wall. When the parlour-maid came, he could not see her face. The brown rain had descended suddenly. "Does Mrs. Wilcox live here?" "She's out." was the answer. When will she be back? I'll ask, said the parlour-maid. Margaret had given instructions that no one who mentioned her name should ever be rebuffed. Putting the door on the chain, for Leonard's appearance demanded this, she went through to the smoking-room, which was occupied by Tibby. Tibby was asleep. He had a good lunch. Charles Wilcox had not yet rung him up for the distracting interview. He said drowsily, I don't know. Hilton, Howard's End. Who is it? I'll ask, sir. No, don't bother. They've taken the car to Howard's End, said the parlour-maid to Leonard. He thanked her and asked whereabouts that place was. You appear to want to know a great deal, she remarked. But Margaret had forbidden her to be mysterious. She told him against her better judgment that Howard's End was in Hertfordshire. Is it a village, please? Village? It's Mr. Wilcox's private house. At least it's one of them. Mrs. Wilcox keeps her furniture there. Hilton is the village. Yes, and when will they be back? Mr. Schlegels doesn't know. We can't know everything, can we? She shut him out and went to attend to the telephone, which was ringing furiously. He loitered away another night of agony. Confession grew more difficult. As soon as possible he went to bed. He watched a patch of moonlight cross the floor of their lodging, and, as sometimes happens when the mind is overtaxed, he fell asleep for the rest of the room, but kept awake for the patch of moonlight. Horrible. Then began one of those disintegrating dialogues. Part of him said, Why horrible? It's ordinary light from the room. But it moves. So does the moon. But it is a clenched fist. Why not? But it is going to touch me. Let it. And seeming to gather motion, the patch ran up his blanket. Presently a blue snake appeared, then another parallel to it. Is there life in the moon? Of course. But I thought it was uninhabited. Not by time, death, judgment, and the smaller snakes. Smaller snakes, said Leonard indignantly and aloud. What a notion! By a rending effort of the will, he woke the rest of the room up. Jackie, the bed, their food, their clothes on the chair, gradually entered his consciousness, and the horror vanished outwards, like a ring that is spreading through water. I say, Jackie, I'm going out for a bit. She was breathing regularly. The patch of light fell clear of the striped blanket and began to cover the shawl that lay over her feet. Why had he been afraid? He went to the window and saw that the moon was descending through a clear sky. He saw her volcanoes in the bright expanses that a gracious air has named seas. They paled, for the sun, who had lit them up, was coming to light the earth. Sea of serenity, sea of tranquillity, ocean of the lunar storms, merged into one lucent drop, itself to slip into the sempiternal dawn. And then he had been afraid of the moon. He dressed among the contending lights and went through his money. It was running low again, but enough for a return ticket to Hilton. As it clinked, Jackie opened her eyes. "Hello, Len. What ho, Len?" "What ho, Jackie. See you later." She turned over and slept. The house was unlocked, their landlord being a salesman at Covent Garden. Leonard passed out and made his way down to the station. The train, though it did not start for an hour, was already drawn up at the end of the platform, and he lay down in it and slept. With the first jolt he was in daylight. They had left the gateways of King's Cross and were under blue skies. Tunnels followed, and after each the sky grew bluer. And from the embankment at Finsbury Park he had his first sight of the sun. It rolled along behind the eastern smokes, a wheel whose fellow was the descending sun, and as yet it seemed the servant of the blue sky was not its lord. He dozed again. Over the Tewin water it was day. To the left fell the shadow of the embankment and its arcs to the right. Leonard saw up into the Tewin woods and towards the church, with its wild legend of immortality. 6 forest trees, that is a fact, grow out of one in the graves of Tewin churchyard. The grave's occupant, that is the legend, is an atheist who declared that if God existed, 6 forest trees would grow out of her grave. These things in Hertfordshire, and farther afield lay the house of a hermit. Mrs. Wilcox had known him, who barred himself up, and wrote prophecies, and gave all he had to the poor, while powdered in between were the villas of business men, who saw life more steadily, though with the steadiness of the half-closed eye. Over all the sun was streaming, to all the birds were singing, to all the primroses were yellow, and the speedwell blue, and the country, however they interpreted her, was uttering her cry of now. She did not free Leonard yet, and the knife plunged deeper into his heart as the train drew up at Hilton. But remorse had become beautiful. Hilton was asleep, or at the earliest breakfasting. Leonard noticed the contrast when he stepped out of it into the country. Here men had been up since dawn. Their hours were ruled not by a London office, but by the movements of the crops in the sun. That they were men of the finest type only the sentimentalist can declare, but they kept to the life of daylight. They are England's hope. Clumsily they carry forward the torch of the sun until such time as the nation sees fit to take it up. Half clodhopper, half board school prig, they could still throw back to a nobler stock and breed yeomen. At the chalk pit a motor passed him. In it was another type, whom nature favours, the imperial. Healthy, ever in motion, it hopes to inherit the earth. It breeds as quickly as the yeoman, and as soundly. Strong is the temptation to acclaim it as a super-yeoman who carries his country's virtue overseas. But the imperialist is not what he thinks or seems. He is a destroyer. He prepares the way for cosmopolitanism, and though his ambitions may be fulfilled, the earth that he inherits will be grey. To Leonard, intent on his private sin, there came the conviction of innate goodness elsewhere. It was not the optimism which he had been taught at school. Again and again must the drums tap and the goblins stalk over the universe before joy can be purged of the superficial. It was rather paradoxical, and arose from his sorrow. Death destroys a man, but the idea of death saves him. That is the best account of it that has yet been given. Squalor and tragedy can beckon to all that is great in us, and strengthen the wings of love. They can beckon. It is not certain that they will, for they are not love's servants, but they can beckon, and the knowledge of this incredible truth comforted him. As he approached the house, all thought stopped. Contradictory notions stood side by side in his mind. He was terrified but happy, ashamed but had done no sin. He knew the confession. "Mrs. Wilcox, I have done wrong." But sunrise had robbed its meaning, and he felt rather on a supreme adventure. He entered a garden, steadied himself against a motor car that he found in it, found a door open, and entered a house. Yes, it would be very easy. From a room to the left he heard voices, Margaret's amongst them. His own name was called aloud, and a man whom he had never seen said, "Oh, is he here? I am not surprised. I now thrash him within an inch of his life." "Mrs. Wilcox," said Leonard, "I have done wrong." The man took him by the collar and cried, "Bring me a stick." Women were screaming. A stick, very bright, descended. It hurt him, not where it descended, but in the heart. Books fell over him in a shower. Nothing had sense. "Get some water," commanded Charles, who had all through kept very calm. "He's shamming. Of course I only used the blade. Here, carry him out into the air." Thinking that he understood these things, Margaret obeyed him. They laid Leonard, who was dead, on the gravel. Helen poured water over him. "That's enough," said Charles. "Yes, murder's enough," said Miss Avery, coming out of the house with the sword. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Howard's End by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 42. When Charles left Ducie Street he had caught the first train home, but had no inkling of the newest development until late at night. Then his father, who had dined alone, sent for him, and in a very grave tone inquired for Margaret. "I don't know where she is, pater," said Charles. "Dolly kept back dinner nearly an hour for her." "Tell me when she comes in." Another hour passed. The servants went to bed, and Charles visited his father again to receive further instructions. Mrs. Wilcox had still not returned. "I'll sit up for her as late as you like, but she can hardly be coming. Isn't she stopping with her sister at the hotel?" "Perhaps," said Mr. Wilcox thoughtfully. "Perhaps." "Can I do anything for you, sir?" "Not tonight, my boy." Mr. Wilcox liked being called sir. He raised his eyes and gave his son more open a look of tenderness than he usually ventured. He saw Charles as little boy and strong man in one. Though his wife had proved unstable, his children were left to him. After midnight he tapped on Charles's door. "I can't sleep," he said. "I had better have a talk with you and get it over." He complained of the heat. Charles took him out into the garden, and they paced up and down in their dressing gowns. Charles became very quiet as the story unrolled. He had known all along that Margaret was as bad as her sister. "She will feel differently in the morning," said Mr. Wilcox, who had of course said nothing about Mrs. Bast. "But I cannot let this kind of thing continue without comment. I am morally certain that she is with her sister at Howard's End. The house is mine, and, Charles, it will be yours, and when I say that no one is to live there, I mean that no one is to live there. I won't have it." He looked angrily at the moon. "To my mind this question is connected with something far greater, the rights of property itself." "Undoubtedly," said Charles. Mr. Wilcox linked his arm in his son's, but somehow liked him less as he told him more. "I don't want you to conclude that my wife and I had anything of the nature of a quarrel. She was only overwrought, as who would not be? I shall do what I can for Helen, but on the understanding that they clear out of the house at once. Do you see? That is a sine qua non." "Then at 8 tomorrow I may go up in the car?" "8 or earlier. Say that you are acting as my representative, and of course use no violence, Charles." On the morrow, as Charles returned, leaving Leonard dead upon the gravel, it did not seem to him that he had used violence. Death was due to heart disease. His stepmother herself had said so, and even Miss Avery had acknowledged that he only used the flat of the sword. On his way through the village he informed the police, who thanked him and said there must be an inquest. He found his father in the garden shading his eyes from the sun. "It has been pretty horrible," said Charles gravely. "They were there, and they had the man up there with them too." "What man?" "I told you last night his name was Bast." "My God, is it possible?" said Mr. Wilcox. "In your mother's house? Charles, in your mother's house?" "I know, pater. That was what I felt. As a matter of fact, there is no need to trouble about the man. He was in the last stages of heart disease, and just before I could show him what I thought of him, he went off. The police are seeing about it at this moment." Mr. Wilcox listened attentively. "I got up there. Oh, it couldn't have been more than 7:30. The Avery woman was lighting a fire by then. They were still upstairs. I waited in the drawing-room. We were all moderately civil and collected, though I had my suspicions. I gave them their message, and Mrs. Wilcox said, 'Oh, yes, I see, yes,' in that way of hers." "Nothing else?" "I promised to tell you, with her love, that she was going to Germany with her sister this evening. That was all we had time for." Mr. Wilcox seemed relieved. "Because by then, I suppose, the man got tired of hiding, for suddenly Mrs. Wilcox screamed out his name. I recognized it, and I went for him in the hall. Was I right, pater? I thought things were going a little too far." "Right, my dear boy? I don't know. But you would have been no son of mine if you hadn't. Then did he just crumple up, as you said?" He shrunk from the simple word. "He caught hold of the bookcase, which came down over him. So I merely put the sword down and carried him into the garden. We all thought he was shamming. However, he's dead right enough. Awful business." "Sword?" cried his father, with anxiety in his voice. "What sword? Whose sword?" "A sword of theirs." "What were you doing with it?" "Well, didn't you see, Potter? I had to snatch up the first thing handy. I hadn't a riding whip or a stick. I caught him once or twice over the shoulders with the flat of their old German sword." "Then what?" "He pulled over the bookcase, as I said, and fell," said Charles with a sigh. It was no fun doing errands for his father, who was never quite satisfied. "But the real cause was heart disease? Of that you're sure?" "That or a fit. However, we shall hear more enough at the inquest on such unsavoury topics." They went to breakfast. Charles had a racking headache consequent to motoring before food. He was also anxious about the future, reflecting that the police must detain Helen and Margaret for the inquest and ferret the whole thing out. He saw himself obliged to leave Hilton. One could not afford to live near the scene of a scandal. It was not fair on one's wife. His comfort was that the Potters' eyes were opened at last. There would be a horrible smash-up, and probably a separation from Margaret. Then they would all start again, more as they had been in Mother's time. "I think I'll go round to the police station," said his father when breakfast was over. "What for?" cried Dolly, who had still not been told. "Very well, sir. Which car will you have?" "I think I'll walk." "It's a good half-mile," said Charles, stepping into the garden. "The sun's very hot for April. Shan't I take you up, and then perhaps a little spin round Tewin?" "You go on as if I didn't know my own mind," said Mr. Wilcox fretfully. Charles hardened his mouth. "You young fellows, one idea is to get into a motor. I tell you I want to walk. I'm very fond of walking." "Oh, all right. I'm about the house if you want me for anything. I thought of not going up to the office today, if that is your wish." "It is indeed, my boy," said Mr. Wilcox, and laid a hand on his sleeve. Charles did not like it. He was uneasy about his father, who did not seem himself this morning. There was a petulant touch about him, more like a woman. Could it be that he was growing old? The Wilcoxes were not lacking in affection. They had it royally, but they did not know how to use it. It was the talent in the napkin, and for a warm-hearted man, Charles had conveyed very little joy. As he watched his father shuffling up the road, he had a vague regret, a wish that something had been different somewhere, a wish, though he did not express it thus, that he had been taught to say "I" in his youth. He meant to make up for Margaret's defection, but knew that his father had been very happy with her until yesterday. How had she done it? By some dishonest trick, no doubt. But how? Mr. Wilcox reappeared at 11, looking very tired. There was to be an inquest on Leonard's body tomorrow, and the police required his son to attend. "I expected that," said Charles. "I shall naturally be the most important witness there." End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43. Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 43. Out of turmoil and horror that had begun with Aunt Juley's illness and was not even to end with Leonard's death, It seemed impossible to Margaret that healthy life should re-emerge. Events succeeded in a logical yet senseless train. People lost their humanity, and took values as arbitrary as those in a pack of playing cards. It was natural that Henry should do this and cause Helen to do that, and then think her wrong for doing it. Natural that she herself should think him wrong. Natural that Leonard should want to know how Helen was, and come, and Charles be angry with him for coming. Natural, but unreal. In this jangle of causes and effects what had become of their true selves? Here Leonard lay dead in the garden, from natural causes, yet life was a deep, deep river, death a blue sky, life was a house, death a wisp of hay, a flower, a tower. Life and death were anything and everything, except this ordered insanity, where the king takes the queen, and the ace the king. Ah no, there was beauty and adventure behind, such as the man at her feet had yearned for. There was hope this side of the grave. There were truer relationships beyond the limits that fetter us now. As a prisoner looks up and sees stars beckoning, so she, from the turmoil and horror of those days, caught glimpses of the diviner wheels. And Helen, dumb with fright, but trying to keep calm for the child's sake, and Miss Avery, calm, but murmuring tenderly, "No one ever told the lad he'll have a child." They also reminded her that horror is not the end. To what ultimate harmony we tend she did not know, but there seemed great chance that a child would be born into the world, to take the great chances of beauty and adventure that the world offers. She moved through the sunlit garden, gathering narcissi, crimson-eyed and white. There was nothing else to be done. The time for telegrams and anger was over, and it seemed wisest that the hands of Leonard should be folded on his breast and be filled with flowers. Here was the father, leave it at that. Let squalor be turned into tragedy, whose eyes are the stars, and whose hands hold the sunset and the dawn. And even the influx of officials, even the return of the doctor, vulgar and acute, could not shake her belief in the eternity of beauty. Science explained people, but could not understand them. After long centuries among the bones and muscles it might be advancing to knowledge of the nerves, but this would never give understanding. One could open the heart to Mr. Mansbridge and his sort without discovering its secrets to them, for they wanted everything down in black and white, and black and white was exactly what they were left with. They questioned her closely about Charles. She never suspected why. Death had come, and the doctor agreed that it was due to heart disease. They asked to see her father's sword. She explained that Charles's anger was natural, but mistaken. Miserable questions about Leonard followed, all of which she answered unfalteringly. Then back to Charles again. No doubt Mr. Wilcox may have induced death, she said, but if it wasn't one thing, it would have been another, as you yourselves know. At last they thanked her, and took the sword and the body down to Hilton. She began to pick up the books from the floor. Helen had gone to the farm. It was the best place for her, since she had to wait for the inquest, though, as if things were not hard enough, Madge and her husband had raised trouble. They did not see why they should receive the offscourings of Howards End. And, of course, they were right. The whole world was going to be right. and amply avenge any brave talk against the conventions. Nothing matters, the Schlegels had said in the past, except one's self-respect and that of one's friends. When the time came, other things mattered terribly. However, Madge had yielded, and Helen was assured of peace for one day and night, and tomorrow she would return to Germany. As for herself, she determined to go too. No message came from Henry. Perhaps he expected her to apologize. Now that she had time to think over her own tragedy, she was unrepentant. She neither forgave him for his behaviour nor wished to forgive him. Her speech to him seemed perfect. She would not have altered a word. It had to be uttered once in a life, to adjust the lopsidedness of the world. It was spoken not only to her husband, but to thousands of men like him, a protest against the inner darkness in high places that comes with a commercial age. Though he would build up his life without hers, she could not apologize. He had refused to connect on the clearest issue that can be laid before a man, and their love must take the consequences. No, there was nothing more to be done. They had tried not to go over the precipice, but perhaps the fall was inevitable. And it comforted her to think that the future was certainly inevitable. Cause and effect would go jangling forward to some goal, doubtless, but to none that she could imagine. At such moments the soul retires within, to float upon the bosom of a deeper stream, and has communion with the dead, and sees the world's glory not diminished, but different in kind to what she has supposed. She alters her focus until trivial things are blurred. Margaret had been tending this way all the winter. Leonard's death brought her to the goal. Alas, that Henry should fade away as reality emerged, and only her love for him should remain clear, stamped with his image like the cameos we rescue out of dreams. With unfaltering eye she traced his future. He would soon present a healthy mind to the world again, and what did he or the world care if he was rotten at the core? He would grow into a rich, jolly old man, at times a little sentimental about women, but emptying his glass with anyone. Tenacious of power, he would keep Charles and the rest dependent, and retire from business reluctantly and at an advanced age. He would settle down, though she could not realize this. In her eyes Henry was always moving and causing others to move, until the ends of the earth met. But in time he must get too tired to move, and settle down. What next? The inevitable word. The release of the soul to its appropriate heaven. Would they meet in it? Margaret believed in immortality for herself. An eternal future had always seemed natural to her, and Henry believed in it for himself. Yet, would they meet again? Are there no rather endless levels beyond the grave, as the theory that he had censored teaches? And his level, whether higher or lower, could it possibly be the same as hers? Thus gravely meditating, she was summoned by him. He sent up Crane in the motor. Other servants passed like water, but the chauffeur remained, though impertinent and disloyal. Margaret disliked Crane, and he knew it. "Is it the keys that Mr. Wilcox wants?" she asked. "He didn't say, madam." "You haven't any note for me?" "He didn't say, madam." After a moment's thought she locked up Howard's End. It was pitiable, to see in it the stirrings of warmth that would be quenched forever. She raked out the fire that was blazing in the kitchen, and spread the coals in the gravelled yard. She closed the windows and drew the curtains. Henry would probably sell the place now. She was determined not to spare him, for nothing new had happened as far as they were concerned. Her mood might never have altered from yesterday evening. He was standing a little outside Charles's gate, and motioned the car to stop. When his wife got out, he said hoarsely, "I prefer to discuss things with you outside." "It will be more appropriate in the road, I am afraid," said Margaret. "Did you get my message?" "What about?" "I'm going to Germany with my sister. I must tell you now that I shall make it my permanent home. Our talk last night was more important than you have realized. I am unable to forgive you, and am leaving you." "I am extremely tired," said Henry, in injured tones. "I have been walking about all the morning, and wish to sit down." "Certainly, if you will consent to sit on the grass." The Great North Road should have been bordered all its length with glebe. Henry's kind had flinched most of it. She moved to the scrap opposite, wherein were the 6 hills. They sat down on the farther side, so that they could not be seen by Charles or Dolly. "Here are your keys," said Margaret. She tossed them towards him. They fell on the sunlit slope of grass, and he did not pick them up. "I have something to tell you," he said gently. She knew this superficial gentleness, this confession of hastiness, that was only intended to enhance her admiration of the male. "I don't want to hear it," she replied. "My sister is going to be ill. My life is going to be with her now. We must manage to build up something, she and I and her child." "Where are you going?" "Munich. We start after the inquest, if she is not too ill." "After the inquest?" "Yes." "Have you realized what the verdict at the inquest will be?" "Yes, heart disease." "No, my dear, manslaughter." Margaret drove her fingers through the grass. The hill beneath her moved as if it was alive. "Manslaughter," repeated Mr. Wilcox. "Charles may go to prison. I dare not tell him. I don't know what to do. What to do. I'm broken. I'm ended." No sudden warmth arose in her. She did not see that to break him was her only hope. She did not enfold the sufferer in her arms. But all through that day and the next a new life began to move. The verdict was brought in. Charles was committed for trial. It was against all reason that he should be punished, but the law, being made in his image, sentenced him to 3 years' imprisonment. Then Henry's fortress gave way. He could bear no one but his wife. He shambled up to Margaret afterwards, and asked her to do what she could with him. She did what seemed easiest. She took him down to recruit at Howard's End. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. Howard's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster. Chapter 44. Tom's father was cutting the big meadow. He passed again and again amid whirring blades and sweet odours of grass, encompassing with narrowing circles the sacred centre of the field. Tom was negotiating with Helen. "I haven't any idea," she replied. "Do you suppose baby may, Meg?" Margaret put down her work and regarded them absently. "What was that?" she asked. "Tom wants to know whether baby is old enough to play with hay." "I haven't the least notion," answered Margaret, and took up her work again. "Now, Tom, baby is not to stand. He is not to lie on his face. He is not to lie so that his head wags. He is not to be teased or tickled, and he is not to be cut into 2 or more pieces by the cutter. Will you be as careful as all that?" Tom held out his arms. "That child is a wonderful nursemaid," remarked Margaret. "He is fond of baby. That's why he does it," was Helen's answer. "They're going to be lifelong friends." "Starting at the ages of 6 and 1? Of course, it will be a great thing for Tom. It may be a greater thing for baby." 14 months had passed, but Margaret still stopped at Howards End. No better plan had occurred to her. The meadow was being recut. The great red poppies were reopening in the garden. July would follow with the little red poppies among the wheat. August with the cutting of the wheat. These little events would become part of her year after year. Every summer she would fear lest the well should give out. Every winter lest the pipes should freeze. Every westerly gale might blow the wych elm down and bring the end of all things. And so she could not read or talk during a westerly gale. The air was tranquil now. She and her sister were sitting on the remains of Evie's mockery, where the lawn merged into the field. "What a time they all are," said Helen. "What can they be doing inside?" Margaret, who was growing less talkative, made no answer. The noise of the cutter came intermittently, like the breaking of waves. Close by them a man was preparing to scythe out one of the dell holes. "I wish Henry was out to enjoy this," said Helen. "This lovely weather, and to be shut up in the house. It's very hard." "It has to be," said Margaret. "The hay fever is his chief objection against living here, but he thinks it worth while. Meg, is or isn't he ill?" "I can't make out." "Not ill. Eternally tired. He has worked very hard all his life, and noticed nothing. Those are the people who collapse when they do notice a thing. I suppose he worries dreadfully about his part of the tangle." "Dreadfully. That is why I wish Dolly had not come too to-day. Still, he wanted them all to come. It has to be." "Why does he want them?" Margaret did not answer. "Meg, may I tell you something? I like Henry." "You'd be odd if you didn't," said Margaret. "I usen't to." "Usen't?" She lowered her eyes a moment to the black abyss of the past. They had crossed it, always expecting Leonard and Charles. They were building up a new life, obscure, yet gilded with tranquillity. Leonard was dead. Charles had 2 years more in prison. One usen't always to see clearly before that time. It was different now. "I like Henry because he does worry." "And he likes you because you don't." Helen sighed. She seemed humiliated, and buried her face in her hands. After a time she said, "Above love, a transition less abrupt than it appeared." Margaret never stopped working. "I mean a woman's love for a man. I supposed I should hang my life on to that once, and was driven up and down and about as if something was worrying through me. But everything is peaceful now. I seem cured. That Herr Forstmeister, whom Frieda keeps writing about, must be a noble character. But he doesn't see that I shall never marry him or anyone. It isn't shame or mistrust of myself. I simply couldn't. I'm ended. I used to be so dreamy about a man's love as a girl, and think that for good or evil love must be the great thing. But it hasn't been. It has been itself a dream. Do you agree?" "I do not agree. I do not." "I ought to remember Leonard as my lover," said Helen, stepping down into the field. "I tempted him, and killed him, and it is surely the least I can do. I would like to throw out all my heart to Leonard on such an afternoon as this, but I cannot. It is no good pretending I am forgetting him." Her eyes filled with tears. "How nothing seems to match, how, my darling, my precious," she broke off. "Tommy." "Yes, please." "Baby's not to try and stand. There's something wanting in me. I see you loving Henry, and understanding him better daily. I know that death wouldn't part you in the least. But is it some awful, appalling, criminal defect?" Margaret silenced her. She said, "It is only that people are far more different than is pretended. All over the world men and women are worrying because they cannot develop as they are supposed to develop. Here and there they have the matter out, and it comforts them. Don't fret yourself, Helen. Develop what you have. Love your child." "I do not love children. I am thankful to have none. I can play with their beauty and charm, but that is all. Nothing real. Not one scrap of what there ought to be. And others go farther still, and move outside humanity altogether. A place, as well as a person, may catch the glow. Don't you see that all this leads to comfort in the end? It is part of the battle against sameness. Differences, eternal differences, planted by God in a single family, so that there may always be colour, sorrow perhaps, but colour in the daily grey. Then I can't have you worrying about Leonard. Don't drag in the personal when it will not come. Forget him." "Yes, yes, but what has Leonard got out of life?" "Perhaps an adventure. Is that enough?" "Not for us, but for him." Helen took up a bunch of grass. She looked at the sorrel, and the red and white and yellow clover, and the Quaker grass, and the daisies, and the bents that composed it. She raised it to her face. "Is it sweetening yet?" asked Margaret. "No, only withered. It will sweeten tomorrow." Helen smiled. "Oh, Meg, you are a person," she said. "Think of the racket and torture this time last year. But now I couldn't stop unhappy if I tried. What a change, and all through you." "Oh, we merely settled down. You and Henry learnt to understand one another and to forgive, all through the autumn and the winter." "Yes, but who settled us down?" Margaret did not reply. The scything had begun, and she took off her pince nez to watch it. "You!" cried Helen. "You did it all, sweetest, though you're too stupid to see. Living here was your plan. I wanted you. He wanted you. And everyone said it was impossible. But you knew. Just think of our lives without you, Meg. I and baby with Monica, revolting by theory. He handed about from Dolly to Evie. But you picked up the pieces and made us a home. Can't it strike you, even for a moment, that your life has been heroic? Can't you remember the 2 months after Charles's arrest, when you began to act and did all?" "You were both ill at the time," said Margaret. "I did the obvious things. I had 2 invalids to nurse. Here was a house, ready furnished and empty. It was obvious. I didn't know myself it would turn into a permanent home. No doubt I have done a little towards straightening the tangle, but things that I can't phrase have helped me. I hope it will be permanent, said Helen, drifting away to other thoughts. I think so. There are moments when I feel Howard's End peculiarly our own. All the same, London's creeping. She pointed over the meadow, over 8 or 9 meadows, but at the end of them was a red rust. You see that in Surrey and even Hampshire now, she continued. I can see it from the Purbeck Downs, and London is only part of something else, I'm afraid. Life's going to be melted down all over the world. Margaret knew that her sister spoke truly. Howard's End, Oniton, the Purbeck Downs, and Audiobook were all survivals, and the melting pot was being prepared for them. Logically, they had no right to be alive. One's hope was in the weakness of logic. Were they possibly the earth-beating time? Because a thing is going strong now, it need not go strong forever, she said. This craze for motion has only set in during the last 100 years. It may be followed by a civilization that won't be a movement, because it will rest on the earth. All the signs are against it now, but I can't help hoping, and very early in the morning, in the garden, I feel that our house is the future as well as the past. They turned and looked at it. Their own memories coloured it now. For Helen's child had been born in the central room of the 9. Then Margaret said, "Oh, take care," for something moved behind the window of the hall, and the door opened. The conclave's breaking at last. I'll go. It was Paul. Helen retreated with the children far into the field. Friendly voices greeted her. Margaret rose to encounter a man with a heavy black moustache. "My father has asked for you," he said with hostility. She took her work and followed him. "We have been talking business," he continued, "but I dare say you knew all about it beforehand." "Yes, I did." Clumsy of movement, for he had spent all his life in the saddle, Paul drove his foot against the paint of the front door. Mrs. Wilcox gave a little cry of annoyance. She did not like anything scratched. She stopped in the hall to take Dolly's boa and gloves out of a vase. Her husband was lying in a great leather chair in the dining room, and by his side, holding his hand rather ostentatiously, was Evie. Dolly, dressed in purple, sat near the window. The room was a little dark and airless. They were obliged to keep it like this until the carting of the hay. Margaret joined the family without speaking. The 5 of them had met already at tea, and she knew quite well what was going to be said. Averse to wasting her time, she went on sewing. The clock struck 6. "Is this going to suit everyone?" said Henry in a weary voice. He used the old phrases, but their effect was unexpected and shadowy. "Because I don't want you all coming here later on and complaining that I have been unfair." "It's apparently got to suit us," said Paul. "I beg your pardon, my boy. You have only to speak, and I will leave the house to you instead." Paul frowned ill-temperedly, and began scratching at his arm. "As I've given up the outdoor life that suited me, and I have come home to look after the business, it's no good my settling down here," he said at last. "It's not really the country, and it's not the town." Very well. Does my arrangement suit you, Evie?" "Of course, father." "And you, Dolly?" Dolly raised her faded little face, which sorrow could wither but not steady. "Perfectly splendidly," she said. "I thought Charles wanted it for the boys, but last time I saw him he said no, because we cannot possibly live in this part of England again. Charles says we ought to change our name, but I cannot think what to. For Wilcox just suits Charles and me, and I can't think of any other name." There was a general silence. Dolly looked nervously round, fearing that she had been inappropriate. Paul continued to scratch his arm. "Then I leave Howard's End to my wife absolutely," said Henry. "And let everyone understand that. And after I am dead let there be no jealousy and no surprise." Margaret did not answer. There was something uncanny in her triumph. She, who had never expected to conquer anyone, had charged straight through these Wilcoxes and broken up their lives. "In consequence, I leave my wife no money," said Henry. "That is her own wish. All that she would have had will be divided among you. I am also giving you a great deal in my lifetime, so that you may be independent of me. That is her wish too. She also is giving away a great deal of money. She intends to diminish her income by half during the next 10 years. She intends when she dies to leave the house to her nephew down in the field. Is all that clear? Does everyone understand?" Paul rose to his feet. He was accustomed to natives, and a very little shook him out of the Englishman. Feeling manly and cynical, he said, "Down in the field? Oh, come! I think we might have had the whole establishment, piccaninnies included." Mrs. Cahill whispered, "Don't, Paul. You promised you'd take care." Feeling a woman of the world, she rose and prepared to take her leave. Her father kissed her. "Good bye, old girl," he said. "Don't you worry about me." "Good bye, Dad." Then it was Dolly's turn. Anxious to contribute, she laughed nervously and said, "Good bye, Mr. Wilcox. It does seem curious that Mrs. Wilcox should have left Margaret Howard's End, and yet she get it after all." From Evie came a sharply drawn breath. "Good bye," she said to Margaret, and kissed her. And again fell the word, like the ebb of a dying sea. "Good bye. Good bye, Dolly. So long, father. Good bye, my boy. Always take care of yourself. Good bye, Mrs. Wilcox. Good bye." Margaret saw their visitors to the gate. Then she returned to her husband and laid her head in his hands. He was pitiably tired, but Dolly's remark had interested her. At last she said, "Could you tell me, Henry, what was that about Mrs. Wilcox having left me Howard's End?" Tranquilly he replied, "Yes, she did. But that is a very old story. When she was ill and you were so kind to her, she wanted to make you some return, and, not being herself at the time, scribbled Howard's End on a piece of paper. I went into it thoroughly, and, as it was clearly fanciful, I set it aside, little knowing what my Margaret would be to me in the future." Margaret was silent. Something shook her life in its inmost recesses, and she shivered. "I didn't do wrong, did I?" he asked, bending down. "You didn't, darling. Nothing has been done wrong." From the garden came laughter. "Here they are at last!" exclaimed Henry, disengaging himself with a smile. Helen rushed into the gloom, holding Tom by one hand and carrying her baby on the other. There were shouts of infectious joy. "The field's cut!" Helen cried excitedly. "The big meadow! We've seen to the very end, and it'll be such a crop of hay as never." Weybridge, 1908 to 1910. End of Howard's End by Edward Morgan Forster.